All right, sorry about that. I was just having a brain fart. So, what's up, everyone? So it's me, your guy B.M.T. Hang on, let me turn that off. So I'm very perplexed by the turn of events that is going on in our brave society of the world though. And I'm just looking at it, especially when it comes to men and women, and how we're going about saying that men are allowing women to get knocked out. B.M.T, RBR been lying on you. I can't do nothing about that. I just do my work, people. I don't know. Can't speak for that old dude. I have conversations on plenty of Democratic built platforms that are very respectable. I don't ever see RBR on those. I don't think they even rock with him. People like him, but his antics, and he's just an old fascist racist. Like I said, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what platform he's allowed on. So. But back to my talking point. So we have it going on in a situation that we're hearing that women, or as they call it now, Bricksgate, where women are catching blows. And I'm gonna tell you right now, and the sad truth, I used to argue with my homie Faith about this, that people don't take it serious until it's another group or a white woman or something like that. And I wanted to play this because they have the story about the woman getting knocked out, right? She didn't get knocked out. She got hit by a brick, allegedly. So allegedly, she got hit by a brick, which we've already surmised that it can be true or not true. Now there were club security out there. They didn't see that. Nobody saw that, but she said she got hit by a brick. So we're running with that narrative that she got hit by a brick. Now, this is very interesting. Another story had popped up and come about, right? Okay. Let me make sure I pull it up for y'all. Cut it in the kitchen. Take it. Now, I want to go over this story that's going to be played. This is wild. This is crazy. And I'm going to play the women who got hit by the alleged brick. Let's go ahead. Let's go get at it. Now, let me turn off the music. Seems like women are catching bricks all over, man. I don't know what's going on. These women are catching blows, and I'm going to do some coverage of what's going on. You know, anybody's welcome to come up, so long as they're respectful. But definitely, this is going to be an interesting one. All right, so we have it. These ladies are going to cover. Look, they have these ladies are going to cover coming up here. Now, this is the panel for them to talk about the woman. I want to show y'all this. Now, the imagery says it all. Now, this is the panel for them to showcase the woman, the politician who got smacked with a brick. Okay, that's that panel. Okay, that's that panel. And then let me go over to the other panel. The other panel it's going to say a lot. And I was just staring at it and I was like, yo, this is wild. Like what they do, man. You know, listen, what's going on, Yori? Listen, no. Listen. We definitely, I'm showing you. The one woman that got clocked, she got clocked. And then you go over to the black Somalian girl who got clocked.
Joining us for the second half hour,
right? You got this black girl who got clocked. You got the black man, with the older black man.
A dangerous turn. A Houston woman is recovering after she says a man hit her in the head, in the face with a brick. Robichaud says he attacked her after she refused to give him her cell phone number, all while a crowd of men stood there watching.
What have I ever done to anybody in my life to deserve this? Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no, and he picked up a brick in front of so many men. It was like, what are you gonna do? And I told all these men, like, yo, why is this man got a brick on my face?
According to her social media, this happened over the weekend. We reached out to HPD for some information and have yet to hear back. Joining us now to talk about it, public relations specialist Bridget Holden.
So you
Latoya Lemon, along.
You have these older black women, the Hold the Line, the Mammy Brigade. That's on that side. We got them. And then on the other side, that's who you got, the Swing Low, Sweet Chariots. They're going to talk about Rohoya Bushai, whatever that girl name is. I can't pronounce any of these goddamn women. Then on the other side.
Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered.
Why is there a big difference? Why is there a big difference in the women that they... I'm pissed off. Why is there a big difference? There's no way. All these women are sitting up straight, legs crossed, wearing goddamn high heels and shit. The man, goddamn. Why?
Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno here with my co-host, Harris Faulkner. And also joining us today, Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business, Cheryl Casoni. Host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Birthday Girl Kennedy. And Fox News contributor and former White House press secretary, Ari Fleischer.
What are we doing wrong? What's going on with Bricksgate? What's going on with Bricksgate? Bruh, she was anti-cop. Now she's like, let's play, bro. Let's go ahead and play it, man.
Now we begin with a defund the police Democrat from Minnesota who seems to be changing her attitude towards law enforcement after being violently attacked. Minnesota became the epicenter of the defund the police movement back in the summer of 2020, following in the wake of George Floyd's death. But while protests and riots rocked the city of Minneapolis, state Democrats were busy echoing calls to defund and even dismantle the police. Now, one of those loud voices was Shivanthi Sathanandan, a high-ranking official within
Shivanthi Sathanandan. Okay, so that's the woman. And another forecast of Bricksgate. Let's begin.
The state's Democratic Party. Just days after George Floyd's death, she wrote on social media, quote, "We are going to dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department." Say it with me. Dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department.
She ain't say, she said get rid of them. Dismantle. Okay. All right, baby.
Sadly, this week, Sathanandan was violently carjacked by a group of 4 men.
What?
The attack left her with a broken leg, deep wounds, and bloodied.
Now, somehow, goddamn, the fact that she still took a picture, that's crazy. Now, somehow, this woman all right, let me go ahead and replay that shit again, bro. Somehow that brick fucked her up. Real good. That brick.
Peace movement back in the summer of 2020, following in the wake of George Floyd's death. But while protests and riots rocked the city of Minneapolis, state Democrats were busy echoing calls to defund and even dismantle the police. Now, one of those loud voices was Shivanthi Sathanandan, a high-ranking official within the state's Democratic Party.
She has some really nice teeth. As a man of teeth, I really can appreciate her teeth. But she has a really strong jawline, and I'm a jawline man.
Party. Just days after George Floyd's death, she wrote on social media, quote, "We are going to dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department." Say it with me. Dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department. Sadly, this week, Sathanadan was violently carjacked by a group of 4 men. The attack left her with a broken leg.
Now, she looked like somebody who went to Mortal Kombat. She looks fucked up. Now, I don't know about this one. The blood does look fake as shit, though. I don't know. Maybe I watch too many horror movies. So, huh? You want it? Just hold on to it. So, that blood does look fake as shit, though. I am not going to lie. That blood does look fake as shit. It does look fake. All right, so she's now going through Bricksgate. We don't know if it's real or not. We got to see. Like, but this one, y'all remember the goddamn news reporter in Resident Evil, the one that had the camera. She looks just like her. That don't look like no. Nobody. All these Bricksgate incident. Nobody ever finds these men. I'm not sure if we training the hidden brick village, but these niggas are good. All these niggas with bricks are riding around and shit and catching them.
Deep wounds and bloodied face. And it all happened in her own driveway and in front of her 2 small children. She posted this bloody selfie on social media, adding, quote, "Catch these young people who are running wild, creating chaos across our city. Hold them in custody and prosecute them, period. Look at my face. Remember me when you are thinking about supporting letting juveniles and young people out of custody to roam our streets instead of holding them accountable for their actions. Thank you to the incredible Minneapolis 4th Precinct officers." Ari, such a change of heart, and understandably, but it's a little too late for so many people that already gave their lives and already suffered violent attacks.
Call them in now.
Well, first, my heart goes out to Shavandri. I mean, you look at the picture, you look at what she went through, what her children are going to go through. All you can do is feel tremendous sympathy. But honestly, why does it have to be about you before you can go out and protect others?
Uh-oh.
Did it have?
Uh-oh. 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 So, hey, why? Now you want to call on the men when they caught you lacking with the bricks. We ain't talking about the all-white bricks. Just brown bricks. Get hit by brick. Get another lick.
Have to be about you being a victim of crime to realize that this happens throughout society all the time and that you can't dismantle the police. It's those calls to dismantle the police that have led police to resign in droves, which is the core of the problem. We don't have enough police because nobody wants to be a cop anymore. So God bless her. I hope her recovery is swift, but she reaped what she sowed.
I really appreciate Ari's point, Harris, about her making it about herself, because there were a lot of victims from that first.
Whoa, the white man. Y'all thought the white man was going to be empathetic for this woman, huh? No, no, no. Well, you know what? We feel safer when the white man steps up. Oh, joke's on you. But he's like, nah, B. Should not wait till you got caught lacking with them bricks. Now we in brick season, ladies. We in brick season. Winter, the bricks have come. We now are walking down the yellow brick road. We're walking down the yellow brick road. I'm not sure who's going to make it. You heard what that man said. Hey, you asked for this. Y'all asking about chivalry? Y'all calling for Jesus? Call for that man. That man might not come now. Shit, too late now, baby.
Moment of her calling for dismantling the police and defunding, like Oscar Lee Stewart Jr., who is also a father of children who died in a terrible arson fire. We're still waiting for charges to be filed. Where were her calls to think of his face? So when she says, remember my face, I'm sorry, but there's a whole lot of other faces that I think of when I think of the catastrophe that she helped create in her city.
Damn.
Yeah, part of what we're seeing is just the shock of what she is, and it takes a lot for somebody to break the bone in your leg. I mean, that's one of the biggest in your body.
That bitch is savage. He's like, part of what we're seeing is a shock. Who is this Storm? She coming in all golly white, talking shit. Like, takes a lot of force to break a bone. Damn, who the fuck are you? This woman, I mean, damn. She coming on here, takes a lot of force to break a bone. I would know. Go ahead, boy. I mean, listen, if you dealing with Storm up there, boy, listen. You're going to have to do a lot.
Yeah, part of what we're seeing is just the shock of what she is, and it takes a lot for somebody to break the bone in your leg. I mean, that's one of the biggest in your body. So I understand that she's having a shock reaction. What I think is really lost on a wider public, though, is that enough to move anything? Because she may reflexively go right back to where she was. Those were long-held, political views that she had. And this obviously is traumatic, what's happened to her. And like Ari said, we're very sorry about this, just as a public.
I can't tell if they're sorry or they're roasting her. I can't tell. Like, listen, man, I don't know, man. Like, this is how you know some of these women are now built different, bro. I don't know. The women are built different up on that panel, but they're like, you know what, bitch? Y'all said get rid of the men, get rid of the police, but it takes a lot to break a bone. And you know what? You made the bed that you got to lie in. You made the bed. Now, I'm like I said, shout out to the Sith Lord in the chat. You said goodbye. I'm going to show y'all both panels, right? The both panels. We have two panels of women talking. Okay? We have the Fox News panel. And we have down the street, down the lane, the church Mammy Brigade, the Sisters Hold the Line, Sisterhood, Tyler Perry's cast. We have the Sisterhood right here. That will probably be swaying the vote whether we get enough Biden or not. They're going to be speaking also, along with Deacon Elder Isaiah, Popeye's Chicken. So we're going to see the woman who got hit by the brick, but who got carjacked by 4 niggas. Them women are going in on her like, hey, you made the bed. You should have. They ain't saying no shit like, where are the men at? Why ain't nobody stepping up? I'm like, well, damn, there ain't nobody saying none of that said shit. They're like, hey, you should have watched what you put out there on social media. Now you got to live by. I'm like, damn. Maybe some of us are just built different, bro. When you start seeing women having babies and naming the boys Krishan Jr., we have a problem. Hey, that ain't my field of fighting right now. I got one battlefield at a time, but women are naming their children Junior. Now, let's finish up this one. All right. The women, they're having this conversation.
Hearts go out. At the same time, because two things can be true, it's going to take more than a change of heart for this one person to change the system that's been put in place by guys like George Soros, pouring money into changing our society, such as the victims become basically the bad guys in the scenario and the criminals get all the breaks. Yeah. It's going to take more than that. So I don't even really want to put too much more on her shoulders. She's got a lot of healing to do. Her kids do too. Trauma is going to be spread in that family because they were witnesses. But what about all those people that came before and after her toxic words about people who protect and serve?
Kennedy, that's why I can't stomach what she's saying now, because the reality behind her.
Hold up. Women are like, I can't stomach a woman catching blows by bricks. Yo, bro, where are these women at, bro? Who are these women, bro? Y'all should have known when these women got on there and they were like, all cross-legged like The Craft or some witchcraft, like saying, I mean, they all look good. They all look real good.
Her message is that her life matters more, that her wounds mattered more than the long line of victims and deaths before her. Because all of a sudden, when it's her, then she changes her mind. And we're not talking about something nuanced or complicated. It's actually been quite simple the whole time. People need protection, especially those in vulnerable neighborhoods. And yet that fell on deaf
Black community
ears to this ideologue for far too long.
Yeah, and it's interesting because she sounds like a very conservative Republican in her latest post. And I'm with Ari. Like, I don't want to see anyone harmed, especially a mom in front of her kids. I can't imagine a more vulnerable position. But to her past self, I want to say, like, you were warned about this. Like, there was a way of having criminal justice reform, getting rid of bad cops, and supporting the good ones who want to keep communities safe. But those good cops have been kneecapped by those awful DAs that you are talking about, and their campaigns have been funded by various Soros organizations. And the mayors who don't have the backbones to stand up to these DAs and create a balance and safety in a civil society. This is what a society looks like when it starts to fall apart. And I'm very sad for her that it took this, but there were so many Cassandras in the chorus who were warning, if you defund the police, if you make this blanket statement, this edict, then a very vulnerable part of society will fall apart even faster. And
ladies. I don't know who these women are. I don't know who these power suit women are. The Craft, the unholy trial, the anti-sisterhood. But they're like, hey, y'all made this bed. I don't know about you, but I got my man. I got my legs crossed. I'm not out here peeing in streets, twerking and shit, and talking about Pound Town. I go home and make my man a pork chop sandwich and go crochet. These women, they listen, bro. When we go too far down into the abyss, bro. Get out of there. Listen, I never seen a panel like this from Fox News. Like, this is crazy. What's going on, Alonzo? Shout out to my homie Alonzo. This is crazy. The women are going in harder on her than the men. The women are going in hard. Yo, bro, I don't think y'all would want these type of women on these type of panels, bro. These women are just too damn like, hey, bro, you put it out there on social media, and so we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. Now, let's go. Let's head down the street, cross over the railroad tracks. You know, we got to go find out. You know, I got my kufi on. You know what I'm saying? I got to, you know, drive Grandpa Coldbreaker down the street to the Amy Pisca church. And we got to hear what the black folks got to say. What the black folks got to say about that that. So now we have the sisterhood Amy syndicate. Come on, man. It's like we never get a fair shot. Now we never get anything nice. Let me just give the link to the Sith Lord so he can land his ship inside here and let's go on down here and hear what the women have to say about this one.
When you guys see this, And number one, she's saying there were a group of men standing around, probably on their damn cell phones, looking to get the shot instead of trying to protect a woman. Your thoughts on this?
I feel like Black women are not being protected these days. I mean, but then I don't know if you watch social media, but then there are a lot of women on here who are saying, well, I don't need a man and I don't need this and I don't need that. So we kind of have to take accountability. If we're out here saying that, then are the men going to protect us? But I thought that chivalry is, I guess, is dead.
Dead.
Yeah.
And buried. Latoya, your thoughts about this? Number one.
Yeah, they cut her off quick the minute she said, hey, y'all, I could have sworn we said we ain't, rocking with the men like that. So, I mean, shit. Everybody on their damn cell phone. We down here at the AME church, so I got to get cursed out by granddaddy and shit. Fuck. Here I got to go.
First of all, someone hitting her
Right.
with a brick because she refused to give their number
Right.
if all the facts are correct.
Absolutely. So I understand rejection is hard, right? But my real issue here, of course, I don't condone any violence and I don't like it. But the men that stood around and watched, people are no longer getting any type of help in situations that they need help in. People are not being decent. People are making everything a joke, everything a moment to go viral. And this could have been, this is this lady's health. This could have went even worse and she could still be in the hospital with severe damages. And so to see that nobody helped her, I mean, that's heartbreaking completely.
And I mean, the other woman got beat up by 4 niggas and her leg broke. I mean, beat up in the face, leg broke. I mean, damn, boy. Shit. Well, we're joined here by Kenneth. Before we go on further down the road, Kenneth, welcome. We're here at Bricksgate, where we're analyzing the stories of things that are happening. You have it on one side, the women, right? We're saying, hey, why are we surprised? I'm not sure. Did you see the women talking about the politicians? They were like, why are y'all surprised? We just
I missed that.
Oh yeah,
I've been kind of in and out.
Well, see, the women already said on one panel, why are you surprised? We said defund the police. We talked about different assortments of how we didn't want certain enforcement and blockades up. So now these things are happening to the women. The women were also holding the woman accountable for what you put out there on social media. You said you wanted to dismantle the police. You said that Gina wasn't nothing to do with them. Now, traverse over here to Fox 26, Nigga News Network. You got the 3 women on here talking about, hey, that here we have it, whereas to 1, all the men were on the phone. They should have been off the phone helping this woman. Number 2, we're hearing that, hey, chivalry's dead. And number 3, we're hearing about, hey, nobody cares about what happens to women getting beat up in the street. So we definitely could tell the template on in the black space, chivalry, why ain't anybody helping a black woman, and you black men, y'all need to go out there and start saving black women. Over there on the Fox News side, they're like, nah, nigga, y'all made these beds, y'all women, y'all said no police, defund them. You put that out there on social media. Accountability comes at a cost. So, 2 different drastic talking points, and here we go. So what's up, Kenneth?
What's up, man? Yeah, this situation, I guess, with me being a black man, has been near and dear to my heart. And I was listening to your show a little earlier, and I agree with you wholeheartely on this situation. And I've been going back and forth with a bunch of people, because I just disagree with this logic that men, because I think we all mutually agree that what happened to that woman was wrong. Okay, no matter what she did, as long as she's not physically assaulting, and I'm even the type of person that, to a certain extent, I mean, I just never felt like it's necessary for. I don't know if you remember. Let me give you an example of what I'm trying to convey here. You remember that Joe Mixon situation? He's the running back for the Cincinnati Bengals, but he was in college at the time, and I think he was in some bar, and he punched the lights out of this white woman in a bar. Do you remember that?
Yeah, go ahead.
And that wasn't necessary, even though she pushed him or kind of got in his face. The way I can see, he pushed her back or even pushed her on the ground, but that wasn't necessary. So there's levels to it. But I think what a lot of people are trying to say, and it seems like this is getting lost in translation, is you got to be careful about your surroundings and what you're doing, and try not to put yourself in these compromising situations. But then not only that, if you do, you cannot expect people to be willing to lose their life over you, total strangers, no less. I mean, it's crazy to me that we are so cavalier. And honestly, I'm hearing, oh, well, this don't happen in other races. I mean, it's not even like a situation where black men haven't lost their life to defend, a black woman, like what you were talking about earlier. And I sent you the what you call it from that Theory Bastion guy. You cut me off whenever I'm talking too long, but and I'm telling everybody I'm arguing with about this situation, please show me how much money you donated to his GoFundMe. I mean, none of these people that's talking about how black men should be willing to lose their lives for total strangers doing, like what I've been trying to tell them. Why do you feel like I, as a black man or any man, should be willing to lose their life, doing something honorable, right? That's an honorable act, me losing my life for someone that's not doing something honorable. It's not like this woman was on a bus stop getting ready to go to work or, picking up her kids from school or something like that. She's at a bar, drinking, carrying on. If you listen to the video, I don't know how far you got in this situation. If you listen to the video of the two dudes that were there that night, they're in the background. They said she was arguing about to fight another girl. So I mean, at some point there has to be some kind of truth. And I'm gonna say one last thing. Not only do I think back to that what happened to this guy that got killed defending the honor of a woman, and you should see the guy that killed him. That's another thing I've always say. Sisters, leave these knucklehead dudes alone. You can look at this dude and tell he's a knucklehead. You can look at him. I don't understand what is this fascination with messing with these knuckleheads. But I know, B.M.T, you remember years ago when there was this big thing about black women and the Korean store owners fighting each other and stuff like that, right? And I'm getting someplace. And I don't know, I think the guy's name was Tyrone Muhammad. I know his last name was Muhammad. I don't remember what his first name was. But he was a guy, he goes to one of these beauty salons where apparently they had beat up a black woman before. He goes in there, because all the black women, hey, y'all need to leave, send me some stuff. All the black women leave. He goes outside, throws a bunch of bricks. I don't know what it is about black men and bricks. He throws a bunch of bricks through these people's window, right? I don't know if you remember that. He goes to jail, obviously, so he lost his freedom, even though he was bailed out, but he goes to jail, and a few days later, another guy has a video, goes into the same establishment, and it's chock full of black women. The same establishment. Okay, I'll give you another example. That situation where, and unfortunately, I think that woman died, but where I guess she had a son, she had paid for her stuff, she's walking out. The little boy, I guess, picked up a toy and was walking out with it. And the guy, accused the little boy of stealing, and there was a big altercation. And the dude, the Korean store owner, punched the black woman in the face as hard as he possibly could, and messed up her whole face and everything like that, right? And then the next day, there were guys out there, I guess he closed down. You can see this video. There's guys out there waiting for this guy to come back, black guys, waiting for him to show up so they can beat this dude up, right? Maybe a few weeks later or something like that, he opens the store back up. In order to get business, he puts a 50% off sale, right? And not only did he do that, but what he did, I guess he didn't trust the black women to go in there and actually, buy the stuff. He was only letting the women go in one or two at a time, so he can keep track of them, I guess. On the side, you see the black man picketing and telling the black women, "Hey, y'all, don't don't go in there, don't do this, don't do that." Remember what he did? He did this.
Are those women his man? Are those women his man?
No, these were black men. Just you even had one.
Why are they doing that? Why are they doing that?
This is the point. This is the point I'm trying to make. You cannot continuously put yourself in these compromising situations and then look down on black men and be like, "Well, you ain't protecting us. You ain't protecting us." That's just not how protection works. I don't understand how we're missing this. We can go through time and instance where these things, the grave.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so the thing about I'm looking at it is this. When I'm looking at this of how this Fox News panel is talking about this woman, they're not talking about a specific speciality of race.
Right. No, they're not.
They're not. They're just talking they're just looking at it as, hey, you put this out there, you didn't want the protection. Now all of a sudden these things are happening. It is what it is. I'm not on here running on these panels or these shows talking about save black women and shit. That's what you got the police for. I'm not a cop. I'm not a cop. Y'all coming around me saying, hey, we need to talk about black men and black women and black women protection. Get the fuck out my face. And y'all can clip that one. Y'all can sign that one. I'm not your granddaddy. I'm not your husband. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not your son. I don't know you motherfuckers. So y'all can't. I'm so tired of the pandering police. Like, no. Go get a fucking gun. It costs about $350. Now, we are definitely here where the women have already done said, and I'm going to just replay this of what the Fox News said. Y'all make it seem like these women do not have guns these days. You're out of your fucking mind. That's why the lens, again, you have it where already this woman, she's a whole politician. Nobody, I'm going to be honest, nobody's going to flip the fuck out. I know y'all going to say, look at it. It's a black man talking about how, listen, they're not my woman. If you literally would have talked to women that have a man, they will not put their man in jeopardy of protecting another woman. They're going to tell their man or their son or whoever, that's not your fucking problem. This is your group. She's outside the group. Y'all don't like that. Y'all don't like that narrative, but women will tell other women that. They will tell them straight up, like, hey, let me go ahead and play that again. Let's go play
That's what my wife told me.
Minnesota became the epicenter of the defund the police movement back in the summer of 2020, following in the wake of George Floyd's death. But while protests and riots rocked the city of Minneapolis, state Democrats were busy echoing calls to defund and even dismantle the police. Now, one of those loud voices was Shivanthi Sathanandan, a high-ranking official within the state's Democratic Party. Just days after George...
I want you to understand, it wasn't the news when the woman got hit by a brick. A high-ranking official, not a white woman, but a high-ranking official. She got hit by whatever brick gate or whatever type of shit. Paradox, I know you want to talk about this shit, bro. Because we here now. But ladies, a lot of women were talking about the misandry of the patriarchy. Y'all said how bad it was, how cruel it was. This is what happens when those lanterns that go stop what goes bump in the night go out. When the fires go out, guess what? The tigers can come to the village. They get to play.
George Floyd's death, she wrote on social media, quote, "We are going to dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department." Say it with me. Dismantle the Minneapolis.
Now notice how these women are bringing up her old social media posts. I hear a lot of women, I done looked at a lot of y'all channels. Why are y'all looking at this women doing skits of slapping men? Whoa, 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 whoa. What you put out there, we get to judge and look at. Do we not, Kenneth? Do we not have to look at that of what you portray out there? Y'all would do the same.
Absolutely.
If there was a man out there showing switches and guns and tattoos and stuff, we would have to look at what he puts out there. Same.
Well, can I to that point? Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
When that dude that got shot and killed by that 14-year-old when he punched that 14-year-old's mother,
Yep.
they went back and looked through his record, and I guess he had a history of abuse. So I mean, and I don't disagree with that. I agree. It is what it is.
Right. So let's go and get back at it. Let's go and get back at it.
Police department. Sadly, this week, Sathanadan was violently carjacked by a group of 4 men. The attack left her with a broken leg, deep wounds, and bloodied face. And it all happened in her own driveway and in front of her 2 small children. She posted this bloody selfie on social media, adding, quote, "Catch these young people who are running wild, creating chaos across our city. Hold them in custody and prosecute them."
Now, I got to be honest with y'all. If she's a high-ranking official, right? If she's a high-ranking official, now, I'm not a high-ranking official, but most people I know have doorbells that have cameras on them. I'm not losing my mind, but I don't think she lives in, like, South Central Hood or DeKalb County. So most places like where she is, they should have some type of either gated community, which is crazy, or they should have doggone cameras. But, I mean, I'm still going to ask like, hey, where's these cameras at that caught you getting, the Royal Rumble treatment? But she got a busted up face, and she also has a broken leg. I find it interesting. The people who are empathizing with her are pulling up her old text messages, and they're like, yo, throw her ass in the fire and let's cook.
Wow, this is deep, bro. Wow.
So I want y'all to understand that she got the brick treatment. The whole treatment. They done put her face out there. They done show all the said stuff. She got her pearls on. She got her earrings on. She got beat up in front of her kids. And they're still going over her. So when y'all be saying black men, why are y'all looking at her? Fuck that. If Fox News get to go through your search engine, we get to look at it too. Nah, buddy. Y'all, no, we get to look at it. So let's go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, just real quick. And based on what you're saying, I'm assuming she was at her house. She wasn't at no club, fattening it up, drinking with her two. She was coming home with her 2 kids.
She wasn't in no back alley. She was at home. We're joined here with Fox News co-host Sith Lord Paradox. I see they let you go from Fox News. My deepest apology. Goddamn, y'all should have never trust Stephen A. Smith when he came.
I know. I've been waiting on Fox News to bring it up too, boy. They don't hold back, so they've been waiting for this.
What are the chances that Fox News talk about Bricksgate? Like,
I know, right? I know it. I'm blown away by it, to be honest with you.
You mean we made Bricksgate made it to Fox News?
Yeah, y'all brought the heat, man.
I'm like, wait a second. And and what's so bad about it? I just want y'all to know the way how they did it. You knew it was about to be a fire when they all came there and their pearly whites got the Jesus cross on and everything, and they all just dressed in their nice best. I knew what time it was when it was called The Outnumbered, and I was like, yo, I don't think they're coming there to help her. I don't think they're coming.
No, they're coming to destroy. These are conservative women as much as they can be.
Oh man, they put up her face, they went over her injuries, and they're pulling up her old talking points. They're pulling up old talking points.
Receipts. They bringing the receipts.
Now, I understand. You know, us men, we're not covered by the blood of Fox News to where we can pull it up. You know, the black woman that got hit by a brick receipts. We're told we're victim shaming.
I
don't know what the fuck is what's this called, but shit.
Well, they even say that other races don't do that. Other races wouldn't dare do that. Well, here you go.
They got Minnesota Democrat post bloody selfie after carjacking. I don't know what goes higher than the national news, but they're not sparing no expense. I'm gonna play something and then I'm gonna get y'all take on it. So they're showing her Shivani Sanathana, whatever. They didn't bring up her husband. They didn't do nothing else. They say mother with kids. So y'all know they ain't not having a problem going on. There's women with kids. They're not having a problem. They're like, hey, hold your ass accountable, motherfucker.
Hold them in custody and prosecute them, period. Look at my face. Remember me when you are thinking about supporting letting juveniles and young people out of custody to roam our streets instead of holding them accountable for their actions. Thank you to the incredible
these damn Democrats were
officers. Ari, such a change of heart, and understandably, but it's a little too late for so many people that already gave their lives and already suffered violent attacks.
Well, first, my heart goes out to Shavandri. I mean, you look at the picture, you look at what she went through, what her children are going to go through. All you can do is feel tremendous sympathy. But honestly, why does it have to be about you before you can go out and protect others?
Jesus.
Did it have to be about you being a victim of crime to realize that this happens throughout society all the time?
Be nice.
And that you can't dismantle the police. It's those calls to dismantle the police that have led police to resign in droves, which is the core of the problem. We don't have.
I want you to understand, they're not making it specifically about black men. They're like, this is what happens when you get rid of those certain layers of force that protect your ass. That's what they're saying. You said it. You said dismantle the police. You said down with patriarchy. These are
no
all
cash bails, down with patriarchy, no cash bails.
Yep.
All that stuff, yeah.
Now they're coming back with the pitchfork. Hey, you remember when you said this? Remember when you said that? Remember you wrote this tweet? Yep, we got it.
Yeah, they want to front like we don't live in a violent place. I just it's baffling. And he made the perfect point, didn't he? Oh, when it happens to you, now it's a problem.
Yeah. How's it going, B.M.T?
What's going on? So now, this is not us. So y'all cannot blame this on black men. We're not even on the panel. This is Fox News doing their own thing. We probably just
you know how crazy it is that not even Fox News is blaming black men for this.
We didn't
That's
do
hilarious. I'm sorry.
We got nothing to do with Bricksgate. At this time, we got nothing.
Oh, that's too funny.
So let's keep it rolling.
Have enough police because nobody wants to be a cop anymore.
Nope. Nobody wants to be
so
a cop.
God bless her. I hope her recovery is swift, but she reaped what she sowed.
I really appreciate Ari's
wow.
about her making it about herself, because there were a lot of victims from that first moment of her calling for dismantling the police and defunding, like Oscar Lee Stewart Jr., who is also a father of children who died in a terrible arson fire. We're still waiting for charges to be filed. Where were her calls to think of his face? So when she says, remember my face, I'm sorry, but there's a whole lot of other faces that I think of when I think of the catastrophe that she helped create in her city.
I don't think y'all want these type of women at the cookout, because they might say some things y'all might not want to hear.
I'm putting this in my archives. I need this footage. Let's keep this in the archive. I gotta just pull this out. I would just be pulling this out like a big Joker card. Keeping this one.
Oh man, you got to. All right, let's keep rolling, man.
Yeah, part of what we're seeing is just the shock of what she is, and it takes a lot for somebody to break the bone in your leg. I mean, that's one of the biggest in your body. So I understand that she's having a shock reaction. What I think is really lost on a wider public, though, is that enough to move anything? Because she may reflexively go right back to where she was. Those were long-held, political views that she had. And this obviously is traumatic, what's happened to her. And like Ari said, we're very sorry about this, just as a public. Our hearts go out. At the same time, because two things can be true, it's going to take more than a change of heart for this one person to change the system that's been put in place by guys like George Soros.
Now, I want y'all to understand that these are women.
Yep.
That these are women. The only ones that can slay this type of ideology are women. These are not the men. We got nothing to do with this shit. We are nothing but bystanders. Our voice is not ringing on those halls. These women are surgically saying, "Hey, you said to get rid of these layers of protection. You said get rid of these types of people."
Yep.
Okay. I want you to understand that is not a black woman who just got the Mortal Kombat beatdown.
No, she ain't black. That's for damn sure.
That definitely not that. So okay. That's Vic's probably cousin or some shit. And so they're going in. They're saying you put this on social media. You said you didn't want the protection. You said that, hey, dismantle the police. Now the goddamn
they said that. I didn't say that shit. Go ahead.
Now you got to ask the question. So what happens now that your shield of protection is gone? Can't say, well, other races don't do it because you got. I mean, they're a lot worse. I mean, you ain't gonna see the shade room talk like this. You don't see the man up there saying, "Hey, mind you, that's a white man." He said, "Hey, you reap what you sow." I said, "Damn." They ain't talking about no GoFundMe. They ain't talking about like we need to go help her. What about her baby or any of that said shit? They're like, nah.
Yeah, white dude. Part of the problem is this kind of actually crap we deal with has started to seep over to the white sector, and the white dudes are not having it.
They're reorganizing their entire group because of it.
Yeah, they're not having. That's why Richard Reeves wrote a book. I gotta go back through that book, but yeah.
So we're definitely having it where they're analytically breaking down. Then they say, well, God bless. They always make sure they say God bless before they go in. But then they always say, well, did you not say this is what you wanted?
I hate to say it, but the dude got a point though.
They said this is what you wanted. And this is where society is. Like, and again, like Paradox said, we like to pretend America's not violent. We love violence. We're founded on violence.
This country was founded on violence. What do you mean? Okay, let me shut up.
No. That's the thing about it. We're founded on violence. So when y'all play that, let's be equal to man. Well, welcome to the jungle, baby. Get you an axe, get you a sword.
Consequences.
And so
my tires broke. My tires flat, and how's that my problem?
So here we go. And I'm gonna take us to the opposite world soon enough. But I'm going to play this out.
Pouring money into changing our society, such as the victims become basically the bad guys in the scenario and the criminals get all the breaks. Yeah. It's going to take more than that. So I don't even really want to put too much more on her shoulder. She's got a lot of healing to do. Her kids do too. Trauma is going to be spread in that family because they were witnesses. But what about all those people that came before and after her toxic words about people who protect and serve?
Kennedy, that's why I can't stomach what she's saying now, because the reality behind her message is that her life matters more, that her wounds mattered more than the long line of victims and deaths before her. Because all of a sudden, when it's her, then she changes her mind. And we're not talking about something nuanced or complicated. It's actually been quite simple the whole time. People need protection, especially those in vulnerable neighborhoods. And yet that fell on deaf ears.
I feel like she's talking about the black community. I just don't want to say
it. She is.
Yo, I think they mastered the art of subtle jabs that are like, like this is oh man.
The conservatives have been saying this from day one.
But to be perfectly honest with you, BMT, I'm used to Fox News doing this. If they feel, sisters feel bad about it, well, that ain't my problem. They wanted to be equal, right? This is what being equal feels like. Get over it.
But see, I'm looking at. They said about I want to feel bad, but I don't.
Right. I just don't.
I don't. What is
they really can't feel bad. They can't feel bad.
So where are we? So where are we at now with this? And this, I mean, the election's coming up.
Right.
The election. The election is coming up, and I mean, these women are catching these blows now. They out there fighting with the dinosaurs now.
Yep.
The men are being told, hey, put your hand, sit on your hands. Sit on your hands. This is a paradox. AB, this is the I don't want you around. But now when it's time for you on the ground, let's play.
Years to this ideologue for far too long.
Yeah, and it's interesting because she sounds like a very conservative Republican in her latest post. And I'm with Ari. Like, I don't want to see anyone harmed, especially
there we go.
a mom in front of her kids. I can't imagine a more vulnerable position. But to her past self, I want to say, like, you were warned about this. Like, there was a way of having criminal justice reform, getting rid of bad cops, and supporting the good ones who want to keep communities safe. But those good cops have been kneecapped by those awful DAs that you are talking about, and their campaigns have been funded by various Soros organizations. And the mayors who don't have the backbones to stand up to these DAs and create a balance and safety in a civil society. This is what society looks like when it starts to fall apart. And I'm very sad for her that it took this, but there were so many Cassandras in the chorus who were warning, if you defund the police, if you make this blanket statement, this edict, then a very vulnerable part of society will fall apart even faster. And shame on you for not having the rational capacity to have the foresight when you were saying those words in 2020.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Damn.
I keep trying to figure out why the liberals and Democrats and progressives want violence in black spaces. Why do they want black men to kill each other? Like, what is the obsession with that? And you have conservative. You hear what she said, right? Conservative. She says she sounds like a what? A conservative Republican. But the moment anybody black wants to say conservative Republican, everybody on the left, including black men, which is so weird to me, just can't. What's am I missing something? What's the disconnect,
bro? That's gonna be a 4 hour. That's a 4 hour right there. Like,
this is literally the perfect example of what it means to be. Because this is what it looks like in politics. Right. This is what it translates to. I think. I mean, I could be wrong. But...
I mean, because here's the thing about it. They're looking at her resume of what she put out there.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking at it. They're objectively looking at what she put out there, not based on her race, not based on that. Oh, these are your policies that you put out there that you should have known there were vulnerable communities that were going to be afflicted. That's not what we are saying. That's what these caliber of panelists that are analysts. That's their job. They are to analyze that of society and the environment. And they did that. And they're like, well, shit. Well, look at it. Doesn't bother you when it's not you. But now, all of a sudden, these communities, these societies are now being railroaded. They're now being stomped in. These women are being busted down. And that's crazy that it's coming out of the mouth of conservative women that are saying, hey, too late now.
They unleashed. Mm-hmm.
So I don't want y'all to say it's the men.
But my thing is that what's wrong with law? Why have we been conditioned, people on the left, not me, people on the left, to not believe in law and order? Or when you say law and order or protect the borders, what system are they trying to implement here that causes pure chaos? And if we're saying we want law and order, you're going to consider us I don't know, white nationalists or something, because we want order and law in this country.
Because it's been surmised that functionality is a surmise to that of whiteness.
Yeah.
Sally, you speak well. You must try to be a white boy.
Yeah.
You dress with your shirt and stuff tucked in. You must try to be like a white boy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wait, why can't I just want to look nice? Why can't I just articulate myself well? Why can't I not have a certain type of a certain type of mindset of functionality? Like a man saying that, hey, I want to see a functional household of a man and a woman and children that have certain lifestyle of goals and disciplinary values. Well, you must want to be under the white patriarchal system versus that of no, I want that for my own patriarchal system. And you're seeing these conservative women saying they're going in on this other mother. So I want you to understand this. They're going in looking at a mother and a woman saying you said to get rid of these protections. You said that. And now when it happens to you, you want them to come back. Why should you be exempt from the rest? And if that ain't the most cold-blooded truth, because same thing's going on now in our community. It's just that they're on a bigger pole.
But okay, were you bothered when Trump said they're letting over rapists and murderers? Was you disturbed by that, or did that not bother you?
That fucked with me. I was bothered by it. I was like, why are they letting
right.
Why are they letting the monsters?
Why is that okay?
Well, he being inside of incarceration is not going to rehabilitate him. But god damn it, I don't want him out here with me and my family. Why do y'all want him out so bad?
The CBP, FBI, CIA, and Homeland Security, DHS, they know that they're letting rapists and murderers into America. They know it, like literally, and drug dealers, and kingpins, and cartels, and
right now.
Right. So
it's all over the news.
And it's like, oh, so we don't want to. It's racist to vet people to come into our country. I'm just having.
Everything. Come on, Paradox. You know everything's racist to the Democrats now.
Man,
anything you say against them, you're racist.
But it puts so much on being a black man. It puts so much pressure because we have to defend it, and it to other men, which makes it even crazier to me. But you know what I mean? Like we're trying to say. Isn't the natural order of being a man is protection, law, order, structure.
Correct.
And that's coming from the right. The Republicans and everybody on the right is saying this is how you want. If you want to open society, at least let me have a gun. Oh, you can't have it either. I mean, come on. I mean, what are we gonna do then?
I think that's why the balance of this country is so far off. Because it's like you're taking that of the natural order of what men were in their physiological mind doing. Like don't
for hundreds of thousands of years
do that. Whoa! You're part of that evil machine of America, and I'm like, well, damn, how the hell do you think we got to the top? We weren't nice. We weren't no pushovers. If you fuck with us, we push back. We speak softly and swing with a big stick. So I embody that. Like, and the thing about it is, you're never gonna see. I never understood the mentality, fortitude to go out and free my nigga. Like, what is he in jail for? Well, yeah, he did some time, but we hoping he could back home. Say, like, he's not a war hero. He's not a war. Like, what the fuck? Like, that makes it like this guy out there doing a whole deployment or some shit. Like, no, let his ass sit in there. Like, let him stay in there. Like this. That's what I'm saying. Like, now I love it that she's been touched.
Yes.
I love it that she's been touched and
by reality.
By reality, and they're not pulling their punches. They're hitting her accurately and say, why should we? The ones who've been saying this would happen if you allow this to happen, why should we give a fuck? Why should we give a fuck? That's the same. Go ahead.
Now I was going to say, if people who are progressives, I was just trying to understand. I look at the definition of progressive and look at what it is, but how do you tie it to accepting criminality? That's the part that loses me. Like, what is the scam behind making America as violent as possible? Like, what are they going to benefit from that? It has to be a benefit to it.
I don't know.
Like, I think at the state that we're in now.
By the way, progressives don't even want prisons.
Jesus.
You know that, right?
I need to go sit down. I need to sit down with some of them if it can ever happen. And I need to know, like, yo, dude, what's the end game to this? Like, what is the end game? Don't bring up the millionaires. Don't bring up none of the
Right.
Boule 1%. Like, don't bring up none of them. Tell me the guys, the ones that were on our level, what's going to happen to us? Because it's only a problem, just like what these women and this guy is saying. It's only a problem when your ass gets clocked. It's only a problem. So you want those criminals caught because they afflicted you. But see, the countless thousands of other men and women or other communities that have been afflicted, you didn't give a shit. You didn't care. You didn't bat an eye. You didn't say, hey, maybe we need to go reprimand these what we are doing. No. So now it's a problem when your son and daughter watch you get the Mortal Kombat beat down with the bricks. No, fuck that. Enjoy your cake.
And not to sound like a white nationalist, right? But I want to say there were 47 murders, 47 shootings in Chicago last week, or 2 weeks ago, I think, over the weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that's not a state of emergency, if that's not national, which I've been saying this for 30 years now, but there's no National Guard on the corners. There should be tanks. There should be things. It should be locked down and shakedowns.
Trump tried,
but the moment they tried it up in New Jersey, I think in Newark, and people in those communities, I think they had made them leave, or would start begging them to make them leave, even though they was cleaning it up. It was just so aggressive, I guess, that because other towns up there wanted it as well. And people were like, no, it's too aggressive. I don't want to misstate this, but it was like too aggressive. They're checking everybody. This is horrible. You know what I mean? Like what they have to do to make it safe is going to put pressure on the good people there. But that's what you have to deal with, because if the state of New Jersey or the state of New York or whoever doesn't want to give you weapons to protect yourself, this is the outcome. You're going to have the military come in there, or whoever, whatever forces that you need to come in, private military, whoever, to sort of lock those places down. I just don't understand why the left specific. That's why I can't vote. That's why I can't vote over there. As much as I be one of, I can't. It's impossible. They're trying to destroy the country.
I'm looking at it like, as far as it's getting right now, I don't see no way we can't reverse this. There's no way we can reverse this, man. Like it's at this point the best you can. The left got too much sway, yeah. There's no way. Even if we were to get a Republican president, it's too late.
We had one, remember? And he said we want to build a wall to keep those drug dealers, murderers, and thieves and rapists out of our country. And even the Republicans broke rank and started to shake in their boots and start to kind of go against Trump and started setting up organizations to bring him down. And that even boggled my mind, by the way. That even made me rethink the Republican Party. And it's like, clearly, are you guys working with the left? Like, what's going on here? Because even though he's saying it in a way, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Two sides of the same racist bird.
Well,
same coin.
Well, you have it where, like, because other countries don't mind, like, to save their self, they'll keep whatever force out. Like, I remember when they thought hip hop was coming to China shut that down immediately. They were like, "What the fuck?" Like, hold on, what? Like, if y'all don't think other countries don't shut down their borders immediately to save whatever self protection they got to, I don't see a problem.
Because it's a mind virus. They know they have to cut it off.
So, this societal virus or mindset that is here, right? Now all of a sudden, the high profiles are now being touched now because the police are told, "Hey, don't get involved." But now he's saying, "I would like for these 4 youth to be locked up." Now that's not what you were saying before when it wasn't you. You're saying let freedom, let them out.
Oh yeah,
let freedom. Just make it
let them shoplift.
Federalize open carry, and then if you want a laissez-faire liberal society, let's do it.
Yeah, here's my
open carry then.
Here's my favorite. Let them shoplift. Now they wonder why all the businesses want to leave their towns.
They've already left. You know that, right? They're leaving. Seattle, Portland, Chicago, LA, San Francisco. It's a whole list they got out of Walmarts and Targets closing. I mean, just a whole list of companies that have been closing down because the what do you call it? The not the attrition. What do they call it? The shrink is out of control.
They can't like it's
can't maintain business.
The insurance deficit cannot cover the amount of losses. Like you won't have a food desert anymore. I want you to understand that, Black community. I know y'all think it's funny to run inside of a Walmart and just gut it out and just run and take all of that, run a shopper cart back to your car, to your house. But when that store is gone, what will you have? Now, I understand. I'm starting to see people who are coming from the West Coast over here to the East, to the Carolina, and we have a South Carolina tax. If you're out of state and you're trying to move here, they tax you. And so they pretty much they mark you knowing that you're out of state. So you're seeking asylum from your state over here. Now that's interesting that these are happening now, but you're killing off your states. And let's continue on. But I want y'all to see the mindset of how these women are looking at it. Because see, women know. Women know. If y'all think, oh no, women understand that. They knew that. Damn, the fuck y'all are doing. What's our protection? So let's get back there to it.
And she went on to say, Cheryl, these men knew what they were doing. I have no doubt they have done this before, yet they are still on our streets, killing mothers, giving babies psychological trauma that a lifetime of therapy cannot erase, with no hesitation and no remorse.
That's crazy. I got to replay that. Notice how she's telling these men know what they're doing to mothers. It's the straight face for me that this woman, who's probably not too far from the same diaspora from her, is saying this. Like, sometimes you gotta let the other brand of women just talk. Just let them have it. Like,
these men knew what they were doing. I have no doubt they have done this before, yet they are still on our streets, killing mothers, giving babies psychological trauma that a lifetime of therapy cannot erase, with no hesitation and no remorse. I'm now part of the statistic. I wasn't silent when I fought these men to save my life and my babies, and I won't be silent now. We need to get illegal guns off of our streets, catch these young people who are running wild, creating chaos, and hold them in custody and prosecute them, period.
It's horrible what happened to her. But it's happened to other people here in this city in particular. And it's one thing to say defund the police until you need the police. Okay. And we've seen that play out many times over and over here in New York City. In particular, Mayor Adams is finally coming around to the fact that, he was always protecting the police as best he could. But now, people in the Bronx, the Queens, parts of the Upper West Side that are suffering under the crime. And
why are they calling out black areas?
Is that my favorite cunt?
Paradox. Amy, did y'all make the skit?
No.
This must be like some Trump.
Is that Ian?
This must be a Trump commercial.
Is that Ann?
Rotating door of criminals in and out, which is what she's talking about now. She's saying we need to get these people need to be arrested and put in jail, not arrested and let out of jail in 20 minutes. So progressive policies sound good on a sign. They look good maybe on a website. But when reality sets in, as we have seen in the streets of New York, and remember George Floyd, those protests, that was 2020. This is 2023, and a lot has changed.
She sounds so much in that last quote like the old Joe Biden when he talked about super predators. And remember, you're not allowed to talk about that anymore. Unless you're a victim of a crime, and then you know it's the fact.
There's too many shots being fired on.
Yeah, they bring it. I gotta keep. This is great. I got to keep this, man. I got to keep this. They unleashing. I'm starting. They making me emotional now. I'm starting. Like, man, you hit
the being fired on this panel, man.
He hit the George Floyd, super predators, Joe Biden. I'm like, boy.
God damn, like, were they saving this? Like, what?
Yeah, they've been waiting, bro. They've been waiting.
Goddamn Bricksgate.
2023, and a lot has
They had 3
changed.
years, man. So y'all had 3 years.
You know, she sounds so much in that last quote like the old Joe Biden when he talked about super predators. Remember, you're not allowed to talk about that anymore unless you're a victim of a crime, and then you know it's the facts.
Wow, and you've got this Democratic mayor here talking against the White House talking points as well.
Hey, everyone. I'm
Man, oh man. So now we're gonna
speaking of politics,
I'm gonna take y'all over down there to the A-Meet Church. Take y'all on down there, so that way y'all get to hear. Y'all need to hear what goes on and what the blacks are saying. Because you know, we got to hear what Fox News, how they get down and how they feel. We got to hear how they feel. Don't feel so bad.
Olson, we're talking about is recovering after she says a man hit her in the head, in the face with a brick. Welcome and thank you for joining us for the second half hour of The Factor Uncensored. A lot of hot topics to get to tonight. We begin with a rejection that took a dangerous turn. A Houston woman is recovering after she says a man hit her in the head, in the face with a brick. Robichaud says he attacked her after she refused to give him her cell phone number, all while a crowd of men stood there watching.
What have I ever done to anybody in my life to deserve this? Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no, and he picked up a brick in front of so many men and was like, what are you gonna do? And I told all these men, like, yo, why this man got a brick on my face?
According to her social media, this happened over the weekend. We reached out to HPD for some information and have yet to hear back. Joining us now to talk about it, public relations specialist Bridget Holden, Latoya.
Now I want you to understand they got their panel of women. This is their panel. You got their man. You got their 3 women.
You mean their punching bag? Oh, I'm just kidding.
And so this is the black version of Outnumbered. This is the black version. This is probably where the manosphere or whatever spaces. This is where they will go. So let's continue on.
Maria Lemon, along with pastor and journalist Dr. Ruth Olson. Glad they all have you here on the fact. Journalist Dr. Ruth Olson. Glad they all have you here on the Factor. When you guys see this, and number one, she's saying there were a group of men standing around, probably on their damn cell phones, looking to get the shot instead of trying to protect a woman. Your thoughts on this?
Now, I'm very perplexed by that, because he went straight after just going after the men.
Right. Before the ladies even open their mouths. Gynocracy for you.
Now, they're playing her social media in the background, but they're throwing it at the men.
Oh, they're not playing the videos they need to be playing, but let's continue.
See, that's the thing about it. There's a difference of strategy, because one group, the other group, had no problem picking apart her social media. This group right here is saying, why were y'all on social media? Why were y'all recording your cell phones? Let's continue on.
I feel like black women are not being protected these days. I mean, but then I don't know if you watch social media, but then there are a lot of women on here who are saying, well, I don't need a man and I don't need this and I don't need that. So we kind of have to take accountability. If we're out here saying that, then are the men going to protect us? But that chivalry is, I guess, is dead.
Dead. Yeah. And buried. Latoya, your thoughts about this?
Hold up. We did. Yeah, but he's, isn't that weird? They're saying it like they didn't kill it.
Listen,
they're saying it like they didn't set up the system that they want, that they did it.
I wanted you to catch that, because I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it from
Jesus.
I mean, Fox News brought up, hey, y'all did say dismantle, and you also said this, but I like you said, the black man.
The hubris, bro, is off the Richter scale.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's a difference.
Let the church
hubris,
say
bro.
amen. Let the church say amen. I know I'm just playing, but still.
Let's just go ahead. Let's keep it rolling.
Hitting her with a brick because she refused to give their number if all the facts are correct.
Absolutely. So I understand rejection is hard, right? But my real issue here, of course, I don't condone any violence and I don't like it. But the men that stood around and watched, people are no longer getting any type of help in situations that they need help in. People are not being decent. People are making everything a joke, everything a moment to go viral. And this could have been, this is this lady's health. You know, this could have went even worse, and she could still be in the hospital with severe damages.
Didn't tell her to go
To
live.
see that nobody helped her, I mean, that's heartbreaking completely.
And of course, Dr. Olison, we're talking about a new generation that's not used to rejection, not playing the old school rule games where you just keep trying, and then you have people who, if they see someone who's in trouble, they think videotaping it is their response to helping them out, and that's not the case.
Yeah, they're all of a sudden citizen journalists instead of helping. I want to just express so much compassion for this young lady. And I also want to express a lot of concern for where we are. If people can stand around and watch that, we do have to get involved. She asked a question in that. She said, what did I ever do to deserve this? Nothing. You didn't do anything to deserve that. So we want to put that out there. And also, let's make an appeal that let's help people.
Right.
We've got to get back involved. That's who we are. A lot of the social media has separated us, and a lot of us think, well, it's just me. It's all about me. It's you going viral. It's not about other people, and we need relationships. We need
relationships.
One thing for sure, she made the right decision in not giving him her phone number.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And still here on The Factor, another viral video moment to talk about several employees at a jewelry store in California could be seen on video.
So,
bullshit.
You see your take of how they spoke on, the men could have done better. Y'all could have done better. Y'all need to know when to protect a woman at all costs.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really feel like it's night or day when that Fox News panel. I mean, man, mind you, that woman got busted upside her head too, and she got a broken leg, and she got beat in front of her kids. They didn't hold back on her. They were like, hey, you did kind of warrant, that ass whooping. That shit was gonna come. This one, we don't even know if it's real. I didn't hear any of them say GoFundMe. I didn't hear none of them say, hey, let's, they only said, well, we'll just let her heal. She has
B.M.T is actually even deeper than that. Not only is she on camera dogging black men, she's on camera saying black women got everything they know from trans women. Excuse me, Transformers.
Listen, man. I'm trying to tell y'all that women honestly I think women are afraid to speak on this because they sense that there's some bullshit involved in this.
Well, don't black women in general say that they're not protected anyway?
Yes.
Isn't that the rhetoric that's been out there for however long?
Yes.
30 years, however long it's been. Okay.
And they're protected.
Okay.
And they're protected.
But they don't want the protection, but right. Yeah, make it make sense.
They're not protected. Now, now it's interesting because in looking at this, that you're having it whereas to the men that man is going in on the men saying they with their damn cell phones and that chivalry is dead.
Yeah. But y'all killed it.
But you had it where the other group of women are saying, hey, y'all can't say that y'all didn't know that this wasn't going to happen. Now, how did that? The women on the Fox News panel said, no. You put this on social media. You said this about society. You should have understood there's going to be consequences. You had it where you go over to the other side, right? The other panelists don't want to hold that same level of accountability. And that's scary. I'm not making it about a race thing because you had a black woman on that last panel and she was still like, hey, that's crazy that they broke her leg bone. That's pretty scary.
Yeah.
I think one of the ploys might be that the left is trying to figure out how to introduce some kind of police state. Like they're up to something, man. Because even women on the right, rich or poor doesn't really matter. They believe in fight. They believe in self defense. A lot of them learn to shoot guns. A lot of them get with men to learn how to do certain things. I don't know if you guys follow a lot of the stuff on the right, but you can see them engaging, understanding protection, understanding self-reliance, independence, even though they understand that in general they understand that men need to protect, right? They also take the initiative, in my opinion, from the stuff that I watch. Some of them take the initiative to also be pro-gun, and looking at things like that and understanding things like that, and they have a mindset around kind of like a rugged America. And then on the left, it's like they want to be. I don't. It's fantasy. I can't even articulate it. And then I was thinking, do they want them people thinking like that to figure out a way to introduce some kind of police state, some kind of infrastructure, some kind of something, where you can kind of live in this fantasy world, and then we're just going to put an armed force around you. Like I said, I haven't had a full thought on it, but it just seems like they're trying to do something because Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and all these people don't want prisons. They don't want you to have weapons. They don't want any police around. I'm like, how does that work? What are you ultimately trying to get to? What is the end goal?
End game, yeah.
End game, yeah. And is it a max police force and socialism on top of it?
Like,
but I know it's hard to see it. I can't. My mind is having a hard time trying to see it. Of course.
Well, see, one of the things about it, I ask is that what are we allowed to protect now?
Right.
What? Mm-hmm. And I'm asking that seriously. Like, that's not a diss, but what am I allowed to protect? Who should I protect? But I have to be. I gotta be very picky. Y'all ain't black men don't protect black women. Well, which black women are you talking about? Like, which
But the left will tell you you're stupid, you're ignorant, you're not intelligent if you say, I want to protect my property. Remember the kid, the white boy in with Nosha? When they were saying, I'm here to protect property. I'm here to protect my own house, right? My own land and my family. So that's the whole point of me using a weapon. The left will say, take the gun. You don't need the weapon, call the cops. But then you say, don't fund the cops. I don't, like I told you, my mind can't, you know what I mean? It's like it puts me on a fritz almost. Because you don't want a police force, but then you don't want me to protect myself. I don't even know how to handle that information at the same time. And you have people constantly voting for these people. Black people constantly voting for these people.
I worry about, as sensitive as black people are, right? As sensitive as black people are, and I'm just gonna show y'all this clip. I'm gonna show y'all this clip. I had to go find something. The woman that was hit by a brick, but I honestly don't know how to protect these people or certain people. Like, when you're going,
if you would have touched her, she would have said you raped her, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you tried to help her, don't touch me. Well, sweetheart, I'm trying. You see what? It's tricky, man. When
I'll give you a better example. I was taking a lift the other day, and I can hear this this lady's brakes grinding. So when I got to my destination, when I got the car, I said, "Man, you might need to get your brakes checked." She responded to me with, "I know, I don't need you to tell me." I was like, "I'm out." I'm like, you know what? I'm out.
You know what? I had the same thing happen more than once when it came to tires. For some reason, they don't ever look at their tires. And they be bald. If y'all ever, whoever listening, if you you'll see a
They be
pattern.
riding on bald tires, bro.
They ride. I mean, it's creepy. And I said it a few times, and I was like, I'm not trying to holler at you. Look, I'm just letting, hey, some good, some bad. I just leave it alone at this point, though.
I saw a woman riding into the parking lot, and you can usually hear the bad tire, like, and I'm like, hey, excuse me, sir, man, I'm just trying to tell you something. I gotta go. I'm like, well, I'm just trying to let you know your tire. What do you want? Your tire. You know what? Fuck it. I wasn't disrespectful. I wasn't being an asshole.
Yeah.
I didn't have to say shit. Honestly, it's not my fucking job. So your tire with a blowout and you get stuck on 26 or 95, that ain't my problem. But there's this type of media type of thing. Well, I mean, like, you're right. You don't got to be the best at checking tires. But usually when you go outside, I call it the finger test. You take your fingers and you'll know about the severity of your tires by putting them into the tread. You put them into the tread, and your fingernail will tell you. Like, hey, like, okay. Also, you gotta sometimes. I used to tell people, turn off your music. Listen to your tires. Your tires. Sometimes when you're driving, now they already have it where they got a system so that way your car doesn't drift left, because that's the side you're on, so you don't drift into oncoming traffic. But if you take your hand off the wheel and you go quickly off,
right, your tires.
You got to go get your alignment done immediately. Like there's a lot of stuff, the squealing, all the stuff. Now, but see, these are things that are not that when you start trying to talk to people, say, "Yo, I don't know how to protect you from your own self," and trying to shame men to say y'all need to go back. Well, you done shamed them out of being
for protecting you at all.
But if I got to protect you, then I got to tell you and direct you. And that's a problem that so many people, like, again, that's what those women on that panel said. Listen, did y'all not know that this was not going to happen to certain societies in New York, Queens, and goddamn Long Island? Like, they were calling out, those are Pacific minority-based spaces. And now that they're the way they are, and I'm showing you that, granted, they're looking at it like, well, now that these are happening, what do you want us to do? How can now that women are being busted upside the head, now that the criminals know that they're going to get away or get out with no kind of penance of having to atone, it's scary. You shoot the bad guy, you go to jail. So, I mean, honestly, at this point, if y'all ever seen the movie Judge Dredd or any of them movies with them super cops, at this point, I'm telling y'all, man, because I've done security. Police don't even like to come to calls anymore. That's something paradox. We gotta hit on sometime this weekend. We gotta hit on that, bro. Like, did the left finally kill off masculinity? And I know a lot of people piss off when we say that, but did you really, like, having law enforcement? That was one of your beacons of masculinity.
You got it.
Like, I don't. So you can't say, like, hey, you don't push for a police state. And what we mean by police state, I'm talking about the Judge Dredd, the I Am the Law.
If you want a utopian society, which is what Democrats and leftists and progressives want, what they do is what you just said. They will create a bubble system and put a certain class of humans within that world, and everything else is what it is, right? The Badlands. So they will have their so-called Elysium, their perfect world, and everybody else, not white, everybody else will be fending for themselves. And then we're playing right into that to get them to where they're trying to get to. The people who support the left, when I say that. That's my theory on that.
Well, I'm looking. That's what I'm saying, man. Like,
because I'm gonna tell you, having a free society, and I know the race part is critical, but having outside of the race part, having a free society, a society where you can be you, right? You can have your own freedoms, your own liberties, etc. It comes with a cost when you do that. And they're trying to manipulate something to where they want us to depend on the system, obviously for control. And other countries have a lot of that, right? And there's a benefit to certain groups of people when you have that. The point of our country, I thought, was to be the opposite of that. That's why it's weird to me that even our Democrat Republican politics is even structured the way it is, where we're constantly being pulled into this European type system. And it seemed like a lot of Black people, male and female, they seem to want it that way. It's mind-boggling, bro.
I get what you're saying, Shannon. That's what they want. They want you to admit men are violent. You're falling for
everybody's violent.
Well, see,
humans are violent.
Well, the thing about it is, I'm not going to deny that of nature.
Right.
I'm not going to deny that of nature. And the proponent is this. Y'all make it seem like, listen, man, we didn't walk in and say, hey, can we have America? Can we build nice things? I'm not. I like to try to tell people, man, like, I'm not a good guy. I'm just that guy for the job. Like, you fuck with me the wrong way, you're gonna find out. Like, you gotta understand this. We pride ourselves.
We still got Guantanamo Bay, don't we?
When were we gonna ever get rid of that?
We still got black sites, right? I mean, what are we talking about here?
Like,
right. This is what we do.
Listen, like,
where you think you at?
You can't stay at the top of the food chain as the apex predator if you're not willing to kill for it.
That's a great concept. America is an apex predator. That's a great way to position it.
Bro, that's why I mean you rock so like you can't stay at the top of the food chain if you're not willing to kill. I'm sorry. And if y'all don't think we're not ready to shed blood, all this peace and harmony and kumbaya shit, I'm gonna tell you right now, you don't get to the top by being a punk. You gotta fight and beat and stomp and put the fear of goddamn the blue-eyed Aryan white Jesus in them and say, hey, listen, I will nuke the fuck out of you if you cross me. All right, America, calm down. All right, just let y'all know. We're not the world police, but we want to be. We're the world police, but we keep eyes on everybody. In other words, we're tyrannical by default. I want to know what my enemies are doing and what my friends are doing.
Mm-hmm. Everybody. You saw those WikiLeaks. We spied on everybody. you saw Julian.
We're not friends with people because we want to be friends with them. We're friends with them because I want to know what the fuck they're doing. I want to know what hey, why
can't trust them.
Why are you building that flying car? Hey, where did you get that new fabric? Can we get it? Like, y'all listen. So when I hear the leftists say, hey, we need to get rid of, listen, the only reason why America has never really been invaded is because of our ideology. They know that the ideology, they think that almost every American has a gun under their pillow.
Yep.
They think that, I kid you, go talk to him. They think America, why do you think, and this is a scary thing, a lot of immigrants like to participate in our American democracy of how we think.
Mm-hmm.
The money, the gun, the capitalism, the consumer base.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all listen, they left me trying to say that they're anti. No, then they go harder to try to. No, hell no. Listen, I like it in America. Yippee-ki-yay.
You see Vivek Ramaswamy.
Shit.
He want to go back to 1776. I mean, he'll be in chains, of course, but still, he still want to go back there.
That motherfucker want to ride on horses and goddamn.
I wanted to see a parody of like the founding fathers coming, because he was like, well, if the founding fathers was here today, they would be so upset. I said, yeah, because why are these niggas out here not in chains? You know, it's just a joke, but I would love to see like a parody.
You're right,
a
Kurt.
parody
So
movie.
they would literally be asking, why isn't Vivek on that damn field picking cotton?
See now, and I get what you're saying, Shannon. That's why I'm glad you're here. For every country, like, you gotta have some type of domestication of your people. Yeah. And I know y'all don't like hearing that, but you have to, or they'll get out of line. Things will get out of line. Like when shit, like, understand.
I don't want to be Asian, bro. I don't want. Have you ever seen an Asian man? Pick a country. It doesn't matter. People do not understand that that's what they want us to be. If you just go and study Asian culture and look at the Asians that come here and look at Asians, look at how just the regular man, look at how meek they are. Who wants to? That's why when they come here, they turn up. They're slowly integrating and like, oh my God, I can just say what I want. I can just
do what I want.
Be what I want. I can just I can express the testosterone. Yeah. Like, why are they trying to destroy that? I don't understand.
I think the thing about it is, like, listen, man, you're looking at these places that they took off all the safety levy valves. Like, y'all heard what the women said. Listen, you can't be surprised that these things are happening the way they're happening. Y'all asked for this. Y'all said dismantle the police. Y'all said we don't want men to be doing it. Y'all said that the patriarchy of this toxic 17, we need to get rid of all of that stuff. We don't need men in the home. That was said on national political levels. That was told to young boys, to older men, to middle-aged working class men. You're not needed. Now that all of a sudden you're getting hit by bricks and catching blows, now you want the men to somehow turn back the clock when they've been more effeminized. Literally, the military rate, I think they already put it out there. 77% of the youth are not fit to join the military anymore because of their health.
I heard the general say it. Yeah, I heard one of the generals talk about this.
77. Bro, please, if I got to go bring some of the paperwork, 77% of the youth is not fit mentally, physically, and psychologically to even join the service. Motherfucker, if we don't got a military, we're fucked.
It's it. It's over. Yep, it's over. The party's over.
You don't even got to be the greatest military to beat us now.
And I'm gonna tell you something.
It's a good idea to take sports out of schools, right?
Yep. No competition.
You took out the one driven purpose that built their foundation of men. To understand there's always going to be a hierarchy. There's always going to be a hierarchy. The fact that you get rid of that's crazy.
You know what's deeper than that?
Go ahead.
The blood has already been shed, brother. You can't come back. See, what these idiots on the left don't understand is the blood. You military, y'all. This is what y'all do. The blood has been shed. It's all about get back. You cannot put the genie back in the bottle. We've been spilling blood on these lands for 600 years in the Americas, right? Roughly. And Europe has been spilling blood for 1,500 plus years, bro. It has never stopped. It's all about get back. The moment we dismantle this military, like you said, it's get back time, right? Japan arms, Germany arms, all over the world arms. I mean, everybody. They would dismantle this country, bro, and enslave us. To be honest with you, and that is not hyperbole. That is what's going to happen. The world is in check for that because of that American Navy. Period. we shed blood. It ain't no just riding around, just floating around in the ocean. Just, hey, how you doing? Our Navy put in work, right? Am I wrong about this?
They see them cannons.
Our what are they called? I follow all this military stuff. What's my people called? Green Berets.
The Green Berets.
Green Beret dude told the Navy SEAL dude, he was like, look, y'all are cool, y'all do what y'all do, but this is what we do. You can take 15 of us, drop us into the jungle, right? And within 6 months, it'll be a new government in charge. That's what we do for a living. I was like, damn.
The Green Beret.
Like, damn.
The Green Beret is the most scary singular force on the earth, because their sole purpose is just to destroy and dismantle your government. That is all those men that you will never see their face, but the world knows who they are.
They don't play, bro.
You drop them off wherever country that they touch. That is literally the horsemen. They
in other words, they're the killmongers of the United States.
Like literally, every government knows who they are. Like, you don't know when they're coming, you don't know what they're doing. They can speak. That's why I said, like, can we get women in the search? No, you can't.
No, you can't.
When they
pull Saddam out that hole, brother, I have images that never will leave me. When I saw Saddam's two kids, Abdul and I forget their names now, laying on that slab, on those two metal steel slabs, that's a message, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had his kids on a slab, and then pulled this man out the hole by his head, and then hung him. And then, I know y'all follow all the military stuff. If you listen to the interviews of our fighter jet commanders, they was joy to put missiles inside of his giant yachts and to blow up his building. Like joy was in it. We have to understand that that's who we are, apex predator. We have put the work in. You don't come back from that. There is no, okay, we're gonna just disarm everything and everything's gonna be hunky dory. No. We have the whole world is our enemy, in my opinion. I'm not. That's just my position. The whole world is our enemy. It's not gonna change. It's not changed. We can't go back.
That's why I don't.
And we pay off a lot of governments too, by the way.
See, and that's the thing. That's the thing about it, where I don't. That's why it confused me about people talking about us going to where bullies, and I'm like, if you're at the top, then what are you? You're not going to be nice. You're gonna.
That's not a bully, by the way. We're not bullies.
What you're not. We go around, but see, that's what they call us. But I'm like,
no, we're monsters.
We're
warmongers. We're not bullies.
Every government or every power that was at the top did it not by talking; they did it by force. When you saw that Roman flag over yonder, they weren't coming. They were like, "Listen, you kill off your leader, you throw its heads in front of us, and then we're going to come in and we're going to sack you. But after that, we'll rebuild it, but it's going to belong to Rome." They weren't asking you. They just told you what they were going to do. When the Gauls were coming, they were telling you, like, listen, we're going to kill off all your men. We're going to reestablish. Like, you're going to have to give me a powerhouse that did it the nice way. But there's no such thing as that. Now,
that's you know what it is, like words like bully and nice, it's common people's language. People have to study military science and try to understand what it all means. They try, they try to bring it down to like the school bullying stuff. That's why that word trying to trigger me a little bit. It's like they try to bring it down to that. And that's not what this is. This is empire stuff. This is big boy stuff. And the thing is that as bloody as it is, that's the reality of being on this planet, though. It's not. We're not going to utopia. It does not exist. It's a left wing fantasy.
Like you gotta y'all gotta understand. This is why I said, like, those levees, I know they weren't perfect, but they kept the monsters in our country in check. And though we had things that we need to work on, you done killed off your beast. You didn't do it with a gun. You killed it off slowly. You defanged the beast and you starved him out. See, the beast needs new new blood. Your youth are not built to compete, not built for trajectory of dominance. They don't want to dominate. They want to be validated. And that's scary because the old mindset or the old guard didn't give a fuck about validation. They just said, I'm going to dominate you and you're going to just accept it. So that's why we prided ourselves on when y'all see them old videos of the Americans running around with the flag and showboat and say, yeah, look at me. Like, and they show them flying around the fighter jets and all that shit. Oh my God. Like, no, they did that to showcase force. It was a showcase of force. Now you have it where, hey, all those bad guns out there, we got to get rid of them. We don't need none of you civilians to do this. We don't want y'all to do that. Now, we're here now. Your working class is about disseminated. Your protection force of enforcement has been already discombobulated and already been beaten into fear. And you've been told if you speak out against it, you're a problem and a threat. You're anti-black. You are anti-American if you want certain things that are coming to your country and changing it. I don't think we should be doing that. So now here we are. I'm telling y'all right now. That's why I said earlier. I think like last week or the week before last. I said I don't know how long we're going to be the apex anymore. But it's no secret. The other animals in the safari can tell the American apex predator is about weak. He can't fight. He can only fight but so long.
Yep, it's called the BRICS.
So now BRICS-gate is happening, right?
And I'm not talking about BRICS-gate, of course. I'm talking about
no, right. And
the other BRICS.
What is the irony? It's called BRICS. That is the irony. It's called BRICS.
That is funny though.
and the thing about it is, Russia and China and other countries are doing what? They're forming an alliance without America.
Yep.
We can't beat the beast together. We can't beat them alone. But enough velociraptors can take down that Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yep.
We can beat him. Y'all seen Jurassic Park? One of them could not beat them. When they got 15 of them motherfuckers, you see, America already understand that, oh shit. I don't got nothing to put them in fear. I don't got nobody to, like Paradox said, who the fuck is driving those goddamn y'all know the Triton is one of the most destructive weapons we have in the world. It literally is a floating base with nuclear capability. We barely have enough manpower to goddamn drive them things around. They have to stay out there to sea. They can only switch out and refuel and go right back out there. But if the men that are on them are getting old and getting tired, and you have no fresh blood, who the fuck is keeping what bumps in the night at bay? Hey, America, look like you don't got enough young soldiers coming out there. Biden, what's going on with your policies? We're doing all right. We're doing all right, Putin. Y'all see, they're not jumping on Russia no more. Like, what happened to all that Russia talking shit? Putin already understood.
Yeah, I have noticed that they're really starting to tamp down the Ukraine.
Y'all noticed that? Where's all them people jumping on Putin now? Putin already understood. I knew y'all can't go the distance with me. I'm gonna still do what the fuck I want to do with Ukraine, and when I'm done, I'll deal with you next. And see, that's a reality that y'all need to understand. Putin said, I don't gotta fight you. I don't gotta fight you straight up. I just gotta go talk to the other people who don't like you. I just gotta talk to the other people. And the scary thing about it is what's going on right now, because we so corroded that of the inner patriarchal system. I've never seen a competitive matriarchal system in the world. Unless y'all can find it in history, show me a competitive matriarchal system today. that is competing against the world powers. I'll wait. And I can tell you right now, feminism ain't in those goddamn areas. It's not in those areas. Like I said, y'all could say, oh, BMT, Paradox, AB, y'all are just thrashing on a woman. But see, those women on that Fox News panel, they looked at the reality of where we are right now, and they said, "Why should we do it?" I gotta make sure
we're gonna lose everything if we don't. We're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose everything.
Let me make sure
People don't understand. It's a very fine line. What you're talking about, it's a very fine line.
Yes, sir. I'm about to jump off BMT. I'll catch you later.
All right, yeah, I'm putting that in the back chat. Paradox. I know you enjoyed that video.
Yes, you can look on Fox News channel. I found it.
Yeah. Literally, like I said, y'all go ahead and man, I want to DC saw that goddamn type of the way they were just talking. But I know you listen. There was just so much in that one video. There was just so much in there.
It's the first strike, really. The big one too.
It's not going to matter. It's at this point we're going to have to just weather through that storm. And I know y'all don't like to hear that, but we are going to have to weather through that storm. You're not going to truly appreciate something until you're beat into submission. And then you'll actually see we have to start creating stronger men and women.
And we cannot let the left use us, bro. That's the most disturbing part of it.
I told them I don't mind having a conversation, but I gotta.
But they're using race and they're using us and they're using our history against us to keep us suppressed in a way to where they can sort of run their game that they're running. And I hate it because it makes it hard to talk to other people about it.
It does. But look how that woman said, y'all had 3 years since George Floyd. She said that number specifically. Since 2020, y'all have had 3 years. Where are we now? That's all you gotta say. All you gotta say is y'all have 3 years. Where are we now? If y'all can't, we have 3 years. Has the trajectory of our state of affairs gotten any better?
More crime than ever.
3 years. I mean, honestly, you could say, well, Biden did what he said to do. Well, shit, what was his agenda? Your infrastructure for men, for men or functionality of the system is about dead. And y'all can say, well, Trump. Nah, buddy. Trump ain't got shit to do with this one.
But that's the sacrifice. But that like I was telling them on other streams is that's the sacrifice that I'm taking. I will take whatever sacrifice we need to take to save this country. I don't care how messed up it is and how you want to look at it and what the history is. Because if you go to another country, in my opinion, if you go to some of these other countries, you don't want that either, though. I'd rather sit here and fight, and I'd rather sit in this country and fight against white people and fight all of the racist stuff and go back and forth and call them out and talk about our history and try to make things better for us. But I want it within the frame of what it is now, right? Well, not even this stuff, but historically, right? Maybe some years back before it's gotten this far out of control. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to fight in this system, though. I don't want this whole thing to go away, which is what it's doing, right? To go away, and now we're in the Badlands fighting the same thing. It's like I want to keep what I have.
It is definitely something that, like, literally, and this is something that, and I'm probably going to have to talk about this later, man. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, and part of me, and I said this to, I say, right now, it sucks I have a family. because I don't have no way to protect them from what's going to happen. And honestly, like, y'all, no one can foresee what's going to happen. Y'all could keep on trying to pander and say, well, it's not as bad as you think it is.
It's way worse.
But
it's
honestly,
serious, bro.
I mean, shit.
If you study geopolitics, people need to really get into military science and geopolitics and get away from domestic American conversations and trying to force us into these different low-level categories of, you know what I'm saying, of left and right, just kind of the general stuff. It's some big things that are going on that's kind of above this stuff.
Like
because me and you say something, it's like, oh, you support Trump now? Okay, so what? I mean, what's the point? Like, at the end of the day, I'm trying to save the country.
Listen, bro. I'm trying to listen, bro. At this point right now, man, like, there's a thing. And my brother used to ride on the sub. He was a sonar tech, and he said to say the sub, even if there are certain men on that side of the compartment, you would seal it off. Yes, those men will die. Yes, you will lose your friends or your comrades. But guess what? We can still save the sub. We can still make it back to the surface. But if we're at the rate that we're going right now, the sub is sinking. And we got to understand, we're going to have to start shutting off certain compartments. And we're going to have to start suffocating and letting some people go. Now, some people don't like hearing that. But then when you start asking about, hey, like, what do we have that we're trying to save? What is it that? Well, we're fighting white supremacy. Well, shit. Well, not anymore. You got everything else here now. Shit. Back then it was a lot easier. At least I knew.
Now you speaking Russian.
Shit, I don't even know who I'm fighting now. Like, fuck.
now you in a Russian. You in a new Russian. What do they call those schools they got in China for the Uyghurs? A rehabilitate, whatever they call it.
They rehabilitate your mind and shit.
Yeah, they reprogram you, whatever they call it. We'll be doing that under a different flag. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. A part of me, we go so hard against white people in the history and how we're treated. We're going so hard against it. We're gonna lose the bigger picture in that, because and I'm gonna say, some of us, I think, want to be conquered by other nations. See, that's the other thing you have to ask. A lot of people aren't pro-America. A lot of black people aren't pro-America on these streams. And they might be communists. They might be pro-Russia or whatever. Maybe they want this whole thing to come to an end because they're so sick of hearing us fight against white people. Then why not just get rid of the whole thing and let somebody, you know what I mean? Like, let's just destroy the monetary system, destroy the military system, and just shrink back down. I'm like, you don't want that. You want to keep what we have and just fight within the frame of the system. And like you said, a lot of people on the right, that's what they're really trying to say. But it's so difficult to find the language because the race stuff gets so convoluted and everybody's so emotional about it. It runs people to the left and say, yeah, take care of me, daddy, protect me, mommy, give us everything that we need. And we don't need to fight. We don't need to have competition. All the kids in school can be first place, and we can you can just go through the whole process of how they're, like you were saying, they're slowly removing the masculinity. Well, they've been doing it forever, of course, but you know what I mean, just draining it out. And people don't realize that that's a consequence. And you just said it. It's directly linked to the military, and they know it, by the way.
I think at this point, you won't have to hit Order 66 because there'll be nothing to shoot at. And the problem is, because right now, I had a clip from DC. It's in DC, not the content creator, where the blacks are crying and begging for the National Guard to take over their area. And I said, that's crazy. At one point, the left had it to telling y'all to get them out of there. Y'all didn't want the man there. You didn't want the system there. Now you're begging for them to run and control your environment. That is a scary feeling. I want you to understand, because being somebody, I worked in the National Guard. When you do know, when we take over, we don't listen to civilians. Y'all do know we don't. This is not no fucking Godzilla movie where we're
You
talking.
guys are a hammer, not a surgical knife.
Yeah, there is no talking. Like when I say you will be inside at 7:00 p.m., I'm not asking you to go inside. If I catch you outside, I'm locking you up. That is when you're in a deep state. When I say curfew is curfew. When I say do you have a pass to go past this control point, and you don't got it, I lock you up. When I say, hey, I think you're a criminal, show me your ID papers. Oh, I've never heard of that. What are you talking about? That's always been in. That's y'all. Do y'all not know we run drills? We run drills for these types of things. The governor's always had those buttons to hit them. We just didn't have a reason to. Not yet. I was part of C Smurf tactical team. Look it up. Look up what C Smurf is. Look up what C Smurf. If y'all want to know just how deep down the rabbit hole B.M.T really was, I was part of a tactical team that in case the state would ever go off the rail, I get a call on my government phone. Oh shit. Let me go to my trunk, take my shit out, Paradox. Take off whatever ring or whatever shit I got. I got you. I got you, Max. I got you. Let me shut up. Let me shut up. I'm just letting y'all know I'm not what y'all think I am. And Paradox is smiling, but he's like, yes, this is the talk I wanted to have. But y'all will understand, y'all will understand what true iron. Listen, there's a reason why Mother Russia, why Putin. You remember that shit with they tried to crash the Russian ruble, and Putin didn't even flinch. He was like, "Go ahead, try. Try it." Business conducted as usual in Russia. Ain't nobody rioted. Ain't nobody tore up shit. Ain't nobody shit. It was almost like everybody was freaking out. Oh my God, they must be in a state of fear. They're crazy.
They built different.
Russia just built different, baby.
Yeah, Russian people are built different. They had a lot of war, man. They built very different.
They were still going to work.
Yeah. And like you said, America wants to try to, like you said, they keep wanting to paint this. It bothers me. They want to keep painting that Mary Poppins picture or that Mary Tyler Moore picture of this place. And at least like you said, at least the Russian people. That's why I love Afghan. I love Taliban, not in a good way per se, but just how they function. You know, in the mindset that they have and how they understand they live more in the real world than most people. I put it that way. You know, we live in they're able to soften us up in this country and take advantage of us. Now, I hate that it's like that. Because you lose how serious it is and why it's so important to have a military. And I personally want some of the funding to be cut the military, but not for the reason you may think, right? I just need them to clean it up more than anything, and make sure that people are getting what they need to get. And that's not really what's happening. The money's going. I don't even know where the hell the money's going, to be honest with you. But that's why I love what Trump said, because he was like, well, we're giving you guys $1 trillion a year. Why they don't have the weapons they need? So I'm like, where's the money at? Where the money going? You know, why aren't these guys being trained correctly? Why aren't our Humvees got the proper armor on them? You know, et cetera, right?
Right.
And so it's just like, I don't, it's almost like they're trying to figure out a way to dismantle the military. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It's like they're always up to something, man.
I'm going to say this. The military that you have or had is gone. The military that they're trying to switch into place. It's like how they took the metal body car and switched it out for the plastic, more cheaper frame car. And yeah, it got sensors and bells and whistles on shit. But see, that something about that old, that old Oldsmobile. You remember those good old town car? Listen, boy, they ride long and take an abuse.
Take abuse, last forever, easily fixed.
It's what you could listen, man. If I had a problem, I just had to call up the family mechanic. Oh, I just gotta go down there to the junkyard. I could get that thing taken care of in like an hour. What? Seriously? Yeah, we ain't gotta take that to the motor vehicles place. Man, give me that damn car. Switch that damn part out. Still running, man. But see, that was a problem. That car was built to stand. And it could ride. It was built to ride. So that you had no control over those type of vehicles because you had own age. There's a reason why. Listen, y'all got them old cars. You might want to hold on to them. I'm just trying to let you know, like that car could ride you from South Carolina all the way up there to goddamn New Jersey, almost on one tank of gas. I don't know how hell I was. You know how long you had to hold your bathroom to pee? Shit, that car never stopped. But now you look at it when it's coming to the era of our government. That's why when we ask the question, well, you're changing out the economy, you're trying to change out the service system. You're telling most agencies don't get involved when they hear a violence or an emergency. Sorry, we can't get involved. We have to go by the new system. That's what you'll get a call. How severe is the system? Well, wait. What do you mean how severe is the system? I just got attacked. Ma'am, sir, call us when it's a life or death situation. Shit. When you get that phone call and that damn motherfucker hangs up on you, you know it's just you and God at that point. It's just you and God. And guess what? That's the reality. A lot of people are getting those phone calls now.
Yeah.
But who is above them paradox that is telling them to do that? But that's not a local decision. That's a higher up decision. Somebody's telling them, hey, no. Hey, that illegal immigrant just hit that person, drunk drive. Oh, well, lock him up, put him in a holding cell, send him free on Monday. The fuck? I'll never forget that. One dude literally had wrecked a truck 4 times. Now, a lot of y'all, I didn't see it on the news. That's the problem. Why wasn't it on the news? This is the same. This guy's an illegal immigrant. They don't even have a work visa, but he gets drunk every Saturday and would get into a car wreck on the Ashley Phosphate. I said, does the civilians got to put him down? Like, what the fuck? Like, this dude already hit cars, got out, walked away, run off.
Yeah, the immigrant. I mean, like you said, you don't even see them run much on the news at all about immigration.
You can't. That's
when you wake up every morning, you should see all of the crimes that are being committed. And they are not going to show. They'll show us though.
But that's anti-American.
Yeah.
You as a black man, you are not in an authoritative position to speak against that of immigration policy.
No, you're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to. It does affect you.
No, they're going to tell you that you're a victim because you're black, so you don't need to. You need to keep your mouth shut. That's the left, though.
Why? Hell, I love that when an immigrant tells me, "Why are you complaining? Why are you complaining? Go back to your country, motherfucker. I am in my country. What the fuck you mean? It's crazy. Why are you complaining? You know what I'm saying? The white man, he's against both me and you. I had a dude tell me, I had a dude barely speak a lick of English tell me that. Me and you are both fighting the white man. I said, what?
Yeah, I can't. I don't even understand that. I can't. My mind can't process that.
Where did you learn that? Wait. Where did you learn that? Where did you learn that from? Wait a second. How are me and you in the same boat? Do you ever notice that
Mm.
they the left puts us in the same conversation that the blacks and the immigrants are in the
Yes.
same?
Yes.
How are we? Y'all wait till the next election. Wait till the next election. Somehow we're gonna get melded with the immigration conversation.
Mm-hmm. Because because I am surprised that a lot of the white people on the left isn't really attacking the blacks in Chicago and New York, talking about immigration. They're sort of unless I'm missing something, they're sort of keeping their mouth shut right now.
I'm just waiting for my work visa. I'm just waiting to get my work visa so that way I can be told what am I qualified for. I'm trying to hopefully get some kind of promotions. Because clearly it's easier to fire, and this is the thing that's very scary. It's easier to fire a black man before you fire an immigrant.
Mm-hmm.
Can't even miss it no more.
And like you said, and I think you would probably get, I guess, what you call pro-black people trying to merge those two things together in your mind too, and say, well, you both work for the white man, and the white man is the one that fired you. And I was like, it's a trap, though. It's a trap.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it because I'm trying to figure out how is this expanding black agency? How is this expanding black agency? Because everybody gets to go under the cover or the cover of blackness.
Mm-hmm.
But then when it's time for policies, right, get put in place, I'm not one of them. Them African Americans, they twerk and dance and they don't take care of the kid. Wait, hold on. You was with us going to the college. You was with us. You needed the civil right. You know, you just giving the Martin Luther King speech. What you giving I have a dream. Y'all like King. So what changed? You know, you got the Somalian woman talking about because of African Americans twerking. That's why she got hit.
Yeah, I heard her talking about niggas and these black people won't help me. I'm like, ain't no Africans out there when I was looking at the video.
So
but okay.
It's cool being a nigga at the convenience. But it's not cool when you're being treated like a nigga. That's why I had to go ahead.
I would say that's a dichotomy, man. It's
that's why when you had that conversation about Deion Sanders, and I said Deion understood that at the end of the day, no matter how much money or proclivity he had under his belt, Deion is still just a nigga. In certain spaces.
Yeah. And look at how he's being treated, and look at how people talk about it. It says a lot.
I think that's why it fucked with him.
It sure did.
It fucked with him.
Sure did.
When he went to SWAC and the way they treated him. And that's why I brought up the conversation. That's why I said to y'all, where he said, how do you want me as a black man to protect you, help you? I don't, and see that, I think that mentally broke him.
It did. 1000%. And his kids. And his boys.
I think that mentally fucked with him because he talked about his sons used to get jumped. They used to get jumped by other boys. He's been robbed. He's been stolen. They robbed his shit. They brought firearms to the school. Mind y'all, I get, well, Deion Sanders, you from the same environment. Deion's like, I've never introduced this kind of shit to my kids.
Nope.
Why are you talking about this, Deion? Why are you shaming the school? Why am I not talking about this? Why am I not allowed as a black man? Is that not my authority and my job to call out this type of shit?
And it's nature.
It's his nature. Excuse me. That's why my heart sunk, Paradox, when Deion took the white flight card. I know a lot of people say, man, B.M.T, what's wrong with him taking the check? What's up? No, you're missing it. You're missing what I'm not sure if y'all were catching, but I think you got it. Where I said it felt like a stepdaddy walking out on the kids. Help. I gotta be for real. This is me opening my heart, right? I don't know how to save you, black woman. I wouldn't even know what to do for y'all, motherfuckers. Black men, black boys, I don't even know how to deal with y'all. I don't know. I think the most horrific feeling for right now for a lot of black men, or just men in general. We don't even have to do the race thing, but right now we already see white men are just killing themselves now.
All day.
Y'all what? Yeah, listen, that message with them boys out there with them tiki torches. Y'all saw this white supremacy. I saw that. Them white boys, they were trying to save the last beacon or whatever hope they had. Like, listen, they came out there in their collared shirts and their darker jeans, and they were like, listen, we're trying to save whatever white patriarchy we have left. Oh my God, white supremacy's back. Nah, bro, they were trying to say it was the context was bad.
But you're hitting on it though. You're hitting on it. It's levels to it.
Yes.
And when you get to that real conversation about the military and even about arming your citizens, you're talking about protecting our nation.
Yes.
And they're figuring out ways to manipulate that position and tying in a lot of the history and a lot of the imagery and it is what it is. But we have to make sure we're looking at it at a much higher. We can't get bogged down in a lot of the historical stuff and what you're seeing and what you're being told you're seeing, and not really listening. Even if they want the country to be white, okay, fine. But guess what? It's been that way since we've been here. So if some other folks want to deal with that, go ahead. We know how we've been dealing with it. We know how to deal with it. But it should not. It cannot. And you tell me we could be wrong. You know, maybe some other black folks and pro-blacks and anti-American people can give us a different position on it. But we don't want to give this up. But see, I don't know if that's true or not, just so you understand where I'm coming from, right? I don't know if that's true.
But see, Paradox, you know this monster. You studied this monster. You grew up around this monster.
Yes. For 500 years. Yes. Clearly now.
Why are you why would you go into the unknown? Like, you know, it's
especially we've made, I mean, like, I hate to say it like this. I know I'm recorded. We've made progress.
But see,
I just don't know how you can say it without people getting angry from that statement.
Because you've taken away the emotion and just looked at the evidence.
Yeah.
That the terraforming of this country, your father, my father, other men before us understood. The only way that they respect you is if you take your life in your own hands. I was looking at the
and by the way, I'll let you finish. They didn't leave, by the way, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
They could have left. I was looking at a story of a black man that was interested in golf, but he was not allowed on the white golf course. And he built his own golf course from scratch, his own money. He studied how it worked. He mapped it out. He did all the said stuff and built his own golf course. This was a black man by himself. He built his own golf course. And literally, it is one of the most played golf courses that not just black people go to. He even teaches golf for free. He teaches it. That's how. But the thing about it is, other groups of people, the same ones that didn't want him, respected him. But he didn't bitch and complain to be asked. So he didn't say, "I just want to be allowed to play on your shit." He said, "No, I'll build my own shit." And the other men were like, "Well, damn, I'll be damned. He actually built one just, if not better than ours." Y'all don't believe me? If y'all don't believe me, I'm gonna pull that shit up. Like, literally, the man built his own goddamn golf course. Like, black man.
By the way, and that's why I had named that program "The Greatness of Black Men," because stuff like that shows you our unique ability in this country. and the things that we have accomplished that we probably need to remind ourselves of.
Mm-hmm.
That's what made Dion so important to talk about more on a positive side of what he was able to accomplish, and not some of the some of the internal fighting and stuff that caused him to leave, but more or less highlighting the greatness of who he is. And we have so many men who have done great things.
There you go. It's
But
right
but
here.
you don't want to get rid of this, I don't think. But that's really the question to ask.
Here you,
Are you showing it?
here you go. Meet Bill Powell, the first black man to build and operate his own golf course. And I want you to understand, this man, y'all can look up his story. In Greenville, Alabama. So he ain't built it in no.
Wow.
Yeah, he did it
Yeesh.
there. Y'all know that of Alabama. He built his own golf course. Let me see if I can grab that video.
And another thing I want to add, just so you know, when I was thinking about what you're talking about on a global scale, an apex predator. Remember when, you remember in Iraq, right?
Yes.
You had the Sunnis and the Shiites,
Yes. No,
and they've been fighting each other off and on. They have a society, I don't. They're not religious, right? I think it's
the Sunni and
isn't it
Shiite.
secular? No, just the Iraq society as a whole, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Didn't they have like malls and stuff? It was open, even though they had their religion, but it was still not a. You know what I'm saying, right? Like
they're not as barbaric as people make them seem.
Right.
But,
But you had the Shiites and the Sunnis. I know you had some Christians there and some other people too, on a smaller scale. Some other small and some other groups, obviously, that are there, smaller groups. But anyway, now think about you living in Iraq for however long they've been there, forever, right? And you're fighting. I don't like you. You don't like me. You can't marry my daughter. I'm a Shiite. We do it this way. You do it that way. We might be mad at Saddam for doing some things, but it's within the framework and the context of the country of Iraq, right?
Yes.
They set the country up. They built it up. It's somewhat of a modern society. They're living their lives, but they have their issues. And one group is bigger than the other group. I think the smaller group had power, if I'm not mistaken, before we bombed them. And maybe they didn't like they was a minority, right? Maybe they didn't like that, but it was still within the context of their country, right? And then,
yes,
right, but and it could be bad. It may not have been the greatest thing, and maybe some of them hated it for generations, right? But again, I'm gonna say it right. It was within the framework in the context of Iraq and their ancient history and everything else that comes with that. And then you wake up one day and then there's shock and awe. Bombs bursting in the air. And I'm like, that's what you don't want. So even if I got to deal with racist white people in America, so be it. This is our society, and we unfortunately or fortunately was born in a position of where we are, right? It's right. Where we are. It is, but it's still within the context of our history, all the things that we went through. It's like, as bad as all that is, there is another level to this. Iraq experienced that level, by the way, right? There is a list of countries that experienced it. A lot of countries were invaded, and of course they had internal fighting, but now they're a whole nother place.
I think that's the thing about it, where I can appreciate the internal conflicts.
Yeah.
And when I was in those countries,
yeah,
they never allowed me, the American, to have a say in their internal fights.
Right.
Like, they never allowed us to dictate what to do with their enemies. That was only reserved for them.
Yeah.
And I was like, hold up, bro. Like, my squad, we caught these motherfuckers. Like, what are you talking about? Like, no, we're gonna. No, you will not. Who are you drawing your guns at? I thought we're your allies. We will not take them. We will take them. We will take them. We will hold our court, and we will deal with them. But at the end of the day, those were still their citizens.
Right.
Those are still their people. They may not like them, But they are, I'll be damned if you, an American, are going to think you're going to pass judgment on our people. And my colonel said, I have to respect that. I said, Colonel, they try to punk us. He said, no, they stood their ground. He said, I guess he foretold me, but I just had my first son. He said, imagine you have two sons. Would you allow your neighbor to come over while your two sons are fighting and dictate their punishment, or you, the father? That was an in-house situation. And I said, I can understand that, but I mean, yeah, I ain't gonna let no other man. He said, and that's the thing. That's their situation. We're just watching and observing no matter what, how we feel about it. But see, the problem that we have going on in the U.S. is that, yes, the Iraqi Sunni, Shiite, and the Kurd. That
in the north.
That fight will go on until
for another 1,000 years.
For another 1,000 years. There's nothing we can say or do to stop them from fighting. I'm gonna tell you right now. Actually, by thinking we try to put whatever type of emphasis of policies in their shit, they just kick us right on out. They'll just kick it right on out. And they're not. And that's the same thing Paradox is talking about. Like, they don't want. Yeah, y'all can give us some water. Y'all can give us some materials, but other than that, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out. Like, at the end of the day, I get it. Yes, I'm dealing with this evil white man devil, but guess what? I know this devil. I know I know how he thinks very well. So long, guess what? Like, listen, at the end of the day, he's like, hey, you deal with your women and your children, shit. So,
trying to bring down the temperature, because a lot of these academics in these universities, man, they get out here and they just be gaslighting everything and making it seem like things are so horrible, and it kind of makes you lose yourself. But domestic policies and domestic conflict has to stay within there. You don't want to lose that by outside force taking you over. And many, like you said, and many countries have felt that. You know, and we've applied that to many countries, right? We don't want that boomerang coming back over this way. If we need to have a civil war within our country, so be it. But let that stay within our country, though.
I think,
and we'll sort it out the way it'll go the way it needs to go.
Like, y'all gotta understand, man. Like, I don't think y'all want that smoke with other policies of other countries on you.
Yeah.
You know, I always tell that to a lot of women. You know, well, I feel safer. I was in Africa.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good luck with that.
Go ahead. Show some goddamn skin. See if they don't take a stick and start caning your ass right there on the spot.
Right on the spot. There's no court systems, no cops coming or anything.
They gonna do the trial right there on the spot. For a lot of men, that adultery, that's a heavy fine.
That's the only good thing about deglobalization, is to get America out of people's business and let them do what they're going to do anyway. Because I think our mindset, because we mess around with so many countries, that mindset has filtered all the way down to regular people. And it's like, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing that over there. It's not your business.
That's why I don't. When I look at how, when we said we're going to go over there to their culture,
Jesus, bro,
I'm like, what? You don't understand. That's a mindset. I understood very well when a 14-year-old boy, when I had him and his friends lined up on that wall, and one of their leaders said, no matter how many of us you kill, American, we'll keep coming. Listen, y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all this out of my heart. I've never experienced fear like I did when I looked that boy in his eyes. Because he did not say, like, as if he was not afraid of death. He emphasized that of an ideology. And so the fear from the youngest one to the oldest one left them. And they accepted that even if they were to put a bullet in our head today, there will be more of us to fill in the gaps.
Sacrifice.
And There is nothing more scarier than an ideology like that. That is why we never conquer. That's why we could never conquer Afghanistan.
Absolutely.
That is why
the Taliban built different.
Boy, hey, we can keep on bombing them. Them motherfuckers know how to replicate, and they can keep on coming. That's an ideology. You can't bomb an ideology. It's kind of hard to do that.
You would have to conquer. You would have to conquer. Complete go in there and conquer, and be there for 500 years, basically. Everybody, until you kill literally every single person. You can't. No one can be left.
And the thing about it, you gotta understand, Russia already tried with they had the death birds.
Yeah.
Them things that y'all used to see in Rambo, those are real death machines. They're called death machines. And at that time, the KGB was straightforward, like, hey, bro, I'm just gonna kill everything in this village. Like, and if that didn't stop them, I already knew we were pussyfooted in it. I already knew we weren't built like that to go to those levels of extreme. Like Russia didn't. But no, I'm Molotoving them. I'm using flamethrowers. Like that's the thing about Putin that I respect. Like he's that diehard. He's the old guard patriarchy. It's a difference of how he looks at the world, and it scares the new ideology of America.
And Obama had the nerve to call this man the JV League. And I'm like, bro, you just out of pocket with that language.
That's why I just looked at that picture when Putin was like, just come over here and say that to me.
Right. It's like, because I and I know economics is important, and I know that you can bankrupt countries and do different things with monetary policies. The IMF can do different things, and pressure and tariff, and they can destroy countries that way, right? But Russia's like, look, man, yeah, we ain't got your money no more. You're right. Yeah, I don't necessarily have all those countries under my belt like we did under the USSR. You're right. But we here though. We ain't going nowhere.
I got them here. I got them here.
You got to be, like you said, you got to be very careful with nations who are built for war historically, regardless if they win or lose, just that mindset and that, because that they spooled up a lot of factories and they're just cranking out weapons right now, which people aren't really talking about. But
that would I would say the military knows about that.
Yeah.
But they don't want to talk about it because then they would actually have to look at the fact that we recognize that they're making weapons.
Yeah.
And they say, well, what are you making? Because you damn sure ain't making soldiers. So we got the weaponry, and we can do expansion. You can't stop us. And the thing about it was China said, hey, America, stay out of this. Once that had happened, it was a 2-on-1. And the thing about it that we did have was a superiority by firepower. And the fact that we weren't willing to slam that gun on the table and say, oh, y'all better stop now. See, that was one thing I did enjoy. That's one thing I did like about Trump.
Yeah.
He had no problem threatening, hey, I'll blow your ass up. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Oh my God, Trump, what are you doing? You doing what the fuck we always been doing. You say some slick shit, I'm blast your ass and oh my God, how can you as a black man be for that? What are you talking about? We're American.
I wish Trump had a military background, bro. He would have just been much more savvy when it came to some stuff.
I mean, at this point, you gotta understand, man. Listen, you think them Kremlins give a fuck about doggone hearing about peace and love and shit? Listen, boy,
nah.
They're built like
and they're slaughtering the Ukrainians, bro. They're slaughtering the Ukrainians, bro. They will not talk about that, bro. It's crazy.
Ain't no more.
Yeah, I seen that school teacher, bro. I seen that school teacher when they gave him that gun at one of the armament places in Ukraine, and the clip fell out the gun. I was like, oh my God.
Listen, them Russians.
Oh my God!
They
First
don't.
time touching a gun. Oh man, you about to be slaughtered. It's slaughter.
Them Russians are not caring what y'all put on the news. They're going
Nah.
there. They're using flamethrowers. They're now, and see the thing about it. The one thing about it was he allowed, and I told this to a lot of people. He allowed the women and children to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to understand the first thing you do, you look up
Mm-hmm.
military strategy, is you cut off communication and you cut off transportation. You destroy the roads, you destroy the railroad train, you destroy all of that. Putin said, I'm gonna leave the railroad train, the trains alone. I'm gonna let you put your children, your sick, and your women on there. I'm gonna let you put them on there. He didn't break Geneva.
Right.
He didn't break Geneva. He said, we in war now. I'm gonna let you put them on there. Let you take them out. Let them leave. He never bombarded that. Those are easy targets. I mean, shit. You don't gotta be a goddamn good shot. You could have got the damn privates to goddamn take those shots. They're like, no. Now everybody that stay behind, which the femininity and feminism left that shit. They ain't I don't see no feminists trying to jump on the battlefield and fight the.
Bro, I know people. There's men here. I don't know. People who signed up and went to go fight and help out Ukraine, right? And like you just said, that's the one thing we did. I was waiting to hear it.
Hear those women say,
crickets.
Nah, that shit. I'm trying to tell you right now that.
And on the right, I wish people on the right, like Fox News and Newsmax and other channels, I wish they really would have ran propaganda on women and children leaving and understanding that no matter how you want to manipulate this world, AI and robots and living inside of video games and Twitch and all this other nonsense that we're doing here, that we're having fun in this country, trying to make us pretend we're going to be in some fantasy world that's never coming. It does not exist. And get to reality. And like you said, women and children, Geneva Convention, military structure, rules, the process, how things really work in the real world, and how the world is shaped, and why you're able to sit around and fantasize on Twitch and play games with sexuality and all this other nonsense. You know what I mean? And I don't know why the people on the right aren't. This is a phenomenal time to make people understand, but they want to play that whole support thing and the united front thing within the country. But this is I feel like you can still be united and can still sort of show what it means to be a man, and that understanding when you have an empire, that like you were saying, you got to get the women out of there. You got to get the children out of there. They keep producing us because we need human beings, obviously, for our nation, for the future. But we got to get them up out of there, put them in, wherever,
Like you got.
And you had some coward men, by the way, try to get on some of them.
They sure enough did. Turn
your ass around and get in that goddamn line.
Like they literally, you had men try to stow away.
So funny. Man.
I got it. I'm gonna have to take the shot. Y'all forgive me. I'll take BMT will take this. You had a lot of African or immigrants, men. They try to get on the train. And I found it very interesting. The Ukrainians like, where y'all going? See, when
and they tried to use race. They tried to use race, by the way. You saw that too, right?
They're taking us black people. They're putting us on the front line. We talking about that white Aryan boy. He on the front line too. He don't want to be there. See, that's why I said paradox. We have to. And it's going to take something like that.
Yeah, I know. I don't even want to say it.
I know. Neither one. I don't even
want to say it.
We don't want it. I know you don't want. I know you don't want
it. You're serving our country. You know how many black men died in the Vietnam War, bro? Being on the front line. What we've done to maintain this country, for us to just kind of shit on that, it's disturbing to me. I don't care how racist this country is. It disturbs me, bro. That kind of bloodshed in the Vietnam War that we had to deal with.
That's why when somebody asked me, BMT, would you leave America and go to another country? I said, no. This is my home. I listen. This is my home. I done put in so much VA time. I done lost so much goddamn shit. Like I want you to understand. It's like, listen, I probably.
By the way, they think it's safe over there. That's why I think it's funny.
I want you to understand. I want you to understand. There's no parachute in those places. There's no.
Good luck.
There's no check to back. That civil rights shit
Good
don't
luck.
exist. Go to Haiti.
Civil rights. They can't even protect their borders. Shit, forget civil rights. Where's my protection at?
I would drop y'all off at Haiti, and I would say good luck. I would drop you off in any black diaspora country. Go to South America. Go to any one of those kingdoms, and then me and Paradox will Skype you in 6 months. And we will want a full-on report. And see, that's the thing about it.
I'm not moving nowhere first of all, I'm not moving nowhere where they don't have a military. So most countries are off the list for me anyway, by the way.
Every country don't got a military. Every country don't have a military. That is a scary fact. Y'all need to understand. Do y'all know how often that phone rings for a U.S. military mic? Do y'all know how often that literally they keep throwing that paper at us? Don't forget, you said you're going to help defend us. Or a fun fact check. When Trump said, "I'm not going to fund y'all no more," do you know how much money we would get or have? Let's just say we went 4 years without funding other countries, and we just worry about ourselves. Do you know how much shit we would actually get done? And we just went 4 years, and we said, "Hey, listen, the phone is going to be cut off. Good luck. Best of luck to you. The border will be closed. Just give us 4 years. I'm just saying, I'm telling y'all, it might be a crack. It might be a crack that y'all might get too high on. But if we went 4 years where we closed the borders and did not subsidize any country, do y'all know how much shit y'all probably never want to go fuck with anybody else. You don't gotta believe me. Paradox can run you the numbers. Do y'all know how much we kick out to other countries?
Oh man, it's crazy. It's like 200 of them too that we're paying for.
That's why I said we daddy.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
For such an evil goddamn apex predator, listen, man. They suckle off our milk every other day and day.
The reason why millions of Americans become so-called expats or want to go live it's literally because of our military. It's literally because we're paying off these governments. Once we remove what you just said, once that happens, I guarantee everybody coming home too. By the way,
fun fact: when the American military left Afghanistan, and it was over that of the flight of the night, and I talked to a few people. It was a simple email: "Be your ass to Bagram Airfield at 0400 or you get left. The planes will be running. Whatever you can fit on that bird, well, we don't give a fuck what you can fit on that bird because the postal people are already done left. It was a quick pack. Actually, I'm not. It was literally those bases look like ghost cities now.
Wow.
You're pretty much the Taliban were going, God damn, y'all got PlayStations here, y'all got clothes here. What y'all women are allowed to wear these dresses in the desert? Like y'all, what the fuck? Y'all just left all this stuff, the food here. Y'all left all kind of shit here. Y'all didn't. It was take what you can. Because one thing, just like you said, Paradox. The minute they said we're taking away the protection, every expat knew then. Oh shit! I got to get the fuck up out of here.
You love America. You love America. You love us now, huh?
Even to the point the interpreters were seen running on the airfield.
Yeah.
To jump onto the parts
all
of the
those
plane.
all those what do you call them? Traitors to their own country, not to America.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were like, oh shit. If you
Because
leave
they
us here,
killed all of them people, bro. They shot all of them.
Yeah. The Taliban, they were like, where's America now?
All right.
You talking big shit. They're gone now.
Think about that. Just think about that. Oof. And shout out to the military too. They saved a lot of people, bro. They got a lot of people out of there, man. Shout out to the military for that.
Oh no, there was no laundering, James.
Because you had a lot of people, you had a lot of military guys over here, as you know, of course, that was making the phone calls and getting people, out of there. So
I put in a packet. Me and a few guys, we put in the packet and we put a surmise money to get to put for my friend Hafiz. And I said, Hafiz, we can't afford to get you, your wife, and your 2 boys to the U.S., but we can get you to an EU state. But I want to come to America with you. You can't make it, Hafiz. The plane can only carry so much, and you don't have the visas. But we can get you out of Afghanistan. Listen, they're going to take you. They're going to kill you and your boys, and they're going to do horrific things to your wife. I wish she was dead. Oh my God! Why would I said, welcome to the old patriarchy? What do you think this? How you think it goes down? And see, American nature is going back to the old ways. When there's nothing to protect you, man reverts back to being a beast.
Yeah.
We can surmise that with the hurricane Katrina.
Yeah.
When the laws were gone, when there was nothing of any kind of protection,
you saw the real world.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It's like in the Matrix. This is the real.
This is the real. This is the real. I'll never forget that when that the power had went down in Florida. And I was like, okay, I got to go get some food. I took my M4, took my pistol. I got in my car. Who ran out there was my next door neighbor. This woman came out there, y'all, with a motherfucking goddamn box cutter. And she said, could you please, Mr. Johnson, I got to get something for me, my mom, and my kids. What you got? I don't care. You can have whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. Listen, I'm up to y'all the real. And she had
I know, my mind is perverted. I went somewhere else, but go ahead.
But but you're not. It's not that you're perverted, but see, the thing about it, that's the reality of the world.
Yes, for sure.
That is the reality of the world,
and that's the reality for a female.
Right, and she's
that's the real world. That's the
like,
true world.
It wasn't like she was a bad looking Dominican, but she ran in front of my truck and said, all she had was her box cutter. Yeah, we heard about there was looting. Yeah, we heard about people were breaking in. Why my damn M4 in my damn truck and my damn sidearm? And I said, all right, cool. I said, tell you what, you can come with me. We're gonna load up my vehicle. You know what I'm saying? Tell your ain't shit for nothing goddamn friend. Somebody got to watch the goddamn vehicle. I gave her a pistol. I said, you're going to sit in my truck and watch it, make sure nobody don't steal it. And we're going to go in there. We're going to go get the shit we need out of the store. And that's what we did. I drove up. I said, write down what you need. She wrote down all her stuff. I said, I don't need no bullshit. I just need the stuff you need.
Right.
I need the stuff you need. I got to feed I got a household of 6. You got a household of 4. Right? He said, well, I just need some stuff too. Yep. Listen. Have your guns and your round. Listen. I told her that. I said, here you go. And if a man or a woman or whoever come up on this goddamn car, you send their ass straight to glory.
Put them down.
Hold it down. We loaded up that damn truck. We loaded up that goddamn truck, and we took back the cans, the saltine crackers, some jugs of water, whatever stuff we needed, candles. But they told us, the governor said the police aren't coming. Police
aren't coming, bro. Oh my God.
Listen, y'all, and I know you done heard that plenty of times in your time.
For sure.
Once the governor says the police, the medical aid, this is a state of emergency, nobody's coming. I'm sorry, y'all. You are now walking back to the Stone Age patriarchy. This is not no Xena warrior princess. This is not no goddamn. You're not going to see that liberal shit working out anymore. It was what it was. Everybody who was in CBS either had a gun. It was we pretty much were in the modern Wild Wild West. Even the person at the shop was like, "Hey, he had his that damn 22 right there waiting." He said, "Hey, Paulie, it's me, Joe. Calm down. Listen, man. Here you go. Here's $50. I'm not going to rob you. And I get that you're losing your stuff, but you can write it off on your insurance. I just need this shit. I need some stuff. My old lady got some goddamn, female hygiene shit. I got to feed my children. All right, go ahead. Go on. That was it. He fucking after the while, money wasn't worth the fuck. What got money? Y'all got listen, that shit. That's what I'm saying, man. If you don't have set skills, my skills that I had, I could work on cars. I knew how to do agriculture. I knew how to fish. This is why these things are important that we emphasize that men have. Being a fucking dating coach and getting pussy is not a skill.
It is not.
I gotta save some of this smoke from when Paradox go live on the outer I gotta save some stuff because y'all gonna learn, man. Where we're going
this the part that I like to live in, by the way. But people don't want me. They won't let me live there. They won't talk about a bunch of other stuff.
Like I know you. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all gonna understand. That's why I said black men. When Deion Sanders came, we should have got around him immediately.
Yep, immediately.
And made. Called LeVar, called LeBron, called all the men and said, this is what we got. Let's make a union. So that way we can know our set agendas. It may not be as big, but when you said there was so much in-house opposition against those men, even when they're some of the greats, I saw how men felt away about Magic Johnson running the Lakers.
Come on, bro.
Y'all mad at Magic? Magic pretty much built that goddamn franchise. How y'all hate on Magic? He
literally built it on his back.
How do y'all hate Magic? Why does he must be a shucking coon? Literally, the owner of
they won't let us love black men, bro.
The owner of the Lakers, the daughter. She intimately knows him as if he's a family member, because her kingdom would not be where it is today if not for Magic.
Mm-hmm.
So many people were happy to see Magic get fired.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because he was strict. Because he was hard on them. He didn't let them. He didn't let them do any. And mind you, LeBron didn't talk shit to Magic.
No, Magic wants excellence.
I want y'all go look at every head coach and head GM. LeBron didn't mind getting up in their face.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do that shit with Magic. He said, I'll be damned. I'm older than you. I've been doing this shit longer than you. I actually dealt with motherfuckers who would punch you on the court.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Around that time, go watch the old basketball clip, man. Them boys were getting beat up with them. That was actually warfare on that damn court.
That was bully ball, no finesse.
You could not be no bitch and come on that court.
No.
I watched Larry Bird get jumped. So only in America.
That's a tough white boy, but yeah.
That was a tough white boy. He took his licks.
He took his leg.
Came right back on the court.
Yeah, him and Kevin McHale, yeah, definitely took their licks.
But that's the thing about it. That's the thing about, and I'm gonna have to. We're gonna have to talk about black men. You used to not be afraid to take your licks.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to that paradox? What made us afraid to take our licks from society?
Man,
you know, I wasn't afraid of life kicking my ass.
Right. I'm still not.
But see,
I can sit online and do a lot of complaining, but I was taught better than that.
But see, and see, that's the thing. I that's why I didn't get mad when you verbally boxed me in the mouth. It happened, y'all. Paradox verbally boxed me in the mouth. We're not going to do that bullshit. Now we're going to talk about solution. And I did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me tell you, I work. I do agriculture. I do this and I do that.
And you stayed in the pocket too, because they tried to pull you off of it still.
And y'all
he was like, no. He's like, no. He set the standard.
he set the standard. I've already got chin check. So now, well, how does that? You didn't mention anything about black boys. What the fuck? I looked at the problem.
Oh, you gave him the business, son.
I looked at the problem. I talked to other men and said, hey, if I can find y'all some young men that want to learn electrical work, you can break down the trajectory of how much money they're going to make, about the program. If they come work under you, they can learn. They can do the entrepreneurship stuff. We have a program at the colleges. I was one after work sitting there waiting for some of those boys to get off to take them home. I wasn't getting paid for that shit. But I enjoy listening to them at McDonald's go over their schoolwork.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have a problem reaching my pocket, giving one of them their mama $20. Say, hey, just keep letting them come. We now get 15 now to 60 black certified men.
Wow.
In profession. I didn't get paid for that. But the payback is we now have men that are capable in our society that I can go on my phone and call them, and they can go look at a breaker box. They can go fix some stuff. I remember when we had the last hurricane, them boys are right out there. If
it was working, huh?
Anybody needs help, Mr. Paradox, if you need help, hey, I know that you just had this happen. We can help your breaker get going. That was the investment.
And you saw the payoff almost immediately too. That's the crazy part.
That was the investment. I don't have to beg other people. I have young men that can do carpentry. I have some men that can do stuff. I don't y'all gotta understand, man. That's why I keep saying That's why I want to readdress that doggone conversation about if another group were to pay you, would you go? We got it. We can't. We got
That was wild. That was wild. I'm gonna tell you, you're bringing so much, and what I'm gonna tell you something. What you in both conversations, do you see how the response was?
Right.
See what I'm saying? That's what I was trying to make a point about the Dion thing, is that you see that response that you got. You're talking to us, telling us what you're doing, and it wasn't enough. My mind can't handle that, bro.
But see, that's why I said, that's why I look at it.
That's why you hear me say things like "thank you," right?
Right.
Like I appreciate that. I'm glad you're saying this, and it almost is like, he can't say that. He shouldn't be saying. I was like, oh, where, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on?
Are you not a conservative? Well, shit.
Like, what are you talking about?
Are we not trying to re-stimulate? Like, listen, y'all. I've had some.
Not only that. Let me add this one little thing, and I don't want to get you off track.
Go ahead.
But you're a soldier, right?
Yes.
Do you feel like you're respected in the black space?
Fuck no, man. I get.
And does that get addressed? Does anyone addressing that, you being a soldier, not to disrespect you, just in general? Do you find that a lot of that stuff's coming from the liberal stuff, but do you find that you're not getting the respect that you deserve?
I just.
I don't want to open up anything with that. It just came to me.
It's not that it.
Because that bothers me, just so you understand, by the way.
And
I talk a lot of shit, but that bothers me, just to put that out there.
Like, I pride myself on serving my country,
right?
Having a family, being a business owner, working. I even show Black historical spaces and stuff, and I get called jawline. I get called names.
Wow.
I get disrespected. I get
by your own people.
I get my family doxxed. I talk about a lot of stuff, and I'm gonna be honest. I've been offered some pretty good money to leave this space and go to white spaces to talk about these things. But the penance would be, I would have to drop my blackness.
Yeah.
If I leave this, I would have to drop my blackness. Stop talking about.
Yeah, I've been there too, by the way. I'm there with you, by the way.
And so I respect it. I like.
Let me tell you one thing while you saying that.
Go ahead.
I remember I had a corporate job, right? And I have been a conservative pretty much my whole life, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so people know it, because we talk. I talk crazy all the time in different spaces, right? And you know how proud I was when this gay white man was like, "Oh, you're a Republican, huh?" But the disdain on his face was the most joy. I still think about that now, and it brings me joy. It was years ago,
right?
Because he know what that means, right? Ain't about race, ain't about this, ain't about that. Because you understand what it is, and his disdain, and he never not being that way with me, by the way. And I said, I know you got these folks up in here played out, and you out here running around, flaunting around, and we are allowing it. And a lot of us are Christians within that space, right? A lot of us have morals and stuff, and we've allowed politics and all these other feminist systems and all this other stuff to sort of put us in a very precarious position, and it makes us scared. And a lot of times we end up going to the left because of a lot of that fear. But I always stand on that, because when people find that out about me, it puts them in a position, and they don't have to like it, right? But but they know what it means, and it's not about white nationalists. It's not about former presidents who happen to be racist and was it ain't about none of that stuff. At the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to understanding what it means to be under that title, and they know what that means, by the way, and they know what they can and can't do when I'm around.
I see, like, you're one of the very few conservative men I actually thoroughly enjoy to talk to, because because when we have our conversations, you can tell a lot of men and women don't know how to react, how we respond to our environment.
Yeah.
Like, wait, y'all would turn away a check to work amongst black people? Why is that not? Are y'all sure y'all are conservative?
Wait, it was wild, bro. I couldn't sleep from that statement, just so you know. That was tossing and turning, bro. My mind couldn't process it. So we have to sell ourselves out to make you comfortable. Come on, man.
If y'all could just look. I was getting flustered but laughing.
You sure was. I know. Yeah, you was like, yeah, this is crazy.
Because I could see Paradox.
What if it's $48? What if it's $55?
Almost threw over his computer, and he's like, "This is wild." Like, wait, are we the bad guys still? Like, wait a second. Like, are we like this is crazy? Because y'all are coming around us black men to talk about black issues. But you're telling us that when times get hard, that y'all could easily be bought. When that's one of the biggest surmised issues for the black man.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are pretending like you gotta understand that this is one of the biggest issues why our country is in great peril. Because we've been selling out a lot of our greatness.
Man, come on.
And so when it's all gone, and you have nothing left of a standard to go on. See, I remember my daddy one time. This man told him something. He said, James, I want you to have your ass down here and fix this shit up. I'm gonna give you $2,500. You know what I'm saying? I began to go get my tool belt, put it on the back of my daddy's truck. And my dad said, "What are you doing, boy?" I said, "Well, Dad, he told us that we need to get down there and fix some shit." He said, "Son, you don't ever let another man disrespect you with the dollar. Because if they do it once, they'll do it twice. And then they'll get worse and worse. Yeah, now you come on. Let's go buy two seafood platter plates." I said, "But Daddy, that money." He said, "You not hear what I said?"
Mm-hmm.
If they buy you, they own you. And then they control your narrative. And see, we used to take a pride and a joy that we maybe didn't have the greatest shit, but it was our shit. I prided myself knowing that Mr. Paradox's general store, that when I looked at those light fixtures or look at that wood, that certain carpentry work of the frame, I did that. And yeah, I could have got paid more going down the street, working in Goose Creek or Somerville or any high-end white collar area. But I chose to do the work amongst my own. And it has a more everlasting value. See, y'all gotta understand, you don't have other groups. Show me other groups that be calling you Negroes over to their area to fix their shit. See, there's a big, their men won't allow you to come and think you're gonna have hands on their shit. That's a message. I've never seen them say, "Well, we're gonna call a black crew to fix these goddamn houses for the Latino community." They'll call their own. I'm trying to tell y'all, like, you got to understand the placement of the power dynamic. And this is why sometimes I even side-eye Africa. Talk all the shit, but then they be calling the EU and be calling France on a goddamn. Let me shut my ass up, bro. This is why. This is why I get in trouble. I know you hating me when I be.
Yeah, they want you to be nice to Africa is a shit show, bro. I don't even want to. We can get that. We can go down that rabbit hole. That thing is rough.
That's why I be
There's so much contradiction in that place, man. All those countries, all of them, all 54 or 55.
Like that's why I be trying to say, like, Americans come to Africa. You can be a citizen. You can do the nigga. What the fuck? I got shit here. I got to get done. What the fuck? Like,
you go into that Ponzi scheme if you want.
No. We got shit here.
Yeah, I mean, live where go ahead and move wherever you want to move to, but don't oversell it. Akon, don't oversell it though.
See, the thing that we said in the Geechee was, why didn't we go over to Liberia? You see, I know this white man, but I don't know that Negro over there. I know this white man. I know him. And he knows that if I build, hey, my work is good. My work speaks for itself.
Well, it's not fantasy. It's the African stuff is fantasy talk. It's really fantasy talk at the end of the day.
It's escapism.
It's not. It's really, like you said, when you do geopolitics, and I'm not saying I'm an expert in that, obviously, but I'm just saying when you look at geopolitics, it's not. I put it this. I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. I look at the countries in Africa. My own personal view on it. I look at them as businesses. Each state is a corporation, right? They're not a country. I don't believe there's no countries in that place, right? I look at them as companies, as businesses, and the people who run them are all middle management. And the what do you call them? The board of directors and the executives, and the founders and stuff. They have the co-founders and stuff. They live other places.
They don't live in no Africa.
And they manage those are all those presidents and all those little government systems they have set up. I look at that stuff as just business operations. I don't believe that they're countries. I personally just don't believe it.
It's one of those things. Africa doesn't have enough faith in itself to run Africa, to run its own countries. And seeing that, it hurts a lot of people. No, you're right about that, Max. France owned Africa. Hell, a lot of EU countries own Africa.
Arabs own them. China, that's all type of companies.
Listen,
they don't own them. They're not countries, bro. Those are little businesses that they set up.
You pretty much go into an outlet country. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like y'all.
You want some gold? You want some uranium? Sure, here we go.
Like I said,
you need some humans.
I understand this beast. I think that's what I'm saying. We need to have that conversation about the apex predator. Like we were engineered to be the apex. The fact is that we fight our own nature of our country. Is scary and bothersome. This is why you're seeing the erratic behavior of men and women, and why there's an implosion. This is why I hope you play that clip of that Fox News panel of how they disseminate. It's funny now that it's touching at your doorstep.
Yeah.
But you said this, and you're seeing the women there saying, it's not like we didn't know this shit was going to happen. It's just the fact that the left pretended it couldn't happen. So now I find it interesting when I hear women on the left, black women, saying we need to get rid of these systems. But y'all get kidnapped and die and
kidnapped like crazy, by the way.
Crazy.
Yeah, kidnapped like crazy.
So
and like you said, and don't understand why it's happening.
You need y'all, we gotta understand, man. But I'm gonna save some of this fire for for what my homie
Yeah.
got. I'm gonna save some of this for you. I'm gonna save some of this fire in the engine because, god damn it, it's more bigger than us now.
Well, you took me somewhere because I was not going. I was even telling DC I don't want to talk about this brick stuff. But when you played that video, I was like, "Oh man, you changed my whole. You blew me away, bro."
Hey, bro. They were shooting shots and they weren't missing nothing. And now the left has to find.
I didn't expect that. Yeah, I didn't expect that.
They have to respond. They have to respond because it's fair to say the left killed patriarchy. They killed masculinity.
Yes, facts.
And I would.
By
like
the way, which is why isn't everybody on the right? It's still confusing to me. Just to put that out there, but go ahead.
No, but see,
I'm
saying,
confused
no,
by
I
that
ain't gonna say
still,
no more. I'm ending it.
Okay.
But see, now
Crazy.
I want to hear what they're going to say about that. Well, what do you mean we did that? Oh, no. Let's start pulling up the paperwork and the receipt of stuff that y'all wanted done away with, that y'all wanted gone. How y'all wanted more systems, less family integrity. So now that these things are in place, who do you blame? You got it now where men are afraid to even talk to women now because they're afraid of losing everything. Didn't y'all have a whole campaign going after that judge about a story or a letter or whatever type of bullshit? Who that judge, Supreme Court justice?
The woman or the man?
It was the man that they said that he drugged or raped some woman allegedly.
Justice. Dang, I was just watching a video on him too. Clarence Thomas. There we go.
And the thing about it was they were like, God damn, this thing don't make no sense. Like,
bro, let me tell you something. You just made me think about something. When Ketanji Brown, that Biden put in office, right? When this woman said she don't know what a woman was, every black person should have became a Republican at that moment.
Yo, we need these clips, man. We got to get these clips and start making a scrapbook of "I told you so." Because listen, y'all women, y'all better get ready. Whatever the left is doing, y'all are definitely being replaced. Hey, I already know they done kicked me and Paradise off the somewhere. We're in the void.
I told you I can hold my position. I've been doing this for 30 years, bro. I can play all the sides we can play, but my fundamentals don't change. I'm gonna tell you, every hood should be conservative, right? Just put that in perspective about the ghetto. You think about the hood, right?
Mm-hmm.
How could they not? How could you not be forced to go into the conservative space? As far as what you need to protect yourself, it's just strange when I think about it. Is that you can live in those spaces, allow Democrats to run those cities, and just pretend that it's not happening, that the violence isn't happening, not having resources isn't happening. I was telling someone on a call that, I know it gets convoluted with politics left and right. You have red governors and blue cities, and I know it gets all mixed up. But at the end of the day, if the people who run your city are Democrats and are progressives and are liberals, and their job is to provide services for you, you would naturally think that those would be incubator centers for socialism. So you would make sure that everybody had a house, right? Everybody got UBI, right? You would go through that process, free healthcare, the whole process. And you're like, oh wow, I guess this does work. These people are poor, and the Democrats came and they implemented their socialist systems, and everything is great. But strangely enough, it does not exist.
You're gonna have to. I think one of the things about it is, and I get irritated when certain people talk about subsidies. And so it's pretty much the no Negro left behind. Of I like you docile and weak.
And feminine.
I gotta be honest. Black men, I think you were better. I think you were better off before you were getting all these subsidized shit. because you knew the government was like, I'm not fucking helping you. You get your own shit.
Well, but that's the thing though. I wouldn't have an issue with it if they went deep throat, but they're not. That's what confuses me about it. If you're going to give out benefits, if you're not going to provide what you're going to provide, then manifest and give them everything, but you won't do that. You're starving those people out and no protection, absolute violence on a daily basis. But then you come on, you come into Congress, you come on the floor of Congress, and you're yelling all these progressive ideas.
Like,
I mean, you can't have it. My mind just can't have it both ways. That's my whole thing.
We're gonna have to save this, bro. We're gonna have to actually. This is gonna have to actually.
They ain't gonna let us do it. I can only do it over here.
It's either no.
They don't want us to win.
Same way you had to verbally punch me in the mouth. No, we got the footages. Now all of a sudden, when they get busted upside the head, and we're seeing a 77% decrease in the military, at what point now do you say, "Oh shit, damn, the ship is sinking"? Like, it's like you're still trying to ride the Titanic, and motherfucker, the Titanic is sinking.
And that's why you and all the other military guys, the black guys, have to be, in my opinion, not to give you advice, but has to. I know they're trying to stop you though, but and I could be wrong, but I feel like you have to put the military conversation first to set the table. It has to be founded in protection, law and order, and the military, and what that means to allow you to play on the playground, to enjoy yourself in the sandbox.
I don't
so
know.
Disrespect the military is wild, man. I don't think you understand how you should be way more angry. People don't understand military guys. That's what makes you, obviously good people, because y'all should be way more mad. But y'all sort of it's like y'all sort of understand that we're civilians, and I don't think us civilians understand that. Does that make sense?
No, I get you better than what you're saying, but I'm also understanding that the space or the mindset. That's why when I showed the black panel and the Fox News panel, you could feel the emphasis.
It's a hell of a contrast, boy.
You saw it. That's why.
Yeah, it's stark.
You saw it.
Yeah.
You could not miss it as a man. You could not miss it from that old guard Negro deacon, and to how the women were like, "Well, those men," and I was like, "Well, god damn." It was like, no matter what I did, I was going to be the bad guy. Like, fuck it. Like, shit. I even started playing that goddamn movie Rosewood with Fanny going out, nigger. Nigger. And I was like, well, shit, you don't even got to even point out who did it. You just got to say the black man did it. You don't know how the fuck he did it. But it was like, I think we're so used to being the whip. I'm so used to being a whipping boy in this space.
Yeah.
I quit giving a fuck.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It's not that I don't care. That's why I pick where I want to put my energy. When I tell black men, everybody cannot be a 1099. Some of y'all need to go get a goddamn. It took me 12 years to get here. And even then, I still don't mind providing a service. I can show y'all messages I get from people, black people. Thank you. I enjoyed you working at our function. I enjoyed you. I enjoy those messages when I work in service for black people, because then it makes me feel like I did my civil duty for my people. But when I'm told by another black man to go take the white man's dollar, Paradox, you felt that one in your soul. Wow. A black man,
and he was almost really talking about himself. By the way, that's what I was hearing.
And so you
don't put it on us. You talking about yourself.
I want y'all to understand that. I want you to understand that. Hang on, let me see if I can. I want you to understand that. I want y'all to see that. Like, make sure. Hello, Joe. This is Stephanie. for the party, literally, and she asks me, "Are you going to charge me for a fee for my anniversary?" I said, "No, I'm not going to charge you. I enjoy doing a service for your family." I could have charged her. I could have gave her the actual rate. I took an undercut fee because I enjoy doing what I do for my people. I enjoy going out there, providing a service. What? You as a conservative Republican would? I thought y'all were heavily capitalist. But damn. I'm not killing her wallet. I'm making it an affordable price. I make sure that her family and all of them have a good time. What's the problem? This is why,
and we're being nice. I'm nice. I get what people are trying to be, obviously condescending with some of that, and we both probably obviously let a lot of that go because we could have turned up even when he made that statement about
right. Oh, I felt
that.
we could have.
I just let it ride because you want to play that purity test game, capitalism. We know that this stuff isn't black and white, but it's like why even? I didn't even want to feed into it though. At the end
Why
of the
are
day,
you
to be
here?
honest.
Why are you here? Like,
right? Let's stop playing with that.
And that's the thing about it. Where understand that's why I said, did y'all think Dion had to come there? Did y'all think he had to go to that school?
No.
He chose that battlefield. It was just that it was bigger than what he thought it was going to be.
I think he was captured by it. I think that when he didn't get that job and he ended up at Jackson State, I think that's when he felt what he felt from God almost.
Right.
I think that's what when he saw what it was, and then he saw the potential of it. And I'm here now. I'm going to give it my all. It's not about what I didn't do and who didn't select me. That stuff's irrelevant. But for some reason, they want to just stay in the weeds with all of it. I'm like trying to keep it at another level, but just kept going back into those weeds of the little irrelevant things. That none of that stuff is important.
It's one of those things where, as black men, y'all have to. You're going there for our society to make it. And let me tell y'all why. White people look at sacrifice different than how black people do. White people look at sacrifice differently. It's almost like a Valkyrie type of shit. Yeah, I'm telling you, I've gone overseas. Sometimes I had to have a conversation with my guys in my truck. Sarge, I don't know if we're gonna make it. Like, if I got to, shut the fuck up. Shut up, Brian. Nobody's gonna die. I'm bringing you all home. I promise your girlfriend and your mom, I'm bringing you home. But yeah, if I got to, just shut up. Shut up. I'm telling you, it's scary how they look at. And mind you, the VA I go to is Ralph H. Johnson VA Center. It's named after a black private that lost his life in combat. So y'all never gonna feed me the shit that black men have not been patriotical and have not died for this country. There's a lot of highways and facilities named after black men, young black men that have died. So to a lot of y'all that say that we never did shit, fuck you.
Facts.
Fuck you. We done a lot, then some. Go look at how many Tuskegee Airmen died. A lot of them brothers have died. And there was a lot of women. Did y'all know there was an all-black female regiment that their main job was to run behind enemy lines to go get the mail and get the information back and forth? Do y'all know that there was an all-black female regiment? That they were even honored by that of the Eleanor Roosevelt. She said, "Wow." Hang on. Let me, y'all don't. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all, we hang on. Oh,
more receipts.
See, why would you leave? Why would you not acknowledge this? Hang on, let me grab this. the 6888th Central Post Directory Battalion, a task of sifting through this growing stack of letters, packages, and some of them mailed before was given to the 68th Central Postal Directory Battalion, the only all-black, all-female battalion that served overseas in World War II. I want you to understand these women were going behind the front lines. They literally, I mean, some of them are still alive if they're still going, but these were women that were out there that literally were running behind the enemy lines, getting the mail for the men, passing on information. They weren't no joke. They weren't no game. You don't see them dressing like any type of fool. They took pride in what they did. See, y'all just thought it was just no. These women were out there. So I don't understand the disdainment that the narrative that listen. Come on now. We've done a lot. Listen, this is our home. Sometimes I literally drink or I cry, and y'all can say, "Well, you're sappy or you're weak," but motherfucker, you don't know how many of my brothers I done put a flag over that casket that literally died for something of a belief that literally this is our home. Y'all can keep on running to me about that dashiki bullshit. But I'm gonna tell you right now, you gotta understand, these people put it on the line. I don't disrespect those of our own. Look how old that. Look at that woman right there, a World War II veteran.
Wow,
that's her right there. Like I said, these ain't no joke.
No,
this is real. Like I said, I think this guy, I think he's trying to make the 688. I think he's trying to make a movie.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're trying to make a movie of it. See, again, understand. We've done a lot. We've done a lot.
No, we've done way too much not to respect this country and respect our military, brother.
That's why
it's disturbing. I've worked for the military for 15 years, and I also worked with the VA at the headquarters in the city in DC, and a lot of black people I work with, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just I don't even want to talk too much about that right now, but
now
it gets a little disturbing. People, the kind of work that people put in. If you ever go to the World War II Memorial, you go to Arlington Cemetery, or if you ever go, or you go to the Veterans Memorial, which I visit a lot, and it just keeps things in context. I'll put it that way. It keeps things in context.
It's not like we didn't know. It's not like we didn't know about how bad this nation was, but it still was our nation. It still is our nation. I'm just showing y'all Ralph H. Johnson. This is Ralph H. Johnson. This is the Ralph H. Johnson. This is the facility, Ralph H. Johnson. It's actually even bigger now. It is named after this black man. So I want you to understand that. This Negro, this man, this young man, I happily, when I go into the VA, I go up to it. I've even taken my shirt and I've wiped the dust off of his statue. They're like, "Oh no, you don't have to do that, Mr. Johnson." This is my ancestor.
Mm-hmm.
This is my hero. You damn right. I'm gonna respect his statue. You damn right. This facility that services millions and millions of men and women every year is named after this young man. Oh yeah, his family. That's his sister. That's his sister right there. She's come through. It's right there in Charleston. If y'all ever want to go through, y'all can go ahead. That's why I don't understand. Do y'all even go check on y'all history of the men do y'all even go check on y'all history? Do y'all even go appreciate the stuff that your people do?
Nah, we taught to hate this country.
Like, I mean, goddamn.
Yeah, even a lot of pro-black people tend to have a bad habit of doing that. And I think a lot of it's because of that too.
I'm just saying, man, like it's crazy. Ralph A. Johnson, sister, and you got his family right there. I've seen I've seen a few of his family members. They walk on through it. They're very, very respectable people.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, y'all like literally, it's almost like there's some type of agenda set out there to teach us to hate your own at a cellular level.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's I gotta send you an invite to come over and have a conversation with them, Mike. You know, I mean, like I said, like, but I respect that man. I respect those men that have gone out there and did what they did. Listen, I read their stories. I sit down with listen, I can call my father right now. My father was in Jim Crow. My daddy was in Jim Crow. My daddy can tell you about the dog bites, about the water holes, about the beatings. My daddy was sent to Vietnam. My daddy didn't ask him. They didn't ask black men back then, would you like to go to Vietnam? It was Negro, you going.
Right.
That's why this narrative, black men just left the home. No, they were told, you getting on that damn boat.
You're going first.
You going first. You on the front line first. Go find them goddamn mines. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Then you got to come back, and hopefully you get the proper treatment, and you set right back out there in society, not probably being treated. Like I said, we're gonna cook on it. We're gonna cook on this later on the outer round. I'm saving some of my heat, but the outer round. I done already gave.
You done probably gave too much. You had to edit this video.
I done loaded up the ship. I got my brother Paradox. He said I wasn't gonna talk about the bricks, but god damn it, shit's there is some type of.
Because we was gonna actually end up doing that versus what we were talking about, and I was like, I don't know if this is a foreign person. I don't know if this is a fake setup liberal thing that they trying to like do some weird stuff with. You know what I mean? But boy, once Fox News brought that heat though, I was like, oh, I can't help it. This catnip right here. Well, I didn't know if it was staged. You know what I mean? I don't know what this weirdo is doing, and these weird liberals be doing, bro, on social media. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But they opened up a window when they did that, though. So I appreciate that, boy.
Now listen, now now they're being touched. They don't
because you gotta be held accountable for it. We don't live in a fantasy world. It's not real.
Now they're being touched,
and you have to, like you said, you even have to learn how to. We not have to learn, but you have to deal with the reality of how you can't pretend that it's not there.
You can't pretend, and you can't overlook.
Right, and it's complicated. It's difficult, but you got to deal with it, though.
Like I said,
they want to just drug you up and give you some pills to pop.
I think they're understanding that it's nothing we can do with the older group. But what if I normalize it with the younger ones?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I try to say. Y'all, listen, man. 35 on up. Listen, we out of it. They're not worried about trying to deal with you. Fuck that. But them young motherfuckers, oh yes. Oh yes. Them younger men, they already done eunuch them into not wanting families.
Yeah.
The women, they've already surmised them that you're compatibly equal in all aspects to that of a man. And so now the eunuchs and that of the delusional women are now having a problem. It's like you trained a wolf to think it's a chihuahua. I don't know how they did it, but they trained the wolf.
I don't know how they did it either.
They trained the wolf to think it's a chihuahua, and you train a pig to think it's a German shepherd. And so, for whatever reason, now nature is trying to find a way to goddamn trying to like, God, how the fuck do I unfix this damn shit?
I didn't know why I did not understand why they got rid of physical activity, but it starts to make sense over time as I got older.
Now
because if you start to lower the testosterone levels of boys, and it's literally in their plan, bro. That's what makes it so disgusting. Is that it's not by accident.
I listen, man. We used to have it when I was in elementary school on down. When they would have PE, they would make us compete. They would make us like.
And I thought it was something so simple. I didn't even realize how complex having boys do physical, how important it is, and how if you don't do that, how you can manipulate them and turn them into girls. I didn't even. I mean, was you thinking about that? I wasn't. I mean, who's thinking about that in the 80s and 90s? Like, oh, we're gonna get rid of this, and I just like.
I think because now I have children.
Bring these folks to the firing squad, yo. Like, who are these people? What's their? I want to know their name. What's their names?
Paradox is like, listen, we got to just get them up out of here, man. Like, y'all gotta understand.
I'm just saying, it's so deceitful though. When you really think about it, just think about what they did. Something that simple has such a major impact.
It was an honor and a joy to compete, to build, and to procreate. And when people say, "Whoa, BMT, why?" Because it's my nature.
Right.
It's my God-given nature. Like, I have a picture. Do I still have that picture? My teacher sent me of when I was a youngin', and how much pride I had being in JROTC, walking in the town parade, and walking in them goddamn shoes 3 to 4 miles, all the way to the school, to the whole town, carrying that American flag, walking in my dress greens, even in the heat, walking straight, singing cadences. There was no people laughing at us. There was no people running at us, telling us that we're sellouts and we're picked. These are youth. Pride in that. But now that's gone. That's gone. It was an honor to get to do that. It was a privilege and an honor. And now that I see it now, it's gone. I don't, and I'm not trying to get too emotional about it. But now when I think about it now, I don't know what's honestly going to be left for hey, is hypocrisy a part of American culture and politics? Well, it is. I mean, to what extent? It depends on a lot of people, I think the thing about it is a lot of people do not. You have those, it's the have and have nots.
Mm-hmm.
And we prided ourselves on the best and the brightest.
Yep.
I wanted a position. I wanted a position, and I fought, and I was willing to do what needed. Like I understood I had to compete for that. Like I was a straight jarhead. Like I was a diehard soldier. Now a lot of people, like I think the thing about it was a lot of people used to say, BMT, would you die for this country? We used to do death chants. Like how much would you sacrifice for your country? And I said I would sacrifice my life because I looked at it as my gift to. There was no greater feeling than when my father told me, "I'm proud of you, son.
Mm-hmm.
You did your civil duty," and I felt like I literally I did my duty. I did my solemn duty. I nowadays that's shame.
They want you to be shamed.
That's what scares me. It's
Yeah. And you have people, and you know what's so crazy? The reason why I was bringing up your military service is because, and I know you let it slide, and I get it. I know you let it slide, but you have cowards online talking, bro.
Yes.
That's where I struggle. That's why I struggle with some conversations sometimes, because even though I understand what it is, but like people are talking who are cowards. That's one issue that I have a lot of times with presidents, regardless of their party affiliation, not having military experience. And I know it is what it is, and we're a civilian nation. I get all that stuff, but it is really it is. You don't know how many cowards there are in this country, and that even plays a big role into why you have a feminist system overlaying this country over the last 50 years, however long it's been. And a lot of it is a lot of men are cowards, and that's not even really being addressed, to be honest with you. People talk a lot, man, and they'd be like, bro, you would, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I'm surprised that you don't ever. I don't know if you've done it. I don't know if you've been online for a long time, so I don't know if you've ever done that before. But it's almost like I hear everybody talking, and that's cool. We can have fun talking, but I gotta, I hear what you're saying, but what work because I do. I know you have to have a hard time, man, because you can't hear me. We up here talking crazy online. You're like, you ain't put the work in. So I'm allowed, because and I know you see it this way. People in the military allow us to talk, and there is a disconnect from that. And I want military people to make that more clear. And I know it's a hard thing to do, obviously, but there is a disconnect. I'm able to talk crazy online and talk crazy out in these streets. It's because of people like you and the people who put the real work in to allow people to be able to talk the way they talk.
It's definitely a thing, Paradox, whereas to because I get called a lot of shit in these spaces, and I get told, BMT, be patient, BMT, be patient, be patient, and I'm like, well, fuck, goddamn, like how much patient I gotta be, like holy shit, like literally, it was like you're telling me to watch out for the white man, but what do I do with my own fellow black man when I'm getting fucked up? And I mentally did everything right. I thought I did. I got a job. I did my civil duty. Made my children. I ain't out here committing crimes. I participate in the system. Why am I being punished? Why am I being shamed? And see, what that does is it discourages other men to want to follow that trajectory.
Yeah.
Like I somehow single-handedly in this country discourage men to want to be men.
Yeah.
And if the left don't want to talk about that, I don't know what the fuck it is. Like, see, that's the thing.
It's a reason why they're trying to destroy Trump, and he's not necessarily, I'm going to say, the best example of masculinity, but it is there,
right?
And it does aggravate the left. So he is, even if it's a paper tiger that you're saying, he's still presenting though as a strong man. If you really pay attention to politics and listen to how they talk about him on the left and the right, for that matter, it does say a lot about where the country is where it wants to be and what it's willing to do to get there. And to see them destroy him, give him all these fake charges, it just says so much about where this place is trying to go.
So I want to know where is it that and anybody can come up and ask us and answer to us, what is the end game y'all want black men to be at? But I already know where me and Paradox wanted. Like this is our home. This is our land. This is our battleground. We don't want to go nowhere else.
No, our family shed too much blood, so I'm not playing with it. That's the real world.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
We put in too much work for too long, and I don't know what my ancestors would feel overall, but what they had to sacrifice for us to be here, it's a disconnect from that, I think. And they've done a good job, I think, of manipulating that situation. You know, they laid their lives down for hundreds of years for us to be here. We have to approach this thing a little bit differently, I think, and have a different mindset about it.
I can't go nowhere else, bro. Like I'm
gonna say it again. People think these places are safe. They think these places are protected, and I don't think we really explored a lot of these other places. And are you really protected?
I see. That's the thing about it. You're told. It's like the big bad wolf is telling you to come out and play. And when I ask a lot of people, like, okay, so first off, with everything going on in the U.S., what's some of my skills or knowledge do you have to go flourish in another country? That's the first thing I would want to ask. I would want to ask any of the men or women, what do you have that would make you want to go to another country and that's going to help you flourish? Don't just give us no bullshit. Oh, I know tech. Don't give us no bullshit with that. Because I can promise you that no. Because you're still hoping that you can still tap into the U.S., which they're closing down those gateways.
I know.
They're closing down those gateways of, oh, you think you're gonna tap into this market and still go over? See, no, they're trying to say, hey, bro, if we can't control that circulation of flow of money, then you're out. And I'm fine with that because you need to live out there in the jungle. You need to actually understand what it's like. I think Paradox is on the same mindset that if that's what you're on, then that's how you need to die out.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine long as America is providing protection that you can't see. You don't know it's there, but it's there. And trust and believe me, China and Russia is not going to protect you. So good luck on that side.
well,
good luck over there.
Why do you feel that they think that China or Russia would, or any country?
I don't think people. I mean, I don't think it's something that people are going to look into at this point. You know, you're not really going to look at. Well, there's no evidence, number one, that they're going to protect anybody. They're going to do business, but unless, like you said, I could be off on it. The last time I checked, you know, America has a lot of infrastructure in different countries, military bases, etc. You know, they got all type of agencies in these different places, and that's what's maintaining those places and keeping them from overthrowing themselves. Either inducing civil wars or stopping civil wars, right? And allowing those countries to operate on some level. The moment they start to release that protection, what they have to figure it out at that point. And maybe they would. I don't know, but it might be a dangerous place for a while until they can sort out how they're going to organize the place, because you're not going to have that protection or that funding or those trade deals for that matter.
I'm gonna tell you all this.
And as a civilian, you can just go right. You know, right as an American, right?
Mm-hmm.
The way globalization is today, and again, correct me if I'm wrong. The reason why you're able to fly over countries is what? Airspace protection. Just basic stuff,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The reason why our planes can pretty much fly, I think, 300 plus countries safely, or whatever the number is, and not get shot down, is because of the military, the American military.
Right.
The layers and layers and layers of protection that has been put in place for over almost 100 years. And so I just feel like sometimes, just like even in America, that living like a suburb, it's so comfortable. Everything seems perfect almost. I can just hop on a plane and just fly to Nigeria or fly to Japan. No, no big deal, whatever. But now you might fly to Japan and there might be a different submarine in the ocean that might happen to shoot you down this time.
See, that's the thing about it. I think it's the little things, right?
Yeah, you just can't see. You just can't see the protection. You shit on America, but you can't see it. It's ridiculous, bro.
Right, and so we take them for granted.
Every time you get on a plane, you don't understand it could be shot down. People, you're not thinking about that, bro. It could be shot down, bro. They're not going to shoot an American plane down. Why? Why B.M.T? Come on, bro. Why you can run around here and fly around and become expatriates and fly and have fun in these little countries and start your little businesses and stuff? How did just the flight to get there, or for your shipments to be shipped out? How does that happen without our military? I mean, I could be wrong. Like I told you, I could be totally wrong about this. But the last time I checked, we're monitoring our NSA, CIA. They're monitoring everything, bro.
They do. They surely do.
That's how you're able to fly anywhere. Forget everything else. Just that one situation.
Like that's I
Because in the future, planes are going to be getting shot down a lot. Just so you know, the airline issue is going to be different in the future.
See, you got again, paradox. I get what you're saying wholeheartedly. I do, but I also understand you have to let people. And I listen.
And I don't want to go too far because I may be over my skis here. I'm just, I don't want to jump out the window on this, but
it's not. Here's the thing about it is this, and I'm gonna say this: the reason why some of those countries don't get out of line is they know that there's no protection for them outside of that circumference. Like they understand. I don't know. Listen, looking at America, what the fuck? Why'd I leave Russia? And I know y'all say, well, America's such a great place, but see, they know Mother Russia. They understand that patriarchy. They understand that household.
Let me give you one more. When COVID happened, what do you think happened when COVID happened? Right when it happened, and America went into lockdown. Did you notice how all of those good old Americans that hated America or wanted to live in other countries, what did they do?
Come back to America. They came right on back. They came right back so fucking quick.
Dude, like 6 million people came back, bro. I didn't even realize that many people was living outside the country. I was like, man, y'all got back quick. y'all should have. Why didn't you just stay where you were? It's great, right? Man, them people hopped on the first thing smoking. It's not talked about. I thought it was interesting. I left it alone, but I'm like, that's interesting. Because if those other countries were so great and had such great everything, you could have just stayed there and went through the process. What made you hop on those planes and get your butt back over here?
Because
I know everybody. I know some people probably did stay, obviously, but millions of people came back. Though. It was crazy.
The thing about it was when you realize this, like I loved it with the people who were like in Mexico, ran their ass back to America. I like the people who were like, "Oh, I'm going to Germany. Me and my friend going to Germany. We're getting the fuck out of America."
The great Western Europe, great, beautiful, wonderful Europe, right? All the great social programs, and they came running back. It was real. You can't pretend, right? We can't make that up. That really happened.
That did. But see, the thing about it was,
we got evidence.
The thing about it was, all that gusto and shit talk went out the way. It went out the way, and I mean. And I was like, well, shit, I thought y'all, all the people, the men and women that said they divesting and they getting out of here, and this culture's so much shitty. But I'm like, oh, so when the world gets in its chaotic state, and they said every country for themselves, which is fair.
Yeah, it's fair.
And they said, well, it's not my job to harbor or protect you. Wait, what do you mean? See, now America, even though we had immigrants here, we didn't say, hey, you immigrants, get the fuck on out. It's not our job.
Sure didn't.
We way more benevolent. I mean, shit, I kind of was a little bit jealous of China. China was like, hey, all y'all get the fuck on out. I was like, damn, China, you gonna really do that?
Time to go.
But they damn sure were. They were like, hey, y'all gotta get the fuck out. And see, that just shows you that a lot of people don't agree with the softness and the touch of how we maneuver. And that's the thing.
But remember, that is the goal. The goal is to allow free-flowing capitalism to take place on the planet without you being impeded, almost without you seeing it, to make you. The goal is to make you very comfortable and to make you feel a certain way, because that allows you to want to spend the money, want to invest around the world, want to travel around the world, right? Because you don't want to see a gun everywhere. That kind of destroys, I think, consumerism and stuff like that, and entrepreneurship. There's something about making you feel a certain way and visually things look a certain way. That's why you don't invest in certain spaces, even in America, because it's not protected, right?
Right.
And so you extrapolate that out to the whole planet. Same thing. And America has done a phenomenal job, in my opinion, to be able to show you not to ever see that hidden hand and allow you to move around the world. At least as an American, we're really up until 9/11 that kind of changed some things, but especially before that, by the way, if you go back before 9/11, it was love, in my opinion.
I see the thing that I put out there is this, that,
and by the way, just to put the thing on that, that's because of the military. I'm gonna say that one more time.
One thing we can emphasize was that, and because a lot of people got mad at about how Baby Bush handled 9/11. They got mad at him. They were like, "Oh my God, like, what the fuck are you doing?" Like, and I'm like, okay, like, do y'all want revenge, or do y'all what do y'all want? Like, what the fuck y'all want, man? Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, what kind of shit y'all want done? Like,
hey, I had to taste the blood. I had that taste.
I'm not gonna lie and say I was like, hey man, oh my God, like Africa, like, or or Iran, Iraq. No, I was like, fuck that. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it right now, bro. If anything, you saw a surcharge of Americans running into the military. Like, listen, bro, if you want a job, now's if you can get a job. Yep. Crazy enough, it was like calamity bred the best out of us.
Yes. Yeah.
It was calamity was literally pushing the best out of us to where you had this drive that, listen, fuck everybody else. It's us versus the world.
Yeah.
And now you're told that's the wrong approach. I didn't have a problem when Trump was like, nah, fuck that. We got America first. Well, Trump, we need this. No, because your country's borders are shut to us. So why the fuck will we help you? As a man of your household, do you feed somebody else's household before you feed yours? I had no problem with that, because that's how you and I was raised. You even on the plane, they tell you put on your fucking gas mask. You put on your air mask first before you put on anybody else's. You can't
before your kids.
Even before you save your goddamn kids, you put that shit on. Well, hold on now. I gotta put it on my kid. No, you put it on yourself first. And so, I mean, nowadays we're looking at it now. Go ahead.
No, I was just, and I think, and like you said, even about the conversations, is that I think what we get sort of confused. I feel like, or things get sort of conflated when you deal with some of the, we had to harden once that happened, right? Regardless of why it happened, who did it, whatever, right? We can get into that talk, but those are separate talk, right? We had to harden the country. It was what it was, and it sucks, and it sucked. If you kind of move that outward a little bit, people it gives you a very almost a prick of what it looks like if we were invaded. And so that's the part also that sent it to me, the message of 9/11, understanding what it looks like to be attacked, regardless of how and who and what and when and where and why. Right? Forget all the other stuff that goes with the conspiracy stuff. Just the fact that if you get invaded or whatever happens, how quickly it changes, how you have to harden your country, start tracking and checking everything. And it's almost like because we're giving it up now, that's what it's going to look like in the future permanently, though. That's why I never understood why, hey, do what we have to do overseas to make it as comfortable as possible here and not play all these games, because you really don't want what that was in that moment to be the everyday thing across the board.
I think the powers that be now, they want it to be like that.
Yeah.
Because honestly, at one point, listen, man, we prided ourselves on this first. Prided ourselves on patriarchy. We prided ourselves on, it has to be about the man being at the top, the epicenter, and household, family, God. I know all the other shit that y'all say, goddamn, is a diametric sin and a bane to exist at. But that shit was our protection piece.
Yeah. You need some of it.
And
you don't want to dismantle it. That's my problem. You can have a little bit of liberal stuff, but you gotta have that other part though.
Listen, I understand there has to be a balance of democracy. It never was my talking point to get rid of. I've never said Democrats need to die or they need to be gone. Like, I don't believe that either me or Paradox are that radical. But
no, that's ridiculous.
Yes, that is ridiculous. But we are understanding that where we are right now, with that of the state of the country, it is almost goddamn, it's a no man's land hose bar right now. And the fact that motherfuckers don't want to actually, even from the left side, want to not acknowledge it. Like, we had no problem with the shooting shit happen as two conservatives talking about it. I would want it to be on the left side where they would say, hey, like, this shit going on right now with our women, men, and children. We need to talk about this, man. This is very scary. This is very scary. I don't know what's going to happen. Well, damn it. Oh, shit. What do you think we've been saying? We can't foretell what's going to happen anymore because y'all told us don't say shit. I gotta say,
when the go ahead.
No. I'm not gonna say no more shit.
Okay.
I want to save it for what. Goddamn, I already know. Goddamn it, I'm waiting for. Was the left? They love coming to your panel. They love coming to your panel.
Yeah. DC makes it very comfortable for them.
They love coming to your panel. They don't like
when I want to turn up, they tap me back down.
Only few of them.
For some reason they're thinking that I'm somehow. I always find it funny. I be thinking sometimes they thinking that I'm gonna like convert or something, which I think is hilarious.
I don't think so. I think,
bro, people. Let me tell you, man, about being a conservative, bro. I don't care. I really don't care about all of the history stuff. I know it. I study it. I don't really care. At the end of the day, I see what they're doing. My eyes are wide open, bro.
Right.
And if you are a Christian, you can put labels on it, evangelical. You can put black on it. I don't care. I don't even like the word black conservative. You can put whatever you need to put on it to make yourself to make you digest it. But at the end of the day, my eyes are wide open. I like me and you both understand. That's why I hate talking about some stuff. It's they kind of be playing with us a little bit.
Right.
But we understand that stuff's corrupt. So be it.
Yes.
We understand that the right plays games, the left and the right be doing the left stuff, and they work together. They move back. I understand. We don't have the power on this. Man, you don't have the power. So
Yes.
we understand. We understand what's going. That's fine. That again, that is what it is. But fundamentally, bro, you really have to be out of your mind to be over there. Because if you just look at what they're doing, my conscience can't let me do it. And you know, I've voted different ways, and I've been all over the place, emotional and being pulled in places and whatever, right? You know, up and down the ballot, right?
Right.
It still doesn't change the fact. I'm still going to preach what I preach, right? It's just some things come up, and maybe I mean, some Trump may say something. I don't like. Okay, I mean, I want to vote for you, but you're making it hard, right?
Right.
Things those things is just life. That's just what it is. But that's still even within the contradiction though, it still doesn't change it, because if you're a Christian and you're a Democrat, you're a living contradiction. You're probably going to hell, but that's a different conversation. But it's a different conversation. I'm just saying my point is that my conscience, as bad as things are when people so-called represent the right, whatever, that it is what it is. But some of the things that's done over there is so egregious that I could never, at least, you know what I'm saying, opine for them. I'm not doing that. I'm not giving them any of that, because some of the things that they're doing, they should be calling that stuff out, and they really don't. You know, the people, especially men who complain online about some of the behavior patterns in this country, it's only coming from one group that, well, not even coming from that group, but that group supports them. They run through that side.
I don't think they can really. I think, sadly, see, you have those few enigmas. I would call me and you enigmas that are not afraid to cross those lines.
Mm-mm.
And they're like, we see this. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like
At least they should be on. But look, at least they should be uncomfortable. My issue is it's the comfort. I'm uncomfortable on the right. I would tell you that all day.
Right.
I toy with it. I toy with it every day for years. It still doesn't change anything. But the level of comfort over there, that part is what's shocking to me, just so you know. I don't care how much they say the word black, right? I don't care. They can say black all day long. They can talk about black people. I don't care. If you understand this, in my opinion, if you understand this system, if you get out of politics and look at it from a race perspective, it is what it is, right? So when you layer politics on top of race, you know, just because they're saying black, what that means. Just because they're giving you a few pieces of fat back, okay. Because you hear a lot of people talk crazy, like, well, but at least the left is doing this. I don't care what they're doing, because they're running a program over top of that. And we know what that is. And the biggest issue that people have online, that men have online, is that exact program. So why would you support it? I'd rather for you not to participate then. Because if you're deciding to promote, because this is the thing. If you say we're promoting white nationalists, right? Okay, fine. Okay. Right? They don't want nobody black in the country. They don't want nobody with color in the country. They're scared of black. Okay, cool. Got it. But on the left, I'm like, no. I'd rather for it not to be a country if that's what it's gonna be. So that's how I look at it.
No. Like I said, I think we need. I'm trying to figure out for when I have these conversations with them,
because it won't be a country. Just to put that out there, because it won't be one.
I'm trying to ask, like, when I ask certain questions, like, I live my conservative lifestyle. I live it. People coming at me, well, BMT, I saw you talking to the LGBT. Well, I mean, I fought for the right for you to
exist.
Exist.
Exactly right.
I fought for the right for you to exist. Yeah, but you're a conservative. I can't take away their rights. I mean, that's not
exactly
that's not how it worked. And I'm like,
see the mind of a liberal. See the mind of a liberal, though.
Like, well, see, that's why I'm like, I think you're diametrically stupid. And like, that's why now I'm pulling back. I only have certain levels of conversation with certain people that can hang and that I know are walking in that proficiency. If you were to say, hey, so we need this and that, I said, well, if you want that, you got to go lobby. And if you want to lobby, when you talk to these people, they're going to ask, so what do you do? Well, I work and I actually have connection with these people, and it'll look pretty good if you actually worked with us. There's a guy right now, is an elected official right now. He's a black man, Mr. Pryor. He's running for mayor. I talked about stuff that's going on right now in the school system.
Mm-hmm.
He said, well, what else can you tell me? I said, well, if you would like to meet up and we can sit down and have a conversation. And yes, I slicked the wheel and we wrote down a nice donation for him. Oh, B.M.T, are you buying him? No, I'm investing in him. I'm investing in him that these things that we need in these red line schools are needed for our fundamental building. We need these kids ready and prepared for the state exams. We need this done. We need the Trident Technical College to open up a trade route so that way some of these kids can have some job for billing and coding, for medical assistants. We need some of these people out here to learn how to. We got a place where you can go learn how to work tuggers and forklifts and reaches and stuff.
You're working within the system, though. That's what I'm saying. They online trying to hold us to a purity, and we understand that because the government's helping everybody, right?
Yes.
And like, what, the Republicans don't want the government? Yeah, they do. So let's not play with that.
We're gonna have to address that later, Paradox. Like I said, we
can walk through because I know the pushback already. You know, because you got states that people are treated this way.
And I don't like the deflection army.
Right.
Well, B.M.T, are you trolling? No, I'm not trolling. I'm really not. It's just that I'm very blunt about it. I'm very blunt about it. I just know that some of y'all just don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
And also, it's called playing politics. And so, in a funny kind of way, if you really watch and follow politics, you see people negotiating. So it's okay to be on one side of the other, but when you start seeing things that are just so out of control, you have to at least criticize. That's my whole thing. Not being comfortable. That's where I have issues with, because I'm not comfortable with what Republicans do. So that's why if you consider yourself in that group, you call them out, you talk to them. If they listen, if they don't, they don't. But that's just what you do within that space. You don't just leave because you have fundamental principles that you believe in, right? It's the same on the left. If you're on the left and you're black, they cater to blackness. I'm not gonna fight that. Now what they're doing it for is where it gets tricky at, right?
Right.
Because while they're catering to blackness, they're feminizing you. While they're catering to blackness, they're transgenderizing you. While they're catering to blackness, they're LGBTQing you, right? While they're considering blackness, they're not giving you assistance for you to develop and grow. They're giving you assistance to hold you where you are.
I think that's the thing about it now, that a lot of black people on the left are now used to being the tar and used to being the motor for goddamn.
You're being used.
And I hear this a lot. Well, the left is the only one who deals with the blacks. What?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
culturally, but they ain't gonna give you no job though.
And see, when I
culturally, sure.
And when you hear somebody say, "Listen," and I brought this up around the panel, I said the right does not give a fuck to pander to your feelings.
No. Or your culture.
And that pissed off and angered. See right there. See, why would you want to deal with them when they're known? I'm like, listen, I get the fucking me and Paradox are not dumb, nigga. We know the history about the racism, nigga. I don't want. I'm
black.
I'm not. We're not looking for pandering.
No.
I don't. I know that man don't like me, and I know I don't like his ass. I didn't say we did like.
Exactly. But I tell you what, Democrats don't like you either. See, that's my problem with that stuff. They don't like you. Nancy Pelosi? For real?
Bro,
Elizabeth Warren? For real? Bernie, if you see Bernie Sanders' interview on the Breakfast Club, bro, if that doesn't make you not have an issue with that party, you're out of your mind. Just watch that one. I mean, it's so many interviews, but that was one of the ones I was like, "Oh, okay." It's like it's like that.
I like watching this old footage when he's just dropping N-bombs and shit.
Of course.
And I'm like, how is he for black people? With this man drops N-bombs like as if he's this man. I mean, goddamn, you would think he was a goddamn grand.
Right. A lot of Democrats, including Joe Biden, are segregationists. They're still Democrats. You still vote for them and support them.
The thing about it,
a lot of Democrats are very comfortable with people being on drugs.
Yes, they are.
A lot of Democrats are very comfortable with you getting divorces or never getting married and never having children. They're very comfortable with abortion. They're comfortable with it. That's my only issue. Is they're comfortable with stuff.
They're comfortable with chaos.
I'm uncomfortable.
They're comfortable with chaos. Like they're comfortable with that of. The thing about it is, I always ask, like, okay, so with all this happening, with all this breaking down, what are y'all building? What are you building? Because I know what me and Paradox wanted. We're the products of what we want to build. But what do y'all want? Like, I mean, honestly, like, listen, man, like, again, I had no problem pulling my kid out of school when they were doing that. You choose what bathroom you want to go to.
Come on, bro.
Mr. Hello, Mr. Johnson. Your children haven't been to school in almost a week. Yeah, I know why. Y'all got any old kids just walking in whatever bathroom they want to walk in.
Mm-hmm.
I was the only content creator talking about that. I didn't give a fuck about bringing Keisha back to the home and getting my dick sucked. I'm talking about, yo, dude, why are there children walking in any bathroom? Why are there kids literally asking for gender reassignment at school? Mm-hmm. Where are the parents? Do y'all know for us to watch a sex ed videotape, you had to get a parent's permission?
Absolutely.
So how did you jump from the parent having inclusion in the child's education to guess what? You don't need to know what gender I assign myself to, mom and dad.
Mm-hmm.
No.
And like you said, Republicans have failed at many things, and they have allowed a lot of things to happen. And it is the job of the people to hold your representatives accountable and to pull them in the direction you want to pull them in. But they're going to do things you don't like. But you don't turn it to, you don't try to use that against us when we're talking more about principles, right? And just trying to, you know how we talk about the Constitution a lot.
That's when they turn on you. That's when they turn on
you.
When the minute you bring that P word, that principle.
See, I'm trying to hold them accountable. That's the whole point.
That's a problem. I see that as a disdain in these spaces. That's a problem. That was a problem when that black panel of that old man and them three women, they refused to talk about the principles that they've allowed.
Yeah, they want to live in contradiction. They do it to the Bible all the time.
Even the first woman had to admit to that. She said we did kill. The first woman said we did kill chivalry.
Right.
You think?
Exactly. Right. You think?
They
kill religion too.
Oh God.
Religion provides things that you may not like, but the goal of the left, which are mostly atheists, even though a lot of black Christians are liberals, which is weird, but their whole policy outside of the Marxist stuff, but they're in the communist stuff, but their whole policies honestly, it's kind of around that atheist thinking. And the thing about the Bible, regardless of, you can critique it how you want to, again, there's fundamental principles to provide guidance, and you don't have to like it. And it could be a contradiction. And Republicans can be greedy corporate people too. That's fine. That's all a part of the game, though.
Mm-hmm.
But they want to fix, and I'm gonna tell you, a lot of people who be talking online, I don't know if they realize it or not, because I do a tremendous amount of hours over the years looking at the left, and a lot of things that people are saying, it's coming. They don't. I don't even know if they realize the way they're saying it and how they're positioning themselves is literally coming from white liberal people who are atheists, who are
Like,
anti-God, they're anti-Christian, they're anti-American, and people have picked up a lot of their talking points, and it's kind of a part of their casual conversation. And when me and you are talking, and when they're saying certain things back, I'm like, that's not even your real opinion. That opinion is really coming from a lot of these people out here that's anti so many things, but they make it feel so good, you know? It's so crazy to me, man.
it was an interesting thing because when I look back at how I was told to go to church,
Mm-hmm.
I was instilled on having respect for my elders.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't asked, I was instilled.
Mm-hmm.
There were certain clauses of things, you know. The majority of the school faculty, I knew them on an intimate level because those were the members of churches, of certain things at the corner store. Like, you pretty much knew everybody in an inner networking layer of a body.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one person said, "You know what? I don't want to go to church anymore." My God, first of all, I never seen lunch ladies have prayer.
Mm.
Why don't you want to have prayer? What's wrong, baby? I don't think God's going to help my mama. Guidance counselor showed up. Girl got pulled out of school. Guy got pulled out of class. Like, that's a conservative basis ideology
Mm-hmm.
because they're looking at the principle of where that child or that mindset is going. See, that's how conservative minds in a community function. Y'all do know.
Mm-hmm.
And see, I was there on a panel when people were concerned when they had two conservative black daughters on a panel on a Fox News show. I can go find it.
Oh, okay.
And y'all know me about the receipts. And the thing about it was, they were saying, black people, you do know you're diametrically conservative, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are. A lot of your talking points are conservative. You just don't want to admit it. You don't got to say you're a conservative Republican, but you
Right.
are conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And it blows my mind because how we're raised, even in goddamn how we were raised and how we were brought up and geared. We weren't doing, believe it or not, look at black people in American history. We didn't do anti-American shit.
No.
We actually were more for America to be functional, have a system that was for that of its people. Go ahead and look at it. Go ahead and look at it. Going to work, doing jobs, having pride in what the fuck we do. Why do you think we did so much inventions and all that shit? That don't sound like something that somebody anti-American would do.
No, that's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to tell you, man. Like,
We've done too much. Our ancestors and family members have done too much. That clearly, as overall, we're clearly not anti-American, and we're clearly much more conservative. And I know you have that. You've always had that stream of people who were very angry for how we were treated. Obviously, and I know some people. It's maybe forced some of those people to sort of have serious issues, obviously, with the country, and they have gotten captured by a lot of the pro-black, some of those small organizations that kind of popped up
Mm-hmm.
But
Like,
a lot of that stuff has caused a lot of confusion because they don't really offer you anything at the end of the day, and they turn you so hard against everything that you almost can't even function really, and you start yelling about things. But it's like you have to understand how the system works, and you're not breaking it. That's not happening, and they have all learned that, by the way. Every one of those little organizations have learned that the hard way.
like it definitely. Here we go. Y'all know BMT. I'm always going to grab information, and I'm probably going to actually have to have a time where I need to go back over this. I might need a time where I need to go back over this. But see, here you go. Young black conservatives push back on narrative of all black Americans being progressive.
How is this new? How old is this video? I don't think I
Uh,
saw this. Seen this before.
let's see if I got time. Like I said,
I also really want to treating you. It's fine. When I got out, I didn't want
what are
to
the
believe
odds?
there was anything wrong because I tell you. Maybe you are fine. If you're not, it's okay. Thank you.
Veterans, find resources at va.gov/reach.
Our next guest pushing back on the notion that all young black Americans are progressive. Featured in a
Oh
new
wow.
op-ed, they say now is the time for Republicans and black Americans to unite over conservative values. Political commentator and YouTuber Sharif Lane and CEO of the Conscious Conservative Movement, Felicia Killings, they both join us now. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you
Jesus
for coming
Christ.
on with us. So, Sharice,
Where
tell
these
us
black women come from?
why are you conservative?
Well, first of all, I would say that I was raised in a Christian home. My grandparents are pastors, and they raised my mother to be Christian and conservative, which in turn had her raise me to be Christian and conservative. But it wasn't until I was in middle school that I realized I was conservative. I attended a school called Victory Christian Academy in Orlando, Florida, a predominantly black and Christian school. And it wasn't until about the 7th grade that my teacher, Ms. Randolph, she advised us to research both sides of political parties and also to look at what a conservative is and what a liberal is. And after I did that, that's when I came to the realization that I was conservative. But I was raised Christian and I was raised conservative, so it came natural to me with that realization.
I'm getting Paradox all type of homework.
My father raised me to be conservative. This is just all I know. Big shout out to Dad right now who's watching.
Dad?
And this is pretty much the experience for a lot of Black Americans. We are conservative in our values. However, there has been a significant gap between the Republican Party and Black voters. And right now, what we're trying to do with the Conscious Conservative Movement is to bridge that gap via education and training, just talking to Black voters as well as to white conservatives so that we understand that there are commonalities. And if we show up, I'm telling you that it's going to be a powerful experience, even in the political spectrum.
Sharice, according to Pew Research, 4 in 10 black Democratic voters call themselves moderate, but the Democratic Party doesn't seem to be moderate anymore. It's so progressive.
Right. I definitely agree. And I would say that historically, Black Americans, we are conservative. When it comes to conservatism, I believe that does not align. Basically, it doesn't have to do anything with political parties. When you are conservative, it has to do with values. And that's what I tell everyone. You can be conservative and not be a Republican. You can be conservative and be a Democrat. You can be conservative and be independent. The point is, Black Americans are historically conservative. And just because, they are Black doesn't mean they have to be liberal or they have to be Democrat. They are historically conservative.
Felicia, you say Black Americans are looking for a political home. What do you think will happen next year with the midterms and then when we choose another president down the road?
I think right now, conservatives and Republicans have an opportunity to bridge this gap, to make these alliances. This is something that I share with beloved conservatives almost daily on Twitter class. It's about understanding Black history. It's about understanding that Black history is on the side of conservatism. And if we can espouse these messages in a more empowering way, as opposed to a degrading, dehumanizing manner, we're going to see more Black Americans, especially Black millennials, especially among Black male voters,
voters, we'll start to see more of them aligning themselves with conservative politics because.
Notice she said she brought up specifically black male voters.
Yep.
Conservatives
they coming home.
Our growing black wealth, which we are eagerly building day.
I want you to understand. She said black conservative males and black wealth. It's interesting because Paradox has never seen this video, yet Paradox and I were talking just like this on a separate panel. You've never seen this video, have you, Paradox?
I've never seen it. Never seen it. I like that conscious conservative. That's I know that bothers people.
And the thing about it, I want you, and I'm gonna make sure I put it in the back chat. But like when it comes to these conversations, listen, man, there's not gonna be too much. I'm trying to figure out what's the leaning for the left. Like when they, like these girls are pretty straightforward about their approach. They went down the history line. They're not out here dressed any type of way. They're just in their natural state. One of they're giving shouts out to their father. God forbid that ever happens.
Right.
So, I mean, they purposely went off to the side and said, "Hey, we want to see black male conservative voters. We need their voice. We want to see black stimulation of the economy. Can't overlook that."
Yeah, and they're asking, and I think the Republican Party they are having a hard. They have for years having a hard time. I think, and you could call it. It could be race based, if you want to go there with it. But that's why she noticed what she said is that they need more Republicans to pander and reach out, and that has been a struggle.
Yes. Yes.
And a lot of black conservatives, obviously have been talking about that for years. Getting hit so hard. Matter of fact, Roland Martin is a good example of it. He used to have black conservatives on his show when he first started out some years before Trump came. And once Trump came, they pretty much, I guess he just pretty much stopped inviting them because he would not give them any room to have a conversation. It was like you need to denounce Trump and denounce your Republican card because Trump is so bad that you need to just give it all up. So we're not even going to hear you talk. That's how bad it got on the left. I mean, that's how bad it got within the black community in politics. If you chose to be on the right and you don't get the cover that you probably need. But and that was my whole point about how we can critique the right, but it doesn't mean we're going to leave the right. Just because they're not necessarily doing what we want doesn't mean that we should feel a certain type of way about it, or you should make me feel a certain type of way about it, because it's not like you're getting what you want on the left either at the end of the day. And they listen to you every day, right?
Oh yeah.
And we should have space to be able to have that conversation and not be judged and be mocked and laughed at and ridiculed because when 95, I think Obama got elected, I think it was like 98%, some crazy number that blacks who vote supported him. So if you're a Republican, not to give them too much cover, but when you're a Republican, right, how would it make sense to even try to go after the black vote if almost 100% is voting one way or 95% is voting one way? How much money should they spend in those communities when the vote has been captured, So I also take that into consideration, understanding that, well, if you're getting 85, 95% of the vote, then probably we're going to have to go over there because they're not going to spend any money at the end of the day because unfortunately, the vote's captured. You know, and that's a nice way of looking at it. I know that people could spin it how they want to spin that, and say that they just don't want to deal with black people. You can play that game if you want to, but if I'm running a political organization and everybody's voting on this side, how much money? They're just asking you, what would you invest? I mean, how can you invest? What do you do when you're already having to try to keep your base in line and spend the billions of dollars just to keep your own? You know what I'm saying? Just to get them to come out and vote. You would already spend all your resources just to get your own people to try to make, because only half of us vote anyway in America, or whatever,
Right.
55%, whatever it is. So you're just trying to funnel as much money into your own areas just to get them to behave, then to try to take some of those resources out to hope that some of us come over. And with the way the districts are set up, how everything is already structured, you already have things sort of set up in a way to get most of your people elected anyway without our vote. So there's a lot of history, you know what I'm saying, that's tied to some of that stuff.
Right. Right. What's going on? You caught us. You caught us almost at just about the end. What's going on?
It's all right.
Go ahead and weigh in.
I'm sitting here and I'm just listening because a lot of times I really don't like to talk about politics because people get so personal and they get so emotional and they don't even understand why or where it comes from. So a lot of times I don't like to talk about politics. I mean, I will say this, you bring up very, very good points. Listening to both of you gentlemen speak and giving your viewpoint. I mean, I'll say this. Matter of fact, whenever we had Obama, I voted the first time, didn't vote the second time. Whenever we had Trump, I voted the first time, didn't vote the second time. And, once again, I realized that even before it was time to go to the booth, whenever they were prepping, I noticed that there was a lot of emotions. And don't get me wrong, I understand that whenever whenever they're building a base for such a presentation, one of the main things that they play on, and this is both sides, that's why I say they, are, emotional, emotional checkpoints, right? They want to go ahead and have you, they want to try to make something seem so appealing to you that, you can't see any other pros and cons about it other than that one thing that stands out to you. And I noticed that people were getting so upset and they were separate. Do y'all remember when people were separating from their families? They were no longer being friends. They were like, people were even talking about
Absolutely.
not even coming over for Thanksgiving. I'm sitting here like, dude, at the end of the day, you do realize that whoever you put in that office is not going to sit there and give you 100% of your checklist. It don't matter what side of the fence you're on. Hell, it don't matter if you're sitting on the fence. They're not going to give you 100% of that checklist. More than likely, they're not even going to give you 90%. Because it is, it's a game to go ahead and get votes in the box. But guess what? It's almost like once they're there, and this is, I mean, I could say historically proven, but I mean, we can just see this in everything that we watch now or everything that we have access to now. Once they get in the box, they then do what they want to do, regardless of whether that information was disclosed to you at the beginning or not. So, I mean, when I voted, a lot of people, they automatically would, let me say this, for the few that actually knew what my vote was, they already had a preconceived notion about what and why and how. I even had one of my neighbors come up and say, "Oh my God, do you know you're black? Do you really think I'm racist because I voted for woman? I don't give two craps who you voted for because it don't matter. Whoever is, the person that is in office is in office. I don't care about that. I'm not going to sit there and stop being your neighbor, because you decided to, pick something. You decide to make a choice that once again is in every bit your right, regardless of whether it's something I agree with or not. On top of the fact that, we had two very different walks of life. So, I mean, you know, I was getting bombarded with so much crap, and it's just kind of like, but you know, at that time, you know, at the time that we sat there and had Donald Trump, I did vote Democrat. I did.
Let me let me
I
let
was.
me add let me add one little thing to what you just said. You just made me think about something just real quick, and I'll let you finish.
Mhm.
It was Trump. What Trump was so revolutionary that even white voters who are Republicans, when they would run polls on them, would lie and say they
Mhm.
wasn't voting for Trump. So what's so weird about it is that even in the white world, you had people scared to say that they were voting for Trump.
Oh yeah, you have people. Oh my God. Here, do you mind if I go ahead and give a, you know, a story real quick? I don't really like being too anecdotal, but let me go ahead and give you a real personal story real quick. I was at work, and you know, they came out with the results, you know, and when I sit there and tell you, there was 4 girls that then fell out, there was 7 girls that were crying in the background. I'm like, why are y'all, you know, like, why are y'all acting like this? And some people might not like this, but you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and keep it a buck. It is what it is. I mean, I really don't care about it now. These women are like, oh my God, you know, he's a womanizer. Sweetheart, majority of the fucking people that have been in that same fucking house have been womanizers. What the fuck makes him so different? My God, he's racist. Okay, can you give me a president who wasn't, including a black one? I'll wait. You know, I kept hearing multiple things. And, you know, oh, well, this is why we don't like him. But you know what I never heard? I never heard that they didn't like either side because of political views. I never heard that they didn't like either side due to anything that was actually being stated other than the, you know, the things that were said that were heavily perceived as racist, which, you know, once again, I really do stand by what I said. Every president has been racist, at least everyone in my lifetime. And I'm, you know, I'm not that old, but everyone in my lifetime has either said something in the past, said something, you know, in their present, might have sat there and had a side conversation with their buddies, this and that, because let's be honest, that, you know, at the end of the day, they're very much in a different tax bracket than we are. They sit there and they have different conversations and they have different topics. Once again, I'm not excusing anything, but I am going to sit there and state the effing obvious. So, I
And
mean,
all their white bosses are racist too, by the way.
thank you. Thank you. So I mean, like, other than that, and then whenever I sat there, because I've done it on both sides, I sat there and said, okay, so why won't you vote for? I think it was like Hillary at that time. Oh, because you know she's a woman. Okay, so she's a woman. All right, is that the only reason? Because she has a vagina. And then why won't you vote for Trump? Oh, because he's a womanizer. Um, can you tell me what president wasn't a whore? Did y'all not? Hold on. You don't like Trump for being a womanizer, but you sit there and you are still sitting there and talking about Bill Clinton's the man because he was sitting there and screwing a young thing while he was in office. Okay. You know, I'm like, all right, you
The
know,
first
whatever
the
floats
first
you.
the first black president, by the way.
Right. Right. 'Cause that show what they called him, wasn't it? So I'm just like, you know what? You know, a part of me really just wants to say, do y'all even hear yourself? Do y'all not realize how stupid y'all sound? Do y'all not realize why they sit there and they have the type of propaganda that they have around this time because they know how gullible a lot of these people are, and that's for those who, you know, that's for a lot of those who won't vote. That's even in some cases for those that do. But at least those that do are bold enough to sit there and, you know, decide to go ahead and draw a line in the sand and try to stick with it, even if it is stick with it for 10 minutes while they sat there and push that button. You see what I'm saying? But it's just like, I'm sorry. I realize I feel like I'm ranting. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it back full circle real quick. So whenever it came to me, initially, I did vote Democrat at that time. This is whenever Trump was, you know, the first, you know, whenever he was first being, you know, we had the option to sit there and put him in first. And I'm not gonna lie. Was I paying attention to anything that they were sitting there saying on TV? No. It was just, okay, you know what? We had a black guy. You know what? Why not sit there and have a woman? I mean, shit, we sat there and seen a whole lot of these men, and they've, nothing had trickled down to me. And I know that sounds real selfish, but I'm being practical. We have all these people that are in this office that's supposed to, be governing, the entire Northern Americas as a collective. And there are times that I didn't see many things trickling down to me. And if I did see something that trickled down to somebody that looked like me or somebody that I could relate to, being, black man or a black woman, a lot of times it was not positive. Now, I say a lot of times, not all the time, but, majority for me, I didn't see it as a positive. So I was just like, you know what? Fine. We had some change. Let's go ahead and get the lady the shot. I mean, shit, she probably gonna fuck up too, but at least this way we know it ain't just one side. It's a whole, it's a fuck up amongst an entirety. You see what I'm saying? It's almost like a diverse fuck up, instead of it just being, the token, oh, it's the white guy that's messing this up. You see what I'm saying? So that was really it for me. But all this other stuff, like, I don't know. I see people getting so emotional. And my question to them would be, I understand where your passion is coming from, because we are the people that have to live the life that these other people are talking about that they really know nothing about, right? But just because I see your passion, it shouldn't be whether I see your passion. It should be whether these people that are sitting there and supposedly speaking for you because somebody is whispering in their ear and making it sound good, whether they're going to sit there and follow through with, with any kind of passion that they have towards you and your plight. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And if they are, great, roll them right on in. If they're not, I mean, it is what it is. But, from the minority standpoint, minority as a black person and then minority as a female, there wasn't a whole lot of shit getting trickled down to me. So, but I digress. Go ahead.
Nah, man. Somebody telling me to vote for Hillary personally is crazy to me. So,
I mean, honestly,
that idea alone, I thought woman being a president is what it is. But for me, from a political perspective,
right?
Somebody from a Democrat trying to sell me on Hillary Clinton is a black person trying to sell me on Hillary Clinton is laughable. And I watched them do it. It's still. I'll go back and watch videos of that now. It's still unbelievable that they were trying to sell Hillary Clinton over Trump.
Right.
Lesser of two evils, however they want to frame it. I'm like, Hillary Clinton, really? Looking at her history and her background and how she is, I'm like, okay, sure. You want to, if you can't sell it to me from a race perspective, it's my whole point. But that's what they were kind of trying to do. It's kind of funny.
Yeah,
because white women and black people are not together. I mean, that is just crazy to me.
I think that's I was gonna say I think that was the point they were trying to sell it from was the feminist movement, and they're like, oh well,
the minority movement.
Right, and I'm like, hold up, before y'all sit there and say black woman, no, because whenever it comes to the feminists, whatever, first of all, we've been sitting there and trying to get stuff done, not for equality, but hell, for personal safety. Okay, equality and personal safety are not the same thing by far. Okay, so all that, sitting there and trying to say, well, you know what, your girl, hold up, don't put that off on me. Look, I don't want no parts of that. I really don't. If you want to go ahead and work and you want to do this, cool. I'm working because I have to, not because I want to. If I sat there and had a man that was going, well, I am married and my husband does do, he works miracles to keep me, as comfortable as possible. But if I had a man that made 6, 7, 8, 9 figures, right? And I ain't had to do shit but stay at home, eat out my kitchen, clean my house, lay on my back and raise my kids, where the fuck you think my black ass would be? At home? Fuck you mean? Like, boy, look, I be saying, look, I'm not even gonna lie, I don't watch the show anymore, but back then, baby, do you know how fast I would sit there and be binge watching some Love and Hip Hop, sitting there and eating a 3 or 4 course meal that I just sat there and made in my kitchen because I'm comfortable as shit. So I know, no, miss me with that. Y'all can have it. Y'all can have it. That's cool. Y'all can have it. I work because I have to. Okay. I would love to be at home with my kids all day. But I'm sorry. That's
It'll be better.
I'm trying to
It'll be better for the kids because the kids are not captured by the system. So
thank you. I mean, but I'm trying not to get, too far off topic. Whenever I sat there and voted for her, it was just kind of one of those, all right, Donald Trump, who in my mind was a businessman and an actor. And then I'm sitting here looking at her like she was honestly, she was.
a warmonger,
Well, I
an
was.
invader,
Oh
a
no, no.
savage.
I wasn't even gonna say all that. What I was gonna say is that she a woman that was honestly dumb enough to sit there and stand by this motherfucker side when he's sitting here and letting a whole nother, while he's sitting there and smashing a whole nother woman for the world to see.
Right.
I
She
can't
wasn't too much of a feminist, huh?
for real. I mean, I really couldn't respect it. So I was just like, well, you know what? Fuck it. I just sat there and choke, just mark the mark. Because like I said, I wasn't paying attention to neither one. As far as I was concerned, these are both devils. And I don't know either one side. It's one thing if you're dealing with the devil versus the fear of the unknown, right? Both of these
Well,
motherfuckers was the fear of the unknown.
if Hillary if she would have had very progressive policies, then I would probably have a different opinion about her. If Elizabeth Warren would have ran, it would be a different conversation because of what they kind of stand for, at least. And her, I just
but see,
that's just too
honestly,
much history.
I couldn't even say that because I mean, I've been an inquisitive person majority of my life. So I used to ask people a lot of questions that would get on their nerves. And one of the questions I asked around the Clinton, the Clinton years is, okay, so while Clinton was over here getting serviced, what was she doing? Where was she at?
Getting serviced by a female.
I mean, honestly, I don't doubt that, but honey, even some of the women don't even want to touch that. But where I was getting at was that was also around the same time where, she was sitting here and making what were perceived as silent moves. And those silent moves were not beneficial at all. Like she was like, I don't want to say like she was like a mass, like a serial. I'm sorry, I forgot I'm not on TikTok. Okay, I don't want to say like she was like a serial killer or nothing like that. But when you're sitting here and pretty much doing the shit from the freaking what do they call that damn witch show Salem, where you had the girl that was supposedly possessed and all she had to do was sit there and point at somebody else and they were sitting there knocking them off. She was borderline doing that shit, and then
a lot of dead bodies around her and Bill. I mean, I don't know if it's conspiracy or not. I don't know, but it's like 50 people that they know of.
And my thing is, you know what? If you got that much power, because like I said, I ask questions and piss people off. If you have that much power to sit there and literally have all these other people and their families, not just these people individually and their families, okay, knocked off, then why the fuck was this woman still plastered all over the fucking news? Do you see where I'm getting at? Like you sit here and sit beside this man sitting there talking about you gonna stand by your man, which obviously you didn't even want him because you weren't smashing, which is why old girl was sitting here doing your fucking side job. And then out of all these people, you didn't sit there and have her knocked off. This woman is still alive. I'm like, you know what? From a female point of view, and mind you, I was not really in the best place, but at this time, because I was still very young, in my mind at that time, girl, please, I ain't got no respect for you. You sat there and literally allowed your husband to sit there and make a hole full of you in front of the entire country. This ain't in front of your community. This ain't in front of, your parents. This ain't in front of, some side people to where, if they sit there and talk shit, they talk shit. You can sit there and do damage control. This is in front of the entire fucking country. And so, I can't respect you. And then, Trump came out and whenever he came out, I'm assuming, because remember, I called him a businessman and an actor. I'm assuming a lot of shit that he was doing, he was putting on an act. because a lot of that shit didn't make sense to me. It really didn't.
As far as
Like,
what?
as far as, okay, yes, the egotisticalness. I know a lot of men that are egotistical. That really didn't fade me. Hold on. They do, they're very boastful. I get that. But whenever we're sitting here and talking about, okay, you love this, you love that. I mean, the shit just kind of seemed weird. It really didn't make any sense. And, a lot of times I felt like whenever there was said that meant to trigger, hold on. Or actually, I might have to come back. Hold on a second. I might have to come back. Hold on.
BMT, you not asleep, are you? He must have went on break. Shoot, I know Trump has a lot of problems. Hillary has a lot of problems, but boy, when he told Hillary, I done paid you off, I done paid your husband, I done paid everybody, I was like, oh well, that's a wash for me on that one. Who knows what she's been up to though? So there's just so much corruption around her, man. I just don't understand how you can sell that candidate to anybody.
I'm sorry, I'm back.
No worries.
Now that was my husband and my daughter's watching a movie in the background because it's the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, whenever it came to Trump, there was just a lot of things that I could kind of tell that he was putting on an act. Well, let me not say I could tell. I felt like he was putting on an act.
He was putting on a show. He was doing a lot of trolling, and he made America very uncomfortable. And they made sure that he made America uncomfortable.
Right.
Yeah. And he is. I mean, I have a lot of issues with Trump, obviously, but at the same time, he exposed a lot, and that's what I loved about it, actually.
Yeah. I mean, after I have to agree with that because after the fact, whenever we were seeing a lot of shit for what it was after he was already in the office and everything else. I mean, the whole "Make America Great." I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I see what he's trying to do there, or actually make America
Mm-hmm.
great again. So, I
Yeah.
was able to see from, okay, from his perspective, America was great. His dad was sitting there making a shit ton of money. He had a wonderful
Mm-hmm.
childhood, a wonderful young adulthood. He got to do pretty much whatever he wanted to do. Money was an
Silver
object.
spoon.
So I understand it, from that aspect. Um,
Well, they
you
tried to
know,
spin. They tried to spin what he said. And, he means make America white again, make America back into the 1950s. He's gonna put black folks back into segregation, and they took it all the way with it. But if you listen to when he's speaking, and of course people are code speaking and dog whistling, of course all that's happening. But at the end of the day, if you listen to what he in his entire statements when he made those statements, he always tied it back to him traveling around the world and
right.
seeing how great airports are, infrastructure, buildings, high speed rail, all type of all sort of things that showed a more orderly society, but they just want to forget about that part. And I'm thinking to myself, you have a builder as president. Why wouldn't you let him build? This is what he does. No matter how he does it, no matter how shady it is, he gets it done at the end of the day. He has proof of that.
Well, my thing was this, like, what really got me was, oh, well, he's racist. Okay. And,
Yeah.
I even used to be the
and
one that would
Hillary's
sit there and
not.
argue. Hold on, I would even be the one that would sit there and argue some of the things he did say were questionable. Okay, I get that, but
Right.
then I really had to step back and take a look. Like, what president did we have that wasn't racist? You see what I'm saying? Like,
We have slave owner presidents. It's not even a
thank you,
conversation. I
thank
thought it
you.
was
I
so
mean, like,
crazy when they were saying that he's the most racist president. I was like, what? What history books are you looking at? I want to say about 40 presidents, maybe not 40, 35, maybe 40. They spent their lifetime as president, pushing Native Americans off their land still, going back to George
yeah,
Washington.
yeah.
Systematically over each president, slowly but surely, piece by piece, and took their land from them over those 250 years of America.
I was sitting here and looking at the fact that, the same motherfucker that, excuse my language, but the same person that they want to sit there and call our first black president that wasn't black also sat there and,
Come on.
had that, had that law to where shit. Well, hold on. Was that him or Obama that did the three-strike rule? The three strikes.
Yeah, that was Clinton, and
Right. So I'm sitting here like y'all sitting here and trying to claim this man because he was sitting here and getting fellatio, but y'all ain't even paying attention to the same, the shit to where if y'all get in trouble, it don't matter whether, you know, it was allegedly or if it was factual that, he's trying to make sure that if you get out, it's gonna, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna be harder for you to sit there and re-engage in
Street Three Strikes
society.
was terrible. Yeah, it was terrible.
Right. You see what I'm saying? Like,
But
and
the
then
the,
I
the
literally, like I said, I had to step back and really think. Like, if we're just talking off of racist alone, you're
yeah,
absolutely 100% correct. Majority of our freaking presidents were, their ancestors were slave owners. They're still being able to live
yeah.
a wonderful life based off of, the backs of free labor. So, I mean, it makes sense that they're going to sit there and try to push things back in that way so that their children and their children's children can continue to be comfortable. That only makes sense.
It's so if you use race and you're a black person and you've been in America for generations, it's a wash on the race topic. We shouldn't even be worrying
Man,
about that
look,
really. We
right.
should be worrying about what do we need and who's gonna do it. That's it. What do we need and who can get it done? I mean, you person, what do you need? If you want to speak for for your community, what do they need? That's what's more.
Well, see, you
That
know
to me,
what?
that's
I
what's
brought
more
that up in
important.
another live. Like, remember when I sat there and said a lot of shit didn't trickle down to me? But then I noticed that, whenever they sat there and they had these checks, what they call them?
Which ones?
No, no,
The
no. These the checks for the COVID, what they
yeah,
call
yeah.
them?
I'm coming to me in a second. I can't think of it.
But what I
Not
said
the
about
COVID
that was that
check.
all these people that was sitting there hating Trump, y'all need to sit there and go and apologize to y'all fucking sugar daddy. Because last time I checked, even with the black president that was over there in office, or let me
Yeah,
not say
stimulus
black,
checks and PPP loans.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, even with the melanated man, even with the
Mm-hmm.
melanated man, the only one that sat there and put something specifically in your account was sugar daddy Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, and
Spent
that's
six
literally what I
trillion.
call it. People, people be getting mad and then people be laughing, but at the end of the day, like I said, beforehand, none of that shit trickled down to me, especially being a minority of a minority.
And
But
people
whenever it came
people
to them
also
fucking stimulus checks, oh, well, he was
but
sitting there and just, oh yeah,
and people black people also make you carry burdens of other black people.
right,
If I don't live in the projects and I live in the suburbs and I need some things done, I'm voting my interests. I'm not
thank you.
voting for people in the projects in California. I don't live in California. And so depending on where you live at, what state you live in, who's your governor, who's your county people, it's all those things are all interconnected. And if you need funding for certain things coming from your president or coming from your Congress, like that's how people manipulate us though, really. Because they'll say, well, three strikes, Bill Clinton, yeah, but he had a Republican Congress, they all supported it, they want to cut welfare. I say, you're right. The Republicans did it and the Democrats did it. So you don't
Right.
have to punish people who are Republicans because Democrats do things that may not be advantageous for everybody either. It just depends on even what economic level you're at. Because if you're speaking for the poor, the Republicans, Democrats really don't really care that much about the poor, in my opinion. They
Right.
generally
Well,
focus on the
I
middle
agree.
class and the rich. And so if you want to be a social activist person, or if you want to rage against the machine, that's not even really politics. It's politics, but that's a different type of politics. If you're just if you're anti-poverty and you want to push agendas from a poverty perspective, and how you want to do that will also dictate your politics. If you say, well, I want poor people to do better, I might say, well, I prefer the Republican because they lean more toward entrepreneurship. Now, because you're black, well, you're not going to get as much funding. Okay, so be it. I have to live with that frame. I have to live within that framework. I got you, but
Right.
that's the reality. Now, if
Right.
you happen to live, say, in Alabama or Mississippi, and the whole thing is dysfunctional, may not matter which party you select because the state's dysfunctional. So maybe
Right.
you may need to get out of that place and find a better state to live in. That may not be an option for everybody. And again, that's where you get trapped because now you're saying, well, everybody can't move. Okay, I'm not a social activist, so I have nothing for you. And it's like a lot of policies get kind of crisscrossed because if you're living in a very bad area and you can't get out, I don't care who's in politics, you're still not getting out. We have 50 years of evidence to prove it. What
Mhm.
Democrat freed people from the ghettos? I'm still waiting for that.
Right.
And what Republican has freed people from the ghetto? I'm still waiting for that. Because,
Right.
but from a political perspective, if you have a more, and again, I could be, you can take a different position, of course, but from a Republican perspective, if I remove regulations, right? If I make it easier for people to do business, and if that allows corporations to grow and hire more people, if it allows for people to invest in education, invest in trade, or giving you an ability to get an apprenticeship to get into business, I'm going to lean more to the right because I think that will get you out of poverty faster than leftist policies.
I
And that's
mean,
just
whenever
my take on it, though, right? You could take a different people can take a different side of that because you do need some regulation. So that's what the left is for. Hey, left, put some regulations on this company. That's what your job is. My job is to say I want less, and we fight back and forth for that. But you should not shit on me as a Republican because I have that position. Understand that you have a job on your side, I have a job on my side. There should be no conflict here at this level. We're not in Congress. We're just regular people voting and having an opinion about it, more or less.
what we think are the best aspects for us. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why it irritated me so heavily that, what these people are, whenever they sit there and they're dealing with politics, they are so emotional. Because, I mean, I've even had to sit there,
Politics is
like,
designed to make you emotional. That's what they're trying
well,
to
I
do,
mean,
actually,
I guess it is because I'm sitting here like, I'm one of them
especially on the
people that I'll
left.
sit there and say, well, no, it's not that, no, it's not that I'm on the
E-
left
e-
or on the
e-
right. I mean, shit,
Emotion
I
and
don't even
fear.
focus enough. I don't even focus enough to sit there and know, all the aspects of both sides. My thing is this:
Yeah.
if you and I have different walks of life, right? Let's say that I was born into the suburbs to a very, very wealthy, predominantly black family, right? And you were
Yeah.
born in the ghetto,
hmm
and and once again, there's nothing wrong with it, but
Right.
your viewpoints on certain things are going to vary from mine.
Yeah.
And so, if we're picking to sit, to support our best interest, whatever that may be,
hmm
then that is our choice. Now, for people to sit there and try to, go on to, you know, let me not say well, yeah, I'll sit there and say lives because I'm kind of talking more so about TikTok. But, for people to go on there and then want to be so not really opinionated because it's always okay to be opinionated. But whenever you're putting somebody else down because they don't see things from your point of view or they haven't walked in your shoes, it's just kind of like, y'all doing too much. Like everybody is supposed to be able to sit there and have their own freaking belief system, whatever, regardless of whatever it is. I mean, if I had to pick a side, I would always pick independent because usually,
hmm
independent it kind of has some of the they'll sit there and take pros from both sides. You see what I'm saying?
hmm
They try not to take any cons, regardless of how it may be turned into one. But a
hmm
lot of times they sit there and try to take pros from both sides. And
And you're also the other thing about politics. That's what I have an issue with people just in general, is that it's okay for you to be a one issue voter. You don't have to take on everything as an individual person because you have rich people who are Democrats, you have rich people who are Republicans. So
Right. And
everybody's
then
trying to figure out what they want with for their family or for their community or for them individual selves. If my one issue vote is that I believe in man and woman and marriage, and that's what I believe in, and that's my one issue. I don't care what else they do. They can blow up everything in the world. That's my one personal issue. I should be able to live with that. I should be able to live in that, and people should not, like you said, talk down to me because of that.
I agree. I mean, coming from, the fact that I'm a married woman and I have a husband, not a wife. I mean, I don't knock anybody that has a wife. I just don't want to sit there and deal with somebody and their hormones and their period the same as I got. Shit. It's hard enough for me trying to deal with my own shit.
Right. I tell people all
But
the time, it's about 160 million people are going to vote. So you cannot people will try to hold a black person. They'll try to hold you to the burden of all black people to convince you
and
to vote a
yeah,
certain way. I find that just insane.
like I'm quick to sit there and say, first of all, black people, we are not a monolith. So, that whole expecting us to sit there and carry on the weight and all the expectations of everybody else, no. No. I mean, like we were sitting there and talking about earlier, whenever we sit there and vote, we're supposed to be doing that in the best interest of, us, regardless of whether it is us as a community, us as an individual,
It's your
or us as
choice. That's the
our
point. It's
family.
your choice.
Exactly. And that is supposed to be the thing that's supposed to be so wonderful about it.
Hmm.
But a lot of times people forget that, and then they try to impose their viewpoints on other people, and that's honestly the part that really irritates me. Whenever you're sitting here
Hmm.
and trying to force somebody else to see something from your point of view, and it's not really in a way that we can be empathetic and see it from your point of view as far as in certain aspects, right? But you're really trying to sit there
Hmm.
and enforce that, and I mean that's the thing that I kind of it irritates me because that's where people get it goes from being passionate and emotional to, now teetering a very dangerous line. And
Hmm.
a lot of times, because people don't know how to regulate themselves, they don't even see the line and they just ice skate all over it. And I mean, me personally, I'm good. I don't really care for no parts of that at all because I mean, at the end of the day, whatever is gonna happen is gonna happen. I would rather I would rather try to do what is best for my family, make the decision that's best for my family, myself, um, and then try to live the best life possible for myself and my
Hmm.
family. You know.
And if new issues pop up, like we people believe there's like 30 million illegal immigrants running around this country, right? If a president or a governor pops up and says, "Hey, I want to figure out who's here, and I want to streamline the immigration process and shut down by force illegal immigration," right?
Hmm.
I'm voting for that person. I don't care what his politics, what everything else. Don't care. Don't care what
You know
anybody's
what?
saying on any other
If that's what
side.
they want to do, that's
I
very
want to
much
know
their
where these
choice.
people are. If somebody gets up and says this to me, right? Somebody says, "I want to stop drugs from coming into this country by any means necessary." You got my vote. It's
I
for me.
mean,
It's
my
straightforward.
response to
If you
that.
say, go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah, go
hold
ahead.
on. My response to that would be, I love the sentiment, but if we're gonna have that conversation and we're trying to put it off on, one, you know, cure all, one fix all, cure all type of situation, do as you will, do as you please. But, afterwards, I would say do some further looking into, how that works out. But, I know a lot of people that honestly sat there and voted for certain people because they were under the impression that, immigration was horrible. I mean,
Hmm.
I can't say that I agree with that. I mean, I remember whenever this country was supposed to be a melting pot, was supposed to be for for the immigrants, and hell, I mean,
It's
shit,
it's built on
you
slaves
know,
and immigrants.
Exactly. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, let's sit there and look at that, I don't want to say the Aboriginal, that's not, but the
But
the natives
if
too.
somebody said I want to, because we're here now, we can't we can't go back
Well,
in
no.
time.
Let me finish though. Hear me out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean let me finish, but hear me out. I'm pretty sure the natives are sitting here looking at us like, yeah, we're all foreigners.
Oh, for
So,
sure.
I mean, at the end of the day, I know people that have done that. And I just don't care to have that conversation because I don't know what happened to you that has made you feel so passionately about that. I don't know what type of fear mongering or what type of situation you have. And I'm not going to sit here and try to force you to sit there and relive a trauma or sit there and try to break it down to me in a way that I can understand, being that I have not shared that trauma with you. So, I mean, once again, whenever it comes to any aspect of politics, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. That's one of the benefits of, well, not benefits, but that's one of the reasons that whenever we do vote, it's supposed to be in a little area to where no one can see your answer. It's almost like a school test. No
Hmm.
one can see your answer. You can sit there. You're supposed to feel safe enough to sit there and put down whatever it is you want without the risk of ridicule and judgment. So, I mean, I think that is the most important part that people forget about. We can sit there and have conversations all day long about, what leftist did, what the right side did, and what the independent defenders did, and whatever, all of this. But at the end of the day, for those that do vote, it is supposed to be a private decision. So if it's a private decision, then, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Now, no one has sat there and told you that you have to sit there and express your decision to the world.
Hmm.
And I really don't feel like anybody should give you ridicule and backlash and bullshit in case if you do, it is your choice. We should be able to agree to disagree or just agree with each other and still be able to move on without getting so emotional. And when I say emotional, I don't mean, just passionate. I mean like emotional to the point where we are skating on thin ice of the line of violence.
Yeah, some countries have had it, and we've also had it in this country historically. Things have
So I
gotten
mean
violent
that's
when it
the
comes
part
to
that's getting
voting,
to
so it
me.
has happened. I mean, I
That's the
always tell people, I said, we talk about other countries. I said, America has shot, I think we've shot three presidents in this country.
I mean,
So this country, things get violent all the time, unfortunately. And that is politics sometimes.
and that's the part where I'm just like, you know what, if that is politics for, other reasons of war and things of this nature,
Well,
then
that's what I mean
okay.
about knowing people knowing their place. Is like if you're an average citizen, you have to understand that you're an average citizen. There's so many other things happening that's much
Right.
higher level than us, and sometimes people tend to get caught up in big things that are beyond that's really kind of above their pay grade, really. And that's why I always simplify when people talk about politics. Like, what are the things that you want or don't want? What are the things that you feel compelled about? So, if, for example, if you're like, well, I want my city to be safer. Well, which party should I pick that talk? Who's talking about a safer city? Like, it's a lot of things are really straightforward. Then you have to look at their records and look at, obviously, are they just saying it, or have they proven it, or does the party support it? You know.
Right.
And I think it can frustrate people sometimes because it can be a bit complicated sometimes.
I mean, it can be, but you know what,
Because
that's what.
Giuliani, for example, made New York City safer, but what he had to do to make it safer, made him a racist, made all black people, and I guess people who aren't white or some white people, made them very angry about it, and he lives with that. So in the black world, if you ever mention Giuliani, who was about law and order, you're gonna get punished for it because he was stopping and frisking black people and not frisking, I guess, not frisking enough white people. Uh, and so they will spin that and use that emotion to make you hate that person, even though the murders was 2,000 people a year, and he was able to get it down to 300 people a year. But that doesn't really matter because he's a white man, Italian man, locking up black people. Very clever how it's done, and very emotional. especially if you had a relative that got locked up, or if you got pulled over by the cop. It all ties in, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the left really is really big. That's really how they're able to control us, actually.
But my daughter's looking at me real quick. I do have to go and be mommy. BMT, or if you are you still awake?
I don't know. He might be done.
Man, look, he's been on here for 5 hours.
I am. I'm just literally finally eating. I haven't eaten or I haven't.
Okay, then yes, please take care of yourself, please.
You know the thing. Here's the thing about it. I will say this. Because a lot of these conversations, I know I'm like one of the 3% channels. I don't give a fuck how any other channel feels about it. That actually allows for these kind of conversation of a certain type of level of balance and moralic flow.
Yeah,
Uh,
unbiased.
yeah, you can definitely say there's a big unbiased. That's why. That's why I don't stop when these conversations happen, because a lot of the stuff that I talk about that's talked about on my shows go over to other shows to where they can do the content or build or get the information that they need, so that way they can actually um, disseminate it and actually process it for their own shows or their own works. Just like me and Paradox, we have our an actual conservative conversation. I know me and you have had conversations on auditing and that of local level accountability. It's kind of hard to get those at other shows, and I have tried to talk to them, but it's a lot of anti-establishment and family and
Mm-hmm.
doctrines that are pushed around these spaces, and I that's why I don't stop it. I get people, it's like I don't mind keeping the light on and allowing people to use the back room, because I understand it's kind of like the freedom riders or different people. Like some people did not mind allowing them to use the back of their building. You know what I'm saying? To have their meetings or their conversations, because there
Well,
was.
hold on, BMT. I'm gonna say one more thing. I'm gonna say one thing, and then I'm gonna go ahead and drop. And this is just an idea for a topic. If you feel that you want to take it on, um, here's one of the topics that I think that we need more of, and it is, and this might be a touchy subject, but I want to say that we need to have a conversation on you know Black people unpacking and unmantling white supremacy amongst their own community. A lot of people ain't ready for that conversation, and even whenever we're sitting here and we talk about race occasionally, and I'm not just saying that for just this panel. This is other panels that I've been on, including my own on other social media apps. I noticed that a lot of people, whenever we're sitting here and we're talking about us as a people, and we talk about what is proverbially our origin stories, a lot of people sit there and start with us in chains. And, they're real quick to sit there and snap their fingers whenever we sit there and talk about what was once then, prior to that. But it almost seems like as much as we want another diaspora of people to be able to hold themselves accountable for things that were done and atrocities that were done, we don't want to sit there and unpack a lot of the pain and the trauma that we are constantly carrying that in some cases is not ours.
It definitely is a thing. I think I remember Exile wanted me to collab and talk with the British, those British
Oh yeah,
and
from yeah.
and I got kind of tired of them. Uh,
Yeah, real
I got
fast.
I got tired of them because they were annoying as fuck to me. Like,
Yes.
there's no way somebody from the UK is going to tell me about the environmental structure of America, and
Thank you.
that's I had to check them. You know, I even showed them. Uh, I even showed them like I took them to a hotel that was heavily gang affiliated. A lot of gangs live in hotels and stuff. And it blew their mind that one of the people it was part of the um what gang was it? It was the folks. It was no it was
Oh,
it was
GDs.
it was a GD. It was a
Hold on, because I gotta take my dog outside, but I want to hear this. Hold on.
but before I go on with the story, but it was very interesting listening to blacks from the UK talk to me about the wave of white supremacy in the US. And I said, well, damn, don't y'all fall on y'all knees to a king and a queen? And I mean, y'all live an embodiment of apartheid. Like, literally.
Yeah, you can't say anything.
I mean, but y'all have the police and XYZ. I said, what do you mean? Like, hold on, wait.
Bro, I was watching a live stream of these young people on Twitch, and they're over in England, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they had this young white stripper girl come to the house to talk, right? To make content with. And she didn't probably say 8 words without talking about the damn queen who's dead. I just thought that was interesting. Just casual conversation, but they're so locked into having a monarch that this young stripper chick just brought it up. She didn't say 5 sentences without mentioning the queen. I was like, that is crazy. You know what I would ask you though on that point?
I'm
Yeah,
back.
no,
I'm back.
I know it's black. I know it's blasphemy. I know it's definitely anti-black for sure. But I'm gonna ask it anyway.
Oh God, what did I
How
miss?
how how crazy would it be if George Washington would have decided to be king instead of making a democracy?
Granted, they wanted him to be the king.
I know, man. It's crazy.
Thank God he said, nah, he didn't want to be king. I mean, shit. No, that's crazy. I'm thinking God and king. But he
I'm
literally
just saying from a race perspective, being in our people being enslaved, and because you can't almost talk about it because we were the ones that were obviously historically at least we were enslaved. But it's like, boy, as much as you want to hate him being a king would have been a whole nother kind of place here, boy. My goodness.
it would have definitely, we would have had a whole lineage of the Washington
Oh my God.
royals or some shit. God damn.
Could you imagine?
Washingtonians, the Washingtonians. Okay, sorry.
And I mean, and the thing about it was, where they got upset was, if people don't know, I have my own private security enforcement group. I pride myself on that. I left the military and I started my own private security enforcement group. We're deputized by that in the state of Sarkhan and everything. And I was told by them I'm carrying out white supremacy. And I said, wait a second, but I'm trained. I train other people. Yeah, but how is that stopping white supremacy? I'm like, well, I'm like, do you know that? I said, do you know what that means to have your own? And I'm listening to these blacks, these so-called black people in the UK asking me how am I combating white supremacy. And I'm talking about my own agency of black men that employ other people to service our community or our society, our businesses, our clubs. And I told them how even to the point where if we had to take a life, we were willing to do it. So you would kill a fellow black man for a white man. I'm like, well, shit. If he's shooting at us, I mean, I'm gonna probably have to put him down.
Right. Look, that's real. Like, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to put him down. I'm not gonna wait till he gets a shot off. But
bullets don't have no certain race to them. Sorry.
It don't.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, BMT. Okay, so I'm done walking my dogs. I want to know What did I miss?
Well, the problem why a lot of your the people y'all introduced me to from the UK was when I took them to meet up with a gang, the Gangster Disciples.
GD.
The GDs, they were surprised that one of the lieutenants was a white man, and
Why?
he had a bunch of black men under him, and they were like, BMT, you ain't gonna check this white man saying the N-word? I'm like, you see all these other black men?
Huh?
You see all these other black men? He's literally in a predominantly black area, and they look up to him as a lieutenant.
Thank you.
He knows who I am. He literally said this, but he said this guy right here is an activist. I don't get in his way. He don't get in our way. I told him, hey, I don't want y'all selling any type of crack or boonk around the high school. If y'all have a problem with that, you know I'm gonna go talk to your people, and it's gonna be a different issue.
I mean, there was a rule: you don't sit there and sell the women and children. I mean, that's a given.
But see, some of his people, when they come out, when some of their people, when they come out of certain types of jobs or I mean, get out of the prison or anything like that, they come over to our affiliated groups and ask for what? Work. And we put their ass to work, either at the Amtrak, the Greyhound, something to keep the probation off of their ass.
Right.
See, I understand what I am as a cog in the machine for my society. And I understand that of the white supremacy, but also understand how to keep certain supremacy off of the Negro's back. So, like, I was like, how many of y'all actually went down there and helped get some of these boys a job? Man, BMT, no. I'm telling you, you don't think these boys don't want to eat? You don't think they want clothes, shoes? You don't think some of them have to play daddy to their brothers or sisters or play husband to their mama? How many of y'all do y'all talk to these boys? You saw that, even you saw that complex when I was talking about getting these boys a job. And see, the thing about it is, it's the simple things they overlook, that these men need jobs, these women need resources, our people need it bad. And the fact that we know that we're starved out, and that's the issue I had with them. But they were like, "You not pro-black, you not pro-black." Well, so the fuck what? Listen.
Well, see, hold on. Here's my issue. You know, we have people, especially when it came to, you know, that group in the UK, because that's, you know, it's a lot like you for me. You know what I mean? Like, I sat there and had maybe 2 or 3 lives with them, and honestly, their antics got old quick, because it really did. It seemed like they were talking from, you know, a social media's talking point versus ever, you know, whenever you experience something, that shit hit different. Right. And so, you know, even with what you're talking about, I understand that, because I mean, shit, you know, I know some people that are affiliated with, you know, all aspects of a little bit of everything. I ain't trying to, you know, put my business out there too much, but you know, I also know how hard it is and the struggle, and how, especially whenever one had to sit there and do a bid, how hard it is to sit there and build yourself back up. And then whenever you in that bid, you know, you're not really in that bid by yourself. You know what I mean? You know, you got aspects of, you know, kids ain't got a daddy, old girl ain't got, you know, a significant other, spouse, whatever the case may be. Mama ain't got a son or a daughter, you know, grandmama and granddaddy, they don't have that, you know what I mean? And on top of the fact that a lot of our families, we tend to, you know, to pitch in together. So that means that's still a certain amount of resources that is now no longer coming into the home. And then whenever you get out, it's not like you can literally just go back to the way it was when you went in to do the bid. You know, you have to now reestablish, you have to reconnect, you have to sit there and try to refine resources wherever that may be. And I say it like that because I don't judge, you know, but, you know, I understand that. it really seemed like a lot of these people ain't never dealt with nobody that was affiliated with nothing. A lot of these people ain't never dealt with somebody, you know, with actually seeing a struggle versus it being in a fucking Americanized movie, you know? So, you know, it's almost like the opinions of birds. You see what I'm saying? You know, if
but
you
see,
ain't been, you know, if you ain't been in the struggle, if you ain't been in the military, if you don't have even anybody that is in, you know, a close vicinity around you that has lived an experience to where you could get a little bit, even a fraction of an insight, you know, versus something that is orchestrated, you know, via a script that is already pre-written out by other people who have not really sat there and had the experiences. You feel me? Then honestly, you a bird. And at the end of the day, whenever these people are sitting here trying to figure out how to sit there and put their life together, baby, the opinions of birds don't matter to nobody, and they don't give a fuck. All you doing is making noise.
I think that's why, like, I accept that of the atrocities that come in the territory of society because we're still trying. I understand that for us as three black people, the walk that we will take, I expect that of me as a middle-aged black man, I will be justifiably scrutinized. I understand that of you as a black woman, you will be branded. I understand that of an a more mature black man is paradox. He will be told that he hasn't done enough, and so our labels were already branded on us, on our cheek, and regardless of whatever we do, and we can't say, well, it's not a thing. That's why I looked at when even Complex said try to deny about the racial thing. It is there in the prefix of our design. It is in our design, and so we understand the workings of these things, and we're not blind to them, but we also try to function amongst and in them. So seeing a bunch of the poor white and the blacks in some type of societal family or gang, and me having to let them know my pivot of a stance that, hey, stay the fuck away from my niece's high school.
Right.
You know, and I've had that conversation, regardless of whatever they had to say. Well, bro, you know, I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't. And I've had, and I know who y'all are. I know who he is because he owes to me. He owes to me. Yeah, I get he wants to run around with y'all, but he ultimately understands his loyalty. I've done talk to the girls who have their daddy issues, who have certain kind of family issues, who you see me go cam up and show them at certain clubs, strip clubs, and whatever.
Yep.
I do know that of that prefix that I like. See, when I show these things, I understand the subsidized, and I gotta give a pat or a clap to the left to know and understand the game of exploitation. That's what our government does so romantically. And it's easy to dope up. As my daddy told me, it was easier to dope up on coke and heroin and forget the atrocities of Vietnam rather than actually work through that of the demons. I know this very well. Like, I've been there. I have been there to where I look for escapism from Afghanistan, even to run away from my family. You can't tell me about myself. I know very well that, but I am a child of this country. And so when I hear other groups, people, or factions try to tell me, down to us going over the Little Mermaid, down to us going over conflicts of the country and war and sexuality and hypersexuality and behavior and marriage and everything, A lot of these are all inner workings that are greatly woven together. Family is black family or family in general is not accepted on social media unless it's by their design.
Mm-hmm.
Functional people. Why is the government trying to get involved with procreation of human beings? Nobody questions that. Nobody questions why are they. Why?
I actually asked that question 2 weeks ago. I had to sit there and meditate on it.
Why do they worry about and certain types of food? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not sexualizing my daughters, but my daughters are already starting to look like teenagers. They're only but 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, how?
Hormones and foods. Yep.
I said, but their mind is not of a teenager, but their bodies are developing at a rapid rate. And they were like, Dad, what's wrong? I said, you're not developing normally. And it sucks because those of us who have a certain principle understanding know that this is dangerous.
Very, yeah.
This is dangerous. This is the at the path that we're going now. I don't see. I'm not. It's like we're walking into. It's like we're walking into like whatever level of hell that we're walking into, and I'm being told that we're going into a restitutional rehab. Like what the fuck? Like no. Like I gotta close it down. Elijah, you gotta call me. I gotta hit you up about some stuff. Paradox. We got a lot, bro. But I can always promise y'all a lot of the conversation and stuff that we have, I definitely people like y'all keep me going. I'm not gonna lie, I've had times I wanted to terminate my YouTube channel. Not like it's not like it's not like I don't have a good channel. It's just that I get tired of the bullshit. Like it's like fuck am I doing?
I understand that. I mean, shit. Man, look, I don't know how long I've had my channel up, and when's the last time I did a live? I think, matter of fact, the last time I did a live, you were on it. Whenever we were sitting there and talking about Once Upon a Time. Yeah. That was the last time I did a live. Because honestly, this shit is so exhausting. And to me, it seems like a lot of people that are on these, and I understand you said you're going to shut it down, so I'm going to go ahead and make this quick, but a lot of people that literally are on platforms that are saying something or doing nothing but regurgitating the same bullshit over and over and over and over again. And if we're going to sit there and talk about brainwashing, there you go right there. Y'all can't even sit there and get out of, a regurgitated conversation or having regurgitated talking points. That's why a lot of times whenever I do channel, people be like, Eliza, are you okay? Eliza, are you fine? I'm not any of that shit. What I am is I like to think outside the box. And if y'all had even a fraction of the level of thoughts I have, especially when I take 2 and 3 days from freaking social media and all kinds, and the level of information that I'm gathering, that all of a sudden it's almost like an epiphany and the shit makes sense. Look, I'm telling you. So, yeah, hit me up, but you got to close it down. So, thank you for having me up here.
All right, sis. Paradox, anything you want to say before you blow up the Death Star?
No, that's it, man. It was good stream.
It was nice to meet you, Paradox.
Nice to meet you too.
And I'm glad that y'all two actually got to have a conversation, especially a roundabout conversation. I think that's the thing about it. Too many of the enigmas, of the natural enigmas that are not afraid to cross the lines, we're too vastly separated. So at certain times where a Paradox and an Eliza would meet are becoming more and more rare. And it's almost to a point where they don't want to come online, or really they hide that of their intellect, of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? I get called jawline. Jawline is supposed to be a disdain against the family man. It's a slander towards the family man. Granted, this is supposed to be a space for reestablishing black functionality. But it's anti.
Here's the thing, bro. You know, you will always be able to find your tribe who actually want to do that. But then again, we also understand with any kind of social media, you're gonna have people that literally are there specifically to do the conversation, because God forbid the conversation continue to if it continues to go north, then oh my goodness, we might actually have enough like-minded individuals that where we might be able to sit there and band together and do something about the actual problems, instead of all of these little back and forth bickering and invading that everybody else is sitting there and telling you that you need to be able, you need to be engaging in. So I mean, I'm not gonna hide the intellect, but I was definitely just. So
I don't think you hide your intellect, Eliza, but I definitely see it, and I'm just calling out on it. You definitely shut down. Whereas it's not that you hide it, but you have a certain limiter of how much you tolerate, and then like I'm not going to do this for a while, and that's very sad. That's not saying that you are not smart. It's just the same way like I understood, and I even had to acknowledge when my brother Paradox, um, he had to doggone said he had to say, listen, we're only going to talk about this, no bullshit.
Right.
I had to respect that, and then when I started to work and actually lay out that of the degrees of what I actually am, it wasn't accepted amongst the other men. It was more so they were fighting me or saying, well, how does that help black men? I'm like, wait a second, I'm literally telling you what the fuck I do.
So it ain't enough, Dion. It ain't enough.
See, here's the thing. A lot of people, I noticed, this is something that I noticed, and it honestly irritates me heavily. People don't want that shit. They say they do, but it's almost like they say they do to be able to sit there and get a certain type of to be seen in a certain light, right? So they'll sit there and say they do to go ahead and get like maybe brownie points amongst whatever it is they value at that moment. But as soon as you give them a little bit of test, a little bit of not even pushback, as soon as you start to ask questions, you see how quick that shit starts to fumble. You see how quick that shit starts to break down. So it's like a lot of people really don't want it. They really don't. Like, and that's the thing that I'm not going to say I don't understand, because unfortunately I do. I understand it, but because it doesn't mean I have to agree with it. But it's for me, it's really, really sad because once again, I'm one of the few people that very practical person. If you do not want to be able to engage in this certain kind of conversation, you can continue to scroll. You can go somewhere else. There is nothing else that's up to be in this space to go ahead and cause chaos. For some reason, people can't get to that point. I'm also one of the few that'll sit there and say, you know what? If this is not the space for you, it is not a blow to your ego. Hey, it's something that you should be proud of, to be able to sit there and get off and walk away. You don't need to be baited in everything, and not everything really needs a response or some type of emotional investment or enactment. And it just seems like we're sitting here and we're talking about the family structure, whenever we're talking about politics, whenever we're even talking about the level of emotional topics and or conversations that or hell, even being inquisitive enough to sit there and ask critical thinking questions. No, questions. Let me not even say critical thinking, just questions in general, right? That have not been, prior regurgitated. It's like these people really don't want to have this conversation. They're not ready. And it's sad. And so I'm kind of the mindset of whenever more people get to that level, oh, I'm always dropping gems. Always. And there will be plenty of gems and jewels for people to pick up at that moment. But until then, I do shut down because I do get irritated. And, I'm sitting here and thinking, all right, you know what? I have to sit there and question myself, why am I irritated? Do I need to walk away? Is there something that I can actually now give this person that is going to be a value that they may even decide to take? Or do I just need to go ahead and go and continue on about my day?
What you just had is a Dion moment. I call it the Dion moment.
Yeah, that's our new thing, huh?
That's our new thing. It's called It's called a Dion moment. Do I take it out or do I just say fuck it? I'm out.
Right.
And
I have those all the time.
And so, like I said, we're gonna pick up on that. Make sure you hit me up, sis. Paradox. I'm gonna be on standby whenever you make your move. I'm gonna see you guys later. I'm B.M.T. Peace. We're out.
Peace.